Taking a toll. Try to tell my mind, the thoughts just won't go. I don't want the fame to mess with my soul. I'm trying. Stress over this in my head, overthinking that my days are feeling numbered. Now it never feels right. The success that I live, and my friends started switched. Now I'm cornered and alone, only my father's proud of me. When I'm in a corner room, you never hear me talking. Every move I make, I feel like everyone is watching. I've been on the come up, I don't want it, and I'm falling. Yeah. And I try to let things go, but it's taking a toll on me. I try, I can't take it, but that's the life I chose. I can't change it. So I'll just take this road on. And I know they want that. I'll fly me in a casket. It's all that I can't let them have this.
Oh, you're sick. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
But at night, bad dreams are all in my head. I don't sleep so I get no rest. Bad dreams are all in my head. Before I. How many times will I fight this? The thoughts that I never end up riding. And I'm scared that I'll be working till I wake up and I'm on. Scared I might get shot like when I'm sleeping on my own. I don't wanna go before my own best. I don't wanna take the drop when I'm dead. But it feels like I might never make it out. Cause better days never come when I made it out. When I'm in a crowded room, you never hear me talking. Every move I make, I feel like everyone is watching. I've been on the come up, I don't want it, and I'm falling. Yeah. And I try to let things go, but it's taking toll on me. I try, I can't take it. That's the life I chose, I can't change it. So I'll just take this road on. And I know they want that. I'll swallow me in a casket. It's all that I can't let them have this. I know that down bad, the enemy is tragic. The things I try to push away, but at night, bad dreams are all in my head. I don't sleep, so I get
No, I
no
don't like
rest.
this pose. It's
Bad
kind of
dreams
boring.
are all in my head. Before I.
Hey, what's going on, bro? Thanks for the likes. I appreciate it. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Quick warm up. Sometimes. But thanks for the likes, though. I appreciate it. What are you drawing? I'm doing a quick sketch warm up, and then I'm gonna do the animatic. That. Sometimes. It's really cool. Thank you. Sometimes. The world we know. Okay, I need some work done. Anybody needs some work done? A few inches of snow. Hello. Looks like this. It's my home. Hello, how goes it? Thank you for the 100. I appreciate over there. Sure, sir. Hello, Melina. What's going on? How are you? And thank you for the gift. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much so. Let me see here. Oh, it does work. Cool.
Congratulations on the mess you made of things. I'm trying to reconstruct the air and all that brings. And oxidation is the compromise you own. But this is beginning to feel like the dog wants a bone. Say, la, 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 falsify and then you falsify your deeds. Your methods not the disconnect from all your creeds. The fortune strives to fill the vacuum that it feeds. But this is beginning to feel like the dog's lost the lead. Say, this is beginning to feel like the long-winded blues of the never. This is beginning to feel like it's curling. I'm slowly finding the boat to choke. This is beginning to feel like the long-winded blues of the never.
Hello.
Barely control of the motive, consuming the picture and blowing the crows to smoke. This is beginning to feel like the long-winded blues of the never.
Hey, what's going on?
Snapping, exploding, the moment to crash it, the moment and shoving the soul to go. Eternalized.
Hello, Anna. What's going on?
So high, but this is beginning to feel like the moment to lose from the liver. Never mind, death professor.
How's it work?
You think I'm fly so high, all the catch the birds are full of who's next. Never you mind, death professor. Love is lies, my love is matter. You think I'm fly so high, could be the diamond confused with who's
buying an XPPen Artist 22 Pro. I'm using Clip Studio Paint, if you're wondering.
I think about Kivas every time I'm throwing down a 3. I think about Drizzy every time I'm throwing up a B. It should be crazy, I'ma leave cuz in the streets talking on the dead, put his face right on the tip.
Yep.
I'm proud of me, I got green like Boston. Catch him in the street, he gon' end up in a coffin. And I fell on my brother, who the fuck y'all tryna be? They be talking crazy, we gon' put their ass right to sleep. And the switch sound, and they wanna go pop, pop. And all these boys pussy, they just talking to the cops. My bros got blocks, yeah, we ain't tryna box. Catch a hot bitch, we gon' rip off his top. I'm proud of Bloody, yeah, he went off to the Navy. Bro told me hold it down, but the world trying to break me. Proud of all the guys trying to make it out the struggle. I done ran with a big block, we ain't trying to tough. Saying I never do shit, I'ma send a blitz. Quarterback and plays, I'm the one that's calling hits. Talking behind the screen, I'm the one that's taking risks. My right hand got an itch when he shooting in the eyes. Talk tough, but they never outside. I'm the reason they be posting RPs online. I ain't bragging on the pain, this life ain't pretend. Praying on my fall, bitch, I'm praying for my men. I think about Kivas every time I'm throwing down a 3. I think about Drizzy every time I'm throwing up a B. This should be crazy, I'ma leave cuz in the streets talking on the dead, we gon' put his face on a T.
Why do you keep saying hi? What is going on YouTube streams? What is going on YouTube streams that people are saying these things? Is it that bad on YouTube? Okay, we gotta go. I don't know why you keep doing that. That's really weird. Let me see. Every stream I see is just Sen laughing disco. Going pretty well, I think. Is it really like that? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. This foot's too high up. Gotta bring this. Actually, gotta bring that whole leg down here. Right here. Pull down. There we go. That's crazy. I never really watch a YouTube stream to know. It can't be that bad. There's no way. I thought people was just trolling when they said stuff like that, but I'm starting to realize it's becoming more of a pattern. It's kind of crazy. What is going on with YouTube? Let's see here. Hello. I thought YouTube kind of like purged all of AI stuff. You can't make money off that shit.
We are not young enough to know how to sit and say nothing like we would. And you are too tired to control how you look like you feel like you should. When you think I don't notice
That's
the
cute.
way
That's
that
nice.
you wear and act like
That's
you
nice.
don't feel it. The way that you wear and you barely believe it.
Mango.
The way that you wear.
Let's see here.
And I am so ready to tear that knife from what once would have been dead fingers lying blue against the floor. You will no longer stand between collapsing walls, wearing a smile.
Okay, that's
Can't
cool.
bear it and tear off the
Thank you.
the way that you wear with pain is your language. The way that you wear when you show me the damage. The way that you wear. No. Well, how much did they hurt you? The way that you wear and how much did they break you?
Remember me.
The way that you wear and how far did they take you? The way that you wear.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Game. I don't know that's towards me. I don't think that's towards me. I don't think that question's towards me. Hello, Bassie. Lyra, did you ever respond back to my message? I didn't check it lately. Oh, Zeke? Oh, physique, you mean. Oh, physique. Thank you. Thank you, Bassie. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure.
Okay, I'll go check in a bit.
Really wanna, but just time to see me walk out the door. Don't try to fight the feeling, 'cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking two together, 'cause we don't know how.
Oh, Thank you for the gems. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the gems. I appreciate it. Thank you. Very nice. Very, very nice. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, you think you've got it. Got it, just don't get on. There's nothing at all.
Hey, Brian, what's up, bud? How you doing?
We get together. It's separate, so it's better when there's feelings involved.
Not remembering?
And they say that nothing is forever. No, what makes love the exception? So in denial when we know that we're not happy here.
Oh, I got clap and seal. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I just practice. That's all I do. I don't think it's really like technically talent. You just gotta practice. Okay, now let's put it here. Okay, the arm's about here. Thank you. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey Anna, what's going on? Now the hands here. I feel like it's a little too, I'll make it a little more thicker here. Like that. I'm not feeling this song. Yeah, I guess so. It's doing pretty well. I don't want the song to be too dead today. Okay, let me use some shading. Hello. Every day, every night, every morning. He's doing stuff. Alright, do your thing, guys. I'm just doing some sketching, some practice before we do the animatic. Walk off every day, every night, every morning. Thank you. Things are gonna get better eventually, hopefully. I'm hoping. Hey Veronica, what's going on? Woke up every night, every morning. move this way. I'm gonna make this one. Oh. Nope, you gotta be a student to get that. You gotta be a student to get that. It depends where the light direction is coming from. Depends on the light placement. Think of it this way, think of yourself as an ant trying to get away from the rain. So you hide under any type of shade, and think of the direction where the rain is coming from is the opposite of where the shadows should be. So if the rain is coming from the left, the shadows will be on the right. You know what? You gotta be a student to get that request. That's not free. You gotta be a student, a member, YouTube member to get that request. Them's the rules. Oh, there you go. You can always go to my tutorials if you like. They might help you. Sound under you. Hello. Good afternoon. What's going on? It's 3:25. Okay, like that. That. Go. Mr. Fantastic. how goes it? No problem. Hey, what's going on? Hello. Yeah, it's alright. It's okay. I'm doing well. Just trying to get this warm up out of the way. I'm trying to get straight to the animatic. We finished the first one. We have more ahead of the other one, so I'm trying to get to the second one. I don't know why. 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 All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. I think what's best, what we need to do is let's go. No. How goes it? Bugging me right here. Yeah, I think I don't know why. I don't know why. Am I? Don't make you so tired. I don't know what I did. I don't know why. I've seen only episode 1 and 2. I don't see the newest episode because I'm not watching the sub. from the internet as much as I can, but it's kind of hard to. I'm just doing quick warm-ups. Art, I have to leave. Good evening, actually. Okay, do you think? I got you. Listen to Mr. Fantastic, Japanese band. Hello, how goes it? I think the neck should be a little bit higher. Yeah, I think about there. And then we'll... Put the hand about here. Maybe a bit more. Make the arm a little more higher.
分の道にいるのに精一杯で手当て足こいつもあってダメダメ強くと息切れ明日の今頃もきっと夢見てるだけのただのガキで止まれない今は変態誰もそれまずになった
Hello, goes it? Use your brain. あなたの経験なんできっと俺はダメな人間なんでしょうけどそれでもだって待てやめてよ邪魔しないで今はノンストップライフやってみなきゃわからない場所だそれをやってるのは俺だ例えばブームがこれだとか明日の天気が雨だとかそれでも走り続けたいだけでやめるための言葉はいらないの明日の自分に伝えましょう昨日の俺はまだ味方だって大丈夫だ心配ないお前の夢はお前自身が応援してるとI can, but you have to pay for that. I don't do free work. I guess. He got bad. Easy. Saying insane things for no reason. Hey, bro, what's going on, bud? Hey, TGP. Hey, what's up? Nah, it's boring. I don't like it. I don't like it. Nox. Nope, what's going on? Oh my god, I'm still on the wrong thing. What the hell is this? What's so wrong with this? It's called Uni, Y-U-E-N-I by Mr. Fantastic. No problem. Hello, how goes it? Inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the dark closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars they I do very well. I think I do okay, Joe. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. No one. Thank you. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. I appreciate it. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts when you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say
darkness and tried to swallow me. Seasons are full, I hear the call. I'm way out on the ground. Gravity.
I hear you. Well, thank you. Laters.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain.
Okay, thank you. Hello, how goes it?
I fell when my demons drown. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. All this time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound.
Okay. Okay. Customization. Let's see. Again. Let's see here. Okay. Once again, not your friends. Just like your own. I guess I'll do one more song. Hello, how goes it? What brings you to stream? I hope you're having an awesome day. Hello, hello, I'm doing well. How about you? What brings you to the stream today? Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. That's good, that's good. Nice to have y'all in the stream, very nice. Chill, chill. Yep, just to chill. Alright, do your thing. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I hope to see you more in the stream. I'm seeing, but I can't speak for you.
You can start to love again. You can start to love again.これなんでしょうできてないこと後悔したことキャンではないこと別にやってもいいよずっと馴染めないで片隅で泣いて一人辛いよねでも焦らないで周りは暗くて君は輝いてさ君にかつて1ミリよりない暗なりの世界へ行こう来てくれてありがとう疲れさまじわるぜひ見らない世の中を駆け抜けているゆっくりでもいいよ何せよ君は何かの一番なんだにも別にモテはないけど好きに着るのもいいでしょ全ての出来事笑い話になる Yes, no なんでもいいよいけてねもけてねもどうでもいいよただ感情はモチベを大切な何かを失ってしまった君へ届いたら最高じゃない日常ほらここで共有しよう愚痴ってもいいよ居場所さブレイク先に戻りたい過去の自分を殺していた時間を戻せなそれだからこそ自分を変えれる価値もある大好きな君のためにあいつを見返すためにこの世界が因果応報ならひたすらに楽しいことだけしてたいな僕の幸せでずっと包み込むよ疲れさまじわるぜ日々のない世の中を駆け抜けているゆっくりでもいいよ何せよ君は何かの一番なんだにも別にモテはないけど好きに着るのもいいでしょ全ての出来事笑い話になる You can start to love again You can start to love again You can start to love again Angels of fire Divine, divine, divine Divine, divine, divine Divine, divine, divine
Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. I just wish I got more likes. I don't know. I think TikTok suppresses the hell out of me for no reason. I don't know why for. I don't think what I did wrong.
We're more than a dream The word came told us When heaven's supreme We shine the way We are the best from heaven sent Yeah, riding right forever and breath Yeah, all of the breath we saw in shine
I don't know what it is. Every time I hear this song, I think of like an early 2000s song.
We rise like the dawn, with strength in our soul, fearless and free. We're reaching out, going with power, we're never back down. Kings of the sky is where the crown. We shine the way. We are the best from heaven sent. Climbing right forever and breath. Yeah, all of the rest we saw in shine. Angels of fire, divine, divine, divine.
Sounds like Backstreet Boys, yeah. Yeah. Backstreet Boys or NSYNC, whatever.
With hearts on fire, we light the way. Nobody stops us. We're here to stay. Together we stand. We're bold, we're strong, we're strong. Dancing the angels where we belong.
Hope so. I hope so.
We are the kids of heaven. Riding right forever and breath. Yeah, all of the rest.
I think the eyes are too close.
I always knew where I stood. I tried to
Ooh.
be so good.
Ooh, that was not a good day. Okay.
Coming out,
Ooh, the eyes look wonky. What the fuck?
I'm a real hero. No hiding in the shadows, time to strut. I'm gonna make a splash to make this cut. You've got to believe that I am free, so no
I'm okay, but I still got my problems. Trying to fix them. That's why they were doing these warm-ups.
jump into the night, 'cause I can't stop the trouble. Don't you miss the fight, just get the other double. I gotta make a difference, move away from others, I'm feeling my inertia.
I love this live tuning because I love drawing. Let's go! I probably get this. Probably this is. I'm 30. I'm 30 years old. Believe it or not.
Just to deserve that love. Without a crowd, without a stage, you're still a real hero. I'm gonna be the last line of defense. I know it if I lack the confidence. I've got to believe that there's a need for my own resistance. Picture your planet in disharmony. Jump into the night, 'cause I can't stop the trouble. Don't you miss the fight, just get the other trouble. I gotta make a difference, moving when I'm purpose. I'm feeling my inertia, inertia, inertia. Stubbornly, I will believe, I will believe. Stubbornly, I will believe, I will believe. Is it my turn to be the hero? 'Cause I got to be the hero. 'Cause I got to be the hero. 'Cause I got to be the hero. All my life they said that I was strange, but I knew that I could be the change. I still ain't done enough, not even close. Jump into the night, 'cause I can smell the trouble. Don't you miss the fight, just get the other double. I gotta make a difference, moving with a purpose. I'm feeling my inertia, inertia, inertia. Stubbornly, I will believe, I will believe. Slowly, I will believe, I will believe. Is it my turn to be the hero? 'Cause I got to be the hero. 'Cause I got to be the hero. 'Cause I got to be the hero. Fuck you and you and
Not feeling this.
you. I hate your
Not feeling this. So I'm just not feeling this. I'm not feeling this whatsoever. Thank you for the follow. I think that was a follow. Let me see. Subscribe to the channel. Okay, let's go. So, let's see here. Whatever. I try to get to every comment as much as I can. Sometimes some slips through the cracks. Sometimes it is what it is. It does happen, and it's annoying sometimes. Cause they sometimes think I'm ignoring or something.
be alone tonight. It's pretty clear that I'm not over you. I'm still thinking about the things you do. So I don't wanna be alone tonight, alone tonight, alone tonight. Can you identify? And
Usually at 3 p.m.
who can take control? I know exactly what I need to do.
What's up? What's up?
'Cause I don't wanna be alone tonight.
Draw what?
Alone tonight, alone tonight.
I'm doing well.
I was somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, dancing with a stranger. Look what you made me do. I was somebody I wasn't even going out tonight, but boy, I need to get you off my mind. I know exactly what I have to do. I
Sukana.
don't wanna be alone tonight.
You drew me?
Look what you made me do. I was somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. Look what you made
I
me
felt right with the
do.
flow, so.
Somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. Dancing with a stranger. Dancing with a stranger.
Oh, I only do that for students, sorry. I have a bunch of people that constantly ask me to do stuff like that.
Look what you made me do. I'm somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger.
Ah, I
Look
gotcha.
what you made me do. I'm somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. I'm dancing, I'm dancing. I'm dancing, I'm dancing with a stranger. I'm dancing, I'm dancing with a stranger. I'm dancing, I'm dancing with a stranger.
Oh, thank you. Hey, what's going on? I should have put that back. I don't know why this is the wrong angle. How's she naked, bro? Tell me how she's naked. Do you play a demo and say this game needs to be changed? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's not like it's done. Are you mentally challenged? Like, come on, like, what is wrong with y'all? Do you play a demo of a game and say this game sucks because it's based on the demo? Not done. Like, I don't get it. It's like, these cookies taste horrible. Well, I am cooking it, so. Jesus Christ. These cookies taste soggy. Why they taste like that? Well, that's the fucking batter. So. It's like. Shit. I'm like, I don't know why people do that. Why is she naked, bro? I'm like, bro, I didn't finish it. Shit, that shit's crazy. Okay. Alright. Okay, like that. Over here. Like that. Perfect. Yes, that's one of the most insane things that mental people say. Like, it's people who just want to argue for the sake of arguing or rage baiting. That's usually what it is. They don't even care about the drawing itself. They just usually say that because they just want to rage bait. Fine. I get that every day. Why is she naked, bro? So here. Like that. And put the a little more higher. Yeah, about there. And then I think this part needs to be a little more. Shit's crazy, man. I don't know. I just don't understand it. Like, I never say, why is this movie sucks? Well, you saw the trailer, so, like, this movie's so damn short. I gotcha. Now this, the length of the arm should be from the shoulder to the crotch. Beginning of the beginning right here. For the shoulder to the crotch is where the hand will be. That goes for every character. So that's usually the length of the arm. That's how you know it's not two arm. Yeah, it was too funny. That shit was crazy. It was funny yesterday when we watched it. We're about to watch some reactions in a second. I'm gonna let the song run through and then we'll go watch some videos as I work. Cause I'm about to finish this up in a second. No problem. Goodbye. Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, now we're done with music because I'm gonna get in trouble with all the copyright and stuff, and that's gonna be a pain. Alright, so as I'm working, we do a segment where we do like reactions to stuff while I'm working. This is where I'm gonna end it for TikTok because TikTok is a puss and it never likes to be fun. Every time I play anything and if it hears one thing it does not like, it instantly stops the stream or it restricts my stream. So I'm trying not to piss off TikTok. Because it's my biggest platform right now. So the thing is, I'm gonna jump out of TikTok. I'm gonna stay on YouTube. I'm not changing YouTube, but I'm jumping out of TikTok. So if you're watching me on TikTok, come over here on YouTube. or Instagram, because I'm gonna switch over to Instagram on YouTube. So we're gonna watch some funny stuff. We're gonna watch some insane stuff like creepypasta stuff, gaming news, random things, pop culture stuff. So if that's your shtick, don't worry, we'll still be doing art. I'm not changing the art stuff. It's just that it's gonna be on the side so you guys can see it for those who are brand new. So if you're wondering if I'm leaving or stopping the stream or stopping the art, I'm not. I'm just literally switching from the music and out. Let me see if Grief put anything new. He did not. He did not put anything new, per sure. I did. Actually, you know what? Tries to kill. I feel sick. No, not that one. I'm not sure what this is. Disturbing comic book, The Iceberg, Part 2. What is this? Wait. Part 1. Disturbing comic book. Okay, wait. Alright, so let's go. Let's do it. Let's start light for right now. So right now, as I see it, Dragon Ball got a new trailer. I don't know what the trailer is about. I think it's a new game. Man, they keep on popping new games every 5 seconds. All right, TikTok, I'm out over there. Later, TikTok. All right. So it seems like Dragon Ball has been on a roll lately by posting a lot of stuff, games, announcements, and stuff. I guess there's a new game that's coming out. It's called Dragon Ball New Game Project Age 1000 Announcement Trailer. Don't know what this is, so we're gonna see what this is about. Is this Xenoverse? Oh, it's Xenoverse. Wait, is this Xenoverse? I swear to God, I'm so sick of these Xenoverse. I don't know why. I thought Xenoverse died by now. But people seem to be still playing it. Who is this character? Akira Toriyama. GS, G5. Are you're a custom? I think you're a custom-made character. Okay. Age 1000. 2027. Okay. Still doesn't really. New game project. More information. Oh, okay. Hey, Demi, what's going on? Alright. Alright, that's kind of crazy. Alright, don't know what to make out of that. I feel like that was a custom-made created character, but I'm not totally sure. I'm not sure by what we just saw. It could be virtually anything. Could be a character or whatever case may be. Main character or whatever case. Let me see. What's else was on the list? I gotta get rid of this. What's that? No, not that. Okay, get rid of this. Don't need this. Alright, so we're gonna jump into the creepypasta stuff right now. So we do a segment where we listen to some creepypasta stuff. Some of the stuff could be kind of insane, so viewer discretion is advised to your ears and your eyes. Sometimes they can be pretty, tame, very tame. Thank you. But we're gonna jump into this and see where this takes us. So this video is from Grief. He has 228,000 subscribers. It says The Disturbing Comic Book Iceberg Explained, Part 1. So we'll see what this is about. For those who are new, brace yourself. This might get crazy.
Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today I'm going to be digging into the disturbing comic book iceberg. I've spent much of the last year focusing on Japanese media, mostly manga, so now I'd like to dig into the disturbing world of Western comics, and this feels like a good way to get a general overview. I'll give a brief summary and explanation of each entry, but if you guys find any particular comic interesting, let me know and I'll do a standalone, long-form explanation video on it like I did for Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees. Shout out to Bloody Bathory for creating this iceberg. I think it's very well crafted, and honestly, creating an iceberg like this is just as hard as explaining one, so big thank you to them. In this video, we'll be tackling tiers 1 and 2, and I have to say, I've been out of the horror comic scene too long because I didn't know a lot of these, which makes for a great iceberg. So let's get into the iceberg and this video's sponsor, Filmora. While surveying the destruction of New York City, Hawkeye comes upon a gruesome sight. The Wasp is dead, and her corpse is being eaten.
Oh, this is a Marvel comic. Oh, snap. This is a creepypasta Marvel comic? Okay, I did not see that coming.
Blob, who says it tastes like chicken. Do you want to create smooth cinematic manga or comic book storytelling videos? Let me show you how I bring comics to life using Filmora. Reading and researching for these videos of a microphone.
Get to the thing.
Stylish effects. Try it today. A Serious House on Serious Earth. Easily one of the most
this is Batman. Okay.
So let's begin with Tier 1, Beginners. Starting with Arkham Asylum, A Serious House on Serious Earth. Easily one of the most disturbing Batman stories, Arkham Asylum released in 1989 and has continued to stand out as a disturbing piece of fiction to this day, as well as defining Batman as a more psychologically complex character. Arkham is taken over by the inmates, led by the Joker. They demand that Batman enter the asylum to experience it himself, and from there it's a deep dive into psychological horror. As Batman lingers in the asylum, he begins to question whether he himself belongs inside. One of the major elements of this comic, and a large part of why it's so disturbing, is the art by Dan McKean. The characters all look absolutely psychotic, especially the villains, and you actually feel like you're going crazy just looking at these grotesque images. Batman, The Killing Joke. The Killing Joke is another disturbing Batman comic. In most Batman media, Joker threatens to kill people, but usually Batman saves the day before anyone gets hurt. In The Killing Joke, Joker is ruthless, shooting Commissioner Gordon's daughter in the spine and paralyzing her. He kidnaps Gordon after this and subjects him to physical and psychological torture at an abandoned carnival. He strips him naked for all the carnival freaks to ridicule, and one of the most disturbing parts is when Joker forces Commissioner Gordon to look at naked photos of his own wounded daughter. In flashback scenes, we get a possible origin story for Joker as a failed stand-up comedian that gets mixed up with criminals and falls into a vat of chemicals, leaving him permanently disfigured. Beasts of Burden. Beasts of Burden follows a group of dogs who are appointed defenders of Burden Hill, a small town with dark secrets. It's an interesting premise as the humans are unaware of the dark forces that haunt the town, and the dogs are fighting this supernatural war against all manner of creatures, including zombie dogs, Lovecraftian-style grave-robbing creatures, giant frogs, and swarms of evil rats. The art style is super cute, which is why it's so off-putting when you see the blood and gore throughout. The Butcher of Paris. Set in 1944 Paris, this is a historical crime comic miniseries based on the true story of serial killer Marcel Petiot. The comic follows a French detective investigating a disturbing case involving numerous missing persons. As Germans have invaded and occupied the city, there's rumors floating around about a man who promises desperate people, especially Jews fleeing the Nazis, a safe passage out of France. Instead, these people have begun to vanish without a trace. The detective soon discovers that the disappearances are linked to Dr. Marcel Petiot, a seemingly respectable physician. Under the guise of helping refugees escape to South America, Petiot lured his victims to his home, where he murdered them, dismembered their bodies, and disposed of them in horrific ways.
Jesus.
His crimes were only discovered when his townhouse was found filled with corpses. This earned him the nickname the Butcher of Paris. Creepy. Creepy was a classic horror anthology series that ran from 1964 to 1983 and has also been revived a number of times since. Each issue contains several self-contained horror stories that were tied together by the narrator, Uncle Creepy, a ghoulish, crypt keeper-inspired character. A lot of the stories featured in Creepy had fairly disturbing concepts, especially for the time period. Heavy gore, grotesque body horror, and disturbing sexual content like necrophilia were littered throughout. An interesting note on Creepy is how it found a way to bypass restrictions on content. In the 50s, horror comics were very popular, but garnered backlash from parents, politicians, and other assholes because of their violent content. This led to an infamous U.S. Senate hearing in 1954 on juvenile delinquency, where horror comics were blamed for encouraging immoral acts in children. After this, the comic book industry created the Comics Code Authority, which banned graphic violence, gore, sexual content, and anti-authority themes. Bullshit, right? Well, Warren Publishing, which launched Creepy, found a loophole by printing the comic in black and white and on oversized pages, which technically moved it to the magazine category. Since it technically wasn't a comic book, the CCA didn't apply. Pretty punk rock. The Crow. You're probably familiar with the Crow movie starring Brandon
The Crow?
Lee. The film itself stands out for its dark atmosphere and disturbing story, but it's also become notorious because Brandon Lee died on set when he accidentally shot himself with a real gun after a series of dumb mistakes by the safety and props departments. Well, this movie is based on a comic which is actually much darker than the film. Eric Draven and his girlfriend's car break down and they're attacked by a vicious gang who force themselves on Eric's girl in front of him before killing her and then him. Eric is resurrected by a crow as an immortal revenge machine who tracks down the gang members to torture and kill them. In the comics, Eric Draven is much more psychotic, losing his grip on reality and randomly cutting himself. The really sad part about this comic is that the author, Jay O'Barr, wrote the story after he actually lost his girlfriend in a fatal car accident. It's tragic, but he turned his pain into a very cool work of art. EC Comics. Entertaining Comics was one of the most influential comic book publishers of the 1940s and 50s, well known for their horror anthology comics such as The Haunt of Fear, The Vault of Horror, and most notably Tales from the Crypt, hosted by the Crypt Keeper. As I mentioned before, EC's horror comics directly led to the widespread moral panic surrounding comic books in the 50s. They eventually shifted from horror and sci-fi to publish a variety of genres, including Mad Magazine, which became one of the most successful satire magazines ever made. Eerie. Eerie was a kind of sister magazine to Creepy by the same publisher. It focused on slightly different themes, mostly leaning more into dark fantasy, gothic horror, and the supernatural, and instead of Uncle Creepy, Eerie was hosted by Cousin Eerie. It ran parallel to Creepy from 1966 to 1983 and bypassed the CCA using the same loophole. Emily Carroll's works. Emily Carroll is a horror comic artist who started out making webcomics. Her comics often have storybook qualities like a modernized Grimm's fairy tales. She gained widespread attention online for her comic His Face All Red, which was later published in her acclaimed collection Through the Woods. It follows a man who kills his brother in the woods after searching for a strange beast that had been coming into town to kill livestock. The man hides his brother's corpse in a mysterious hole they found in the deep woods, but a few days later, his brother shows back up perfectly fine. He tries to discern how this is possible and what exactly this entity posing as his brother is. If you like gothic horror and fairy tales, Through the Woods is a must-read. Carol has since worked on a ton of projects, including Guillermo del Toro's Netflix show Cabinet of Curiosities and creating illustrations for the 2013 video game Gone Home. Fishtown. Fishtown is a dark, true crime-inspired comic based on the real-life murder of Jason Sweeney, who was killed in 2003 in Philadelphia. And Fishtown is the name of the Philly neighborhood where it all happened. It's got an interesting documentary style where the group of violent teens who murdered the kid tell the story from their perspective, along with all the drug-fueled violent behaviors that littered their chaotic lives. Last Look. The Last Look trilogy is comprised of 3 disturbing comics by Charles Burns: X'd Out, The Hive, and Sugar Skull. It follows a teenage boy, Doug, who has a head injury and memory loss as he navigates a surreal dream world that resembles a messed up version of Tintin. The story shifts between this dream world and his real-life memories. It's interesting because the cartoonish style of the dream world is juxtaposed with this dystopian nightmare filled with body horror. As we follow his journey, we slowly piece together Doug's past, uncovering the truth surrounding his injury. The art is heavily inspired by Tintin comics and David Lynch's Dream Logic. Lenore, the cute little dead girl. This is a dark comedy horror series that originally ran in the 90s. It's heavily
Cute little
inspired by
dead
Tim
girl.
Burton's early works, but much more disturbing. It follows Lenore, an undead mischief maker, in a bleak and unsettling world filled with strange people and gothic imagery. The art style is very cute and actually reminds me of early YouTube animations you might see from someone like David Firth.
Hello.
To give you an idea of the morbid humor in this comic, in the very first issue, Lenore is hired as a babysitter. She takes the baby to the park and decides to feed some birds, letting the baby hold the bird food. As she walks away to feed a bird, several more swoop down on the baby carriage and eat a lot more than just the food. In another issue, Lenore plays leapfrog, and the girl jumping over her goes straight into a wood chipper. It's really just a ton of little stories like that. Reminds me of Happy Tree Friends with a gothic horror focus. Love and Rockets. Love and Rockets was one of the first comic books to push forward the alternative comics movement of the 1980s. It's mainly a slice of life drama following the lives of several people in the Central American village of Palomar, but it also showcases disturbing psychological horror, brutal violence, and deeply unsettling themes such as murder, sexual violence, and existential dread. Pride of Baghdad. This is a strange one. Taking place during the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, Pride of Baghdad is a fictionalized retelling of a true event where 4 lions escaped the Baghdad Zoo after a bombing destroyed their enclosure. The story is shown through the eyes of the lions, who are anthropomorphized and speak to each other. At first, they're excited about their newfound freedom until they venture into the now war-torn city and find that their enclosure wasn't so bad compared to this hellscape. The comic doesn't shy away from the brutality of war, showing animal suffering, starvation, and sudden shocking deaths. Sheltered. Sheltered is a pre-apocalyptic tale. That's right, the end of the world hasn't happened yet, but that hasn't stopped a group of doomsday preppers from planning on it. This story follows a community of several families that are living at an off-the-grid compound called Safe Haven. Lucas, an unstable teenager, convinces the other children and teens that the adults are a liability, draining resources and keeping them weak. So him and some other teens kill all the adults in Safe Haven.
Are you
Obviously, not
serious?
everyone is on board with this plan, including Victoria, the protagonist, who
Why
fights
would
back
you do
against
this?
Lucas. This one has some really brutal and disturbing moments, like when Lucas slaughters dozens of dogs and puppies, but it mostly focuses
Why?
on psychological horror and the haunting reality
the
of keep thinking.
puppies!
Spawn. I mean, what can you say about Spawn? It's one of the most influential comics of the 90s and has continued to be one of the most successful independent comics of all time. The story follows Al Simmons, a government assassin betrayed and murdered, who makes a deal with the demon to return to Earth, only to find himself resurrected as a disfigured hellspawn, stripped of his past life and manipulated by both heaven and hell. Spawn struggles to retain his humanity while battling supernatural creatures, corrupt humans, and his own decaying mind. He's just really badass and one of the most popular anti-heroes in comic history. This series is just full of disturbing stuff. It's violent, it's gory, and it features plenty of body horror as well. And of course, there's a host of demonic entities, most notably Spawn's consistent tormentor, Violator, who mostly takes the form of a disgusting clown with a sick sense of humor. Marvel's Ultimatum. This one's kind of wild. Ultimatum was a massive crossover event in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, Earth
Hello.
1610, and was intended to be a major
Hello,
turning
Maddie,
point
how are
in the
you?
Ultimate line of comics. But instead, it became one of the most controversial and widely criticized comics of the 2010s. The basic setup is that Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch are killed, which enrages Magneto, sending him into a revenge-fueled fury. He steals Thor's hammer and uses it along with his magnetic powers to reverse Earth's polarity, causing natural disasters to kill millions of people
That's
around
good.
the globe. The comic then follows the surviving
the stream
heroes as they deal with the aftermath. The reason this comic is so controversial is that a ton of major characters are killed off in gruesome ways, seemingly at random. The main criticism is that this is done just for shock value without any good story development underneath. Now, I haven't read the whole thing, so I'm not sure where I'll land on it, but it's pretty disturbing seeing so many big players
trying to
getting
get
wiped
this
out,
passed
especially
real
in
quick.
particularly
I'm
brutal
gonna do
ways.
the
V for
animatic.
Vendetta, another comic that got a fairly successful movie adaptation and also one of Alan Moore's most popular stories. V for Vendetta is set in a fascist totalitarian Britain and follows the actions of a masked anarchist and his attempt to overthrow the oppressive government, starting by bombing government buildings. The reason it's on the list is because of its disturbing elements, mostly regarding psychological torture. We learn that V was subject to horrific experiments in a secret facility. A girl named Evie becomes entangled with V, and in one of the most disturbing moments in the comic, V abducts and psychologically breaks Evie, making her believe she's imprisoned and being tortured by the government. He does this in order to supposedly free her mind, but it's pretty fucked up. Tom King's Vision. This series follows Marvel's Vision as he creates a family and tries to start a normal life in the suburbs. They're the picturesque, happy family in a perfect neighborhood until tragedy strikes one day. The Grim Reaper attacks the Visions. He calls them fakes and imposters in reference to his brother Wonder Man, whose brainwaves were used to create Vision. Vision's wife Virginia accidentally kills Grim Reaper and hides his body, but this begins a chain of violent events as Virginia will do anything to keep the truth hidden. At the same time, Vision's children, Viv and Vin, begin to question their existence and see humans as lesser. This all culminates in pure tragedy as the perfect life Vision set out to create all falls apart. And if you're wondering, this was in fact a huge inspiration for Marvel's show, WandaVision.
Makes sense.
The Walking Dead skyrocketed to fame mostly due to the hit TV show, but it started its success with the original comic book. Obviously, The Walking Dead has all manner of disturbing zombie violence and gore, but the real horror comes from how people break down when civilization collapses. This series is brutal, featuring gruesome deaths, cannibalism, psychological torment, and is well known for shocking character
I'm just doing a
deaths.
quick
One of the most
warm-up and then
disturbing
we're going to do
moments
the
comes from
animatic.
the Governor, a manipulative, cruel, and deeply unstable man who thrives on power. Some spoilers here, but just a list of some of this guy's disturbing antics. He pulls out the teeth of his zombified niece, Penny, and makes out with her. He stages gladiator-style fights between prisoners and zombies and keeps severed heads in fish tanks for entertainment. But his most famous act of cruelty is when he captures, tortures, and sexually assaults Michonne, a fan-favorite character. But don't worry, she gets her revenge in full by torturing him and mutilating his body. Watchmen. Maybe Alan Moore's most famous comic, and also one of the most famous comic books on this list, Watchmen is set in an alternate history where superheroes change the course of politics and war. The story follows flawed, psychologically broken vigilantes grappling with power and corruption, and the threat of nuclear annihilation. This comic does away with the conventions of seemingly perfect superhero good guys, instead showing that many heroes are dangerous, delusional, and outright monstrous. Rorschach is a brutal, uncompromising extremist, the comedian is a nihilistic murderer who assaults women, and the list goes
You
on.
too.
One
Thank
of the
you for
most
calling in. I
disturbing
appreciate
elements
it.
is how Watchmen forces you to question
you.
morality, presenting a world where there's no clear
Yeah, be
heroes or
safe.
villains, only people trying to justify their worst impulses. We Three. We Three is about a team of weaponized animals. Bandit the dog, Tinker the cat, and Pirate the bunny. After undergoing
We did that
torturous
one.
experiments and procedures, the animals have been turned into killing machines, used by the US government to assassinate targets. The brutality of the kills is disturbing enough, but the torture these poor animals who are being tested on go through is horrific and sad, especially since their intelligence has been enhanced, giving them the limited ability to speak. These animals trying to understand what's happening to them with this level of intelligence is just really sad. When the Wind Blows. This is a dark and depressing satire. It follows a retired British couple, Jim and Helga Bloggs, as they unknowingly prepare for and endure a nuclear attack. Part of why the story is so tragic and disturbing is the cheerfully ignorant demeanor of the characters, who bicker like a typical old couple while preparing for nuclear war. Eventually a bomb does drop and they somehow survive, only to deal with the effects of radiation poisoning, all while maintaining a naive and optimistic outlook even in the face of certain death. It's definitely one of the saddest on these two tiers. Tier 2. Advanced. 2000 AD / Judge Dredd. 2000 AD is a long-running sci-fi anthology comic starting in 1977, often featuring gritty, dark, and ultra-violent stories, most notably Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd is set in a dystopian future where the law is enforced by judges who serve as judge, jury, and executioner, brutally killing criminals with no trial. It's also worth noting that 2000 AD was the launching pad for many famous British authors such as Neil Gaiman and Alan Moore. Batman: The Black Mirror. This story follows Dick Grayson as he steps into the role of Batman while Bruce Wayne is away. The central villain isn't a costume criminal like usual, but James Gordon Jr., Commissioner Gordon's long-lost son, who returns to Gotham with a cold, serial killer-like demeanor and a hidden obsession with testing human morality. As the story unfolds, it becomes clear that James Jr. is a pure psychopath, devoid of empathy and driven by a quiet, remorseless
She's
cruelty.
done.
He calmly reveals to Barbara Gordon that he plans to kill her just to prove he can, and even experiments with removing morality from people entirely by secretly drugging Gotham's baby formula. Meanwhile, Batman investigates a black market auction of Gotham's darkest relics where crime lords bid on murder weapons, like the crowbar that killed Jason Todd, for instance. Dark stuff. Black Hole. From Charles Burns, the same author of the Look Back trilogy, Black Hole is a body horror comic about a strange STD that only teens can contract. Although this is far worse than a typical STD. It causes the teens to mutate in all manner of grotesque ways.
Oh, Jesus
Honestly,
Christ.
this one's pretty gnarly. It affects people in different ways. Some people just get deformed and grow boils like the Toxic Avenger. Some grow extra limbs. One girl even begins to shed her skin like a snake. And there's a guy whose penis turns into a corkscrew shape like a duck or something. I mean, what the hell? By Bizarre Hands. By Bizarre Hands is a graphic novel adaptation of Joe R. Lansdale's short stories, originally published in 1994. It features a series of twisted and grotesque stories, usually with a touch of dark humor. Some notable stories are the self-titled By Bizarre Hands, which follows a psychotic southern priest who believes God wants him to save people, which to him means kidnapping and murdering them. Another story, The Pit, is about a violent underground...
Why is it when everyone who hears God talking to them, they just happen to be a murderer? I hear God. God told me to do X, Y, and Z, and then you just have to kill everybody. Why is it that God's not speaking in your ear to just give people a hug and leave them the fuck alone? Like, well, I don't understand this. It's just madness. Why? Why do you have to kill people? It doesn't make no sense.
Dogfighting ring, except instead of dogs, it's two humans forced to fight for the entertainment of their owners. Cradle Grave. Set in a poverty-stricken British housing estate, Cradle Grave follows Shane, a teenager recently released from a juvenile detention center and trying to stay on the up and up, which is hard in this neighborhood. Besides the typical depressing atmosphere of the crime-filled streets, there's something strange going on. People are acting erratic, a horrible rotting smell lingers in the air, and a mysterious elderly couple, Mary and Ted Bauer, seem to be acting completely unnatural. Shane soon discovers that Mary Bauer has transformed into an oozing, fleshy horror, sprouting strange growths all over her body. Soon, anyone who comes into contact with Mary begins to change in horrific ways, experiencing grotesque mutations, mindless euphoria, and a loss of free will. Meanwhile, Mary herself continues to transform into a giant Lovecraftian horror, Evil Ernie. Evil Ernie is a gory, over-the-top horror action series following the titular Evil Ernie, aka Ernest Fairchild, a psychotic undead killer who gains supernatural powers. Ernest was originally a troubled and abused child who was tormented by his sadistic parents and bullied. As a teenager, he began to hear voices in his head, particularly that of Lady Death, a seductive demonic entity who promised to give him love and power if he helped her wipe out humanity. And so Ernie snapped and went on a killing spree, only to be captured.
How am I gonna get love if everyone's dead? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I agree to that when everyone's gonna be dead? It kind of defeats the purpose. Like, you just sound like a simp. You just sound like an idiot. Why would you destroy everyone? It makes no sense.
And eventually executed. Due to a scientific mishap and some supernatural tampering by Lady Death, Ernie is brought back to life and has gained the ability to resurrect and control the dead. Along with his sidekick, a talking smiley face button, Evil Ernie is constantly causing chaos and killing everyone in sight in completely brutal ways. From Hell. Alan Moore's From Hell is an unsettling deep dive into the Jack the Ripper murders, blending real history with conspiracy and the occult. Instead of a whodunit, the comic clearly presents the killer as Sir William Queen Victoria's physician who commits the murders as part of a Masonic ritual meant to shape the future. The killings are slow, clinical, and ritualistic, portrayed in agonizing detail with Eddie Campbell's scratchy black and white art style, making everything feel grimy and bleak. But the horror goes beyond the murders. The brutality of Victorian society itself is pretty scary. Much of the concept is based on the real conspiracy theory that the Jack the Ripper murders were part of a plot to conceal the birth of an illegitimate royal baby fathered by Prince Albert Victor. It's also worth noting that this was made into a film in 2001 starring Johnny Depp. I never heard of that. A God Somewhere. This story follows Eric, a man who suddenly gains godlike abilities. At first he uses his powers for good, but over time his sanity begins to deteriorate. He believes that he was once a god in some other universe, and he becomes detached from humanity, seeing himself as above mere mortals. Eric slowly becomes more violent and unpredictable and eventually snaps, culminating in him attacking his brother and raping his brother's wife. After this, he goes on a destruction spree across America, killing anyone in his way. It's a really dark story that doesn't shy away from graphic violence. Green River Killer. This one's a true crime comic, but instead of focusing on the serial killer himself, it follows Detective Tom Jensen, the guy who spent 20 years tracking down the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway. What's really fascinating is that it's actually written by Jeff Jensen, Tom's real-life son. The book flips between the past, when Ridgway was murdering dozens of women in the 80s, and the present, where he's finally caught and interrogated. Ridgway is very disturbing. He's completely emotionless, talking about his killings like they were just some chore he was doing. The guy literally says he killed so many women that he lost count. Instead of putting the focus on gore, Green River Killer dives into the mental toll on those hunting him, showing how Tom Jensen dedicated decades of his life to catching a man who barely cares about what he's doing. The whole thing leaves you feeling pretty empty and unsettled. A History of Violence. This one is a brutal crime thriller following Tom McKenna, just a regular guy running a small town diner, living a quiet life with his wife and kid, until one day 2 criminals try to rob his place and he kills them with almost unnatural efficiency. Turns out, Tom isn't who he says he is, and he has a history with the mob. His real name is Joey. He and his childhood friend Richie pulled off a heist, robbing and killing a crime boss. Shortly after, however, vengeful mobsters captured Richie and presumably killed him. So Joey ran away, changing his name and starting a new life. However, because of the media attention, mobsters know where Joey's at and start tormenting him and his family. The most disturbing thing in this comic to me is when Joey finds out that Richie, his best friend, was never killed, but in reality he'd been kept prisoner and tortured for years, becoming utterly disfigured, missing both legs, both
Jesus
arms,
Christ.
and one of his eyes. It's a really disturbing sight. Ice Cream Man. Ice Cream Man is a horror anthology series where every issue tells a different self-contained story, but there's always one constant: the Ice Cream Man himself. He's not just some serial killing ice cream man or something like that. He seems to be a kind of trickster god, or maybe even the devil, I don't know. Either way, he seems to feed off of human misery. Sometimes he just watches, sometimes he pushes people toward their worst possible fates, but either way, he's always there smiling. The stories range from psychological horror to pure existential dread, with characters dealing with addiction, grief, madness, and death. And it pretty much always ends horribly for everyone. The art style makes it even worse because it's bright and clean, almost cheerful, which just makes the terrifying moments hit that much harder. There's also this underlying mystery about who the Ice Cream Man actually is, and his connection to another being named Caleb, who's this mysterious cowboy guy who tries to thwart the Ice Cream Man. The series keeps things deliberately vague, so we don't know much about them, but there's a cosmic horror element to it that I really like. Invincible. Invincible has picked up quite a bit of steam the last few years thanks to the popular animated adaptation on Prime. It starts off as a pretty typical superhero coming-of-age story. A teenager, Mark Grayson, discovers he has superhuman powers, flight, super strength, and near invincibility inherited from his father, Omni-Man, who's basically this world's version of Superman. He begins to fight crime and struggles to balance his normal life with his superhero persona. You know, standard superhero stuff. Now, to talk about why this comic is disturbing, I need to reveal some spoilers, but these are revealed fairly early in the series. Omni-Man is not the hero everyone thinks. He's actually part of the Vitrumite Empire, a race of hyper-powerful conquerors who invade and enslave planets, and Earth is next on the list. In one of the most shocking moments in the series,
I'm not gonna ruin for myself. I can't.
Extraordinary Gentlemen. Another Alan Moore comic. You've probably heard of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, if anything because of the 2003 film adaptation, which unfortunately was a big flop. It's essentially a Victorian-era superhero team-up, but instead of superheroes, it's classic literary characters like the Invisible Man, Dorian Gray, Dr. Jekyll, and so on. The comic is a lot darker and more disturbing than the film. For instance, when they find the Invisible Man, he's using his invisibility to violate girls at an all-girl correctional school. Even worse, he's impregnated several. And these poor girls think that the Holy Spirit has given them immaculate conception like Mother Mary. All the violence is much more graphic as well, especially around Mr. Hyde, who straight up rips people to pieces. Lobo. Lobo is one of the most violent, unhinged, and disturbing characters in DC history. He's basically a space biker from hell with no morality, and all he wants to do is destroy things. Originally created as a parody of 90s anti-heroes, he ended up becoming one of the most over-the-top killers in comics. He's the last of his species, not because his planet was destroyed or anything tragic like that, but because he personally wiped out his entire race just for fun. Now he's an intergalactic bounty hunter who takes jobs just for the thrill of killing and doesn't care who gets in the way. Some of Lobo's most insane moments include murdering Santa Claus on a contract from the Easter Bunny, massacring an army of clones of himself because he didn't like them, and literally punching out God. He's so violent that both heaven and hell have banned him from the afterlife, meaning he's stuck roaming the universe, causing endless destruction. Lobo is also literally unkillable. If you blow him up, every drop of his blood can regenerate into a new Lobo. Kind of sounds like Tomie. Anyway, he's one of the coolest characters in DC history. Marvel's Ruins. Imagine a world where every superhero origin went horribly, grotesquely wrong. That's basically Ruins. It follows journalist Phil Sheldon as he travels across a dying dystopian version of the Marvel Universe, discovering that mutations, cosmic radiation, and experiments don't create heroes, they just kill people in horrifying ways. In this world, the Hulk dies screaming as tumors explode from from his body, the Fantastic Four mutate into deformed husks instead of gaining powers, and Spider-Man turns into a cancer-ridden mutant with extra limbs. The X-Men are biohazards suffering from uncontrollable lethal mutations, and Captain America is a failed government experiment left as a rotting, mindless corpse. Instead of becoming heroes, everyone is either dead, deformed, or hunted down by the government. All of Marvel's most iconic characters are just walking horror stories in this. This is just a sad descent into despair. So if you want to see one of the most disturbing versions of the Marvel Universe, Ruins is a great contender. Miracle Man. Originally a lighthearted British superhero from the 1950s, Miracle Man was completely reimagined by Alan Moore into one of the darkest superhero deconstructions ever written. The story follows Michael Moran, who rediscovers his ability to transform into Miracle Man, only to learn that his past was a government lie, and superheroes are far more terrifying than inspiring. The real horror comes from Kid Miracle Man, his former sidekick, who never reverted to his human form and has spent decades growing more powerful and psychotic. This leads to a disturbing event, a massacre in London where he slaughters over 40,000 people, tearing civilians apart, skinning them alive, and turning the city into a charred wasteland. After finally stopping him, Miracle Man comes to a chilling realization. Humanity can't be trusted to rule itself, so he and his kind take control of the world, creating a false utopia where humans have no real freedom. Misery Loves Comedy. Misery Loves Comedy is a collection of dark comedy comics by Ivan Brunetti. This anthology compiles the first 3 issues of Brunetti's series Schizo, along with additional material spanning 15 years of his career. Known for his self-loathing and depression, this is basically a look into the mind of a cartoonist grappling with his inner demons, filled with all kinds of disturbing imagery, all with a comedic vibe. My Friend Dahmer. Yes, this is a comic book about one of the most famous killers in history, Jeffrey Dahmer, but this one stands out as it's told from the perspective of someone who actually knew him in high school. The comic was created by Durf Backdurf, yep, that's his real name. He's a former classmate of Dahmer's and recounts his teenage years in the 1970s long before he became a murderer, exploring the warning signs of a deeply disturbed kid being completely ignored. So rather than focusing on the crimes he's known for, My Friend Dahmer follows an increasingly unstable teenager who's spiraling into alcoholism, isolation, and disturbing obsessions, while the people around him either laughed at his bizarre behavior or looked the other way. Nailbiter. Set in the fictional town of Buckaroo, Oregon, Nailbiter follows a disturbing mystery. Why has this small town produced 16 of the world's most brutal serial killers? Among them is Edward Nailbiter Warren, who chewed his victims' fingers down to the bone before killing them. There's also the WTF killer, who staged murders so bizarre that they made no sense. Another example is the Blonde, who seduced men and then scalped them alive. When an FBI agent investigating Buckaroo's dark secret goes missing, NSA agent Nicholas Finch teams up with Buckaroo Sheriff and the now-retired Nailbiter himself to unravel the truth. As they dig deeper, they uncover that something darker lies behind Buckaroo's killers. The Nightmare Factory. Another horror anthology comic based on the horror writing of Thomas Ligotti. I'll give you a quick rundown of the 4 stories. The Last Feast of Harlequin follows a cultural anthropologist with a fascination for clowns and Harlequin imagery. He stumbles into a strange winter festival in a remote town. As he investigates, he notices the eerie behavior of the townspeople, particularly their devotion to an unusual holiday ritual where everyone dresses in what looks like clown makeup. He eventually discovers that the entire town is involved in an inhuman cult, worshipping some ancient cosmic horror entity. In Dream of a Mannequin, a psychiatrist becomes obsessed with one of his patients, a woman who claims that she's not real but a mannequin in a dream. As he works with her, he begins to experience bizarre shifting realities. In Dr. Locrian's Asylum, a small town wants to erase the memory of a long-abandoned asylum, finally deciding to demolish it. However, in doing so, they awaken something ancient and terrible tied to the building. The asylum's past patients weren't just sick, they were touched by an inhuman presence, and now that presence has been freed to spread again. In Teatro Grotesco, a mysterious underground theater troupe known as Teatro Grotesco seems to appear in different cities, drawing in those obsessed with art and the unknown. Those who seek it out are never the same after witnessing a performance. Some disappear, some lose their minds, and others become part of the performance themselves. The protagonist, an artist, tries to resist the pull of Teatro, but he is already trapped in its orbit. So, there you go, Nightmare Factory. Postal. No relation to the controversial video game series, Postal is a crime thriller comic set in the eerie off-grid town of Eden, Wyoming, a place exclusively populated by criminals looking for a fresh start. There's no law enforcement, and justice is dealt out by the town's mayor, who can and will openly execute anyone who goes against the town's ideals. The mayor's son, with Asperger's syndrome, Mark, is the town's mail carrier who everyone treats like shit. Due to his insane attention to detail, he begins to investigate a murder that leads to discoveries about the town's dark history and origins. It's not as horror-centered as a lot of these entries, but features all forms of violent crimes throughout. Plastic forks. This one is just bizarre. Basically, a scientist specializing in reproductive studies creates a device designed to enable self-impregnation, meaning it would allow a person to gain the ability of asexual reproduction. It gets even more insane when his own device is forcibly implanted into him by one of his colleagues, leading him to be the test for his own sick experiment. So now he goes on a revenge mission. It's a really weird one. The Rattler. Another crime thriller, The Rattler follows Stephen Thorne, a victim's right advocate whose fiancée was abducted a decade ago. His life takes a strange turn when he begins to hear her voice calling out. Believing she must still be alive, he starts his journey towards finding her. Along the way, there's all kinds of brutal violence. The comic's in black and white, except for blood, which is bright red. The Sandman. The Sandman is a dark fantasy epic written by Neil Gaiman following Dream, the godlike ruler of dreaming. Throughout the series, there are several very disturbing sequences, including the infamous issue 24 Hours, where a diner full of people are trapped and psychologically broken by a man who's wielding Dream's stolen power. Over the course of a day, he forces them to confess their darkest secrets, mutilate themselves, and engage in unspeakable acts of violence, all while he sits back and watches like a cruel god. Then there's the Corinthian, a living nightmare who wanders the real world, murdering people and eating their eyes, with the tooth-filled mouths that are hidden inside his own sockets. And that's just scratching the surface. There are gods who feast on human suffering, people trapped in infinite nightmares, and stories that twist so deeply into reality that the characters themselves don't even know if they exist. Savage Dragon. Savage Dragon looks like a typical superhero comic at first glance, but it's actually chock full of brutal violence and unhinged situations. It follows the Dragon, a large green humanoid with a fin on his head. All he knows is that one day he woke up in a field on Earth and that he has superhuman abilities like a healing factor and super strength, so he joins the Chicago PD to help fight crime. The series features gruesome deaths, extreme body horror, and a world that never resets like most comics. When characters die, they stay dead, often in horrific, shocking ways. The Dragon himself has been beaten into a coma, blown apart and regenerated, and even forcibly used to breed a new race of superpowered beings. And also one time he fought Superman. Scars. Scars follows John Kane, a hardened homicide detective who stumbles upon one of the most sickening crime scenes of his career, the dismembered body of a 6-year-old girl, surgically cut apart and left in a box. The case sends Kane into a downward spiral, blurring the line between justice and vengeance as he becomes obsessed with hunting down the monster responsible. Another great crime thriller comic with some very disturbing subject matter. Severed. Set in 1916 America, the story follows Jack Guerin. We first meet him as a normal old man who happens to be missing one of his arms. One day he gets a strange letter and is forced to remember his past when he was just a runaway boy chasing his dreams of adventure, only to fall into the clutches of a nightmarish predator. The villain, known as the Salesman, is a smiling, soft-spoken cannibal who preys on lost children with his razor-sharp, inhuman teeth that he hides beneath his dentures. This one is more of a slow burn, but the building sense of paranoia and dread is great. We see several of the atrocities the Salesman commits before he finally gets to Jack. Like a young boy, he cannibalizes, leaving his body missing several limbs. It all builds up to Jack being kidnapped and tortured by the creep in a disturbing finale. Sin City. One of Frank Miller's most notable works, Sin City is a black and white noir masterpiece set in a lawless city. It tracks several different interconnected stories taking place here, and each one is disturbing in its own right. From Marv's revenge-fueled massacre against the cannibalistic serial killer Kevin, to Hardigan's doomed attempt to protect a young girl.
Kevin. Yeah, wake.
From the pedophile psychopath Rourke Jr., aka the Yellow Bastard. It's bleak, it's tragic, it's blood-soaked, it's awesome. Screamer. Set in a nightmarish future where the world has collapsed into chaos and gangsters rule like warlords, the story follows Vito Screamer, a ruthless, unstoppable enforcer who murders his way to the top of the criminal underworld. The comic takes on family tragedy, violent crime, and philosophical despair, shifting between Vito's bloody rise to power and the innocent lives he destroys along his way. Snow Glass Apples. This comic book adaptation is basically Neil Gaiman's original 1994 short story, but with illustrations attached. It's a twist on Grimm's fairy tales Snow White, but told from the perspective of the supposedly evil stepmother. The big twist here is that Snow White is actually a vampire, slowly killing her father by sucking his blood. It's a really disturbing version of the story with graphic art and descriptions of Snow White's evil acts, like when she seduces a monk in the woods and then drains his blood,
I know
and for
this
some
story.
reason black liquid drips from between her thighs, or like when she tears open her own chest and licks her heart before putting it back in. Stray Bullets. Unlike traditional crime stories that follow master criminals or detectives, Stray Bullets focus focuses on ordinary people who are caught in the crossfire of senseless violence, bad luck, and impulsive decisions that spiral out of control. The series is non-linear, jumping across decades to tell interconnected stories. A couple of disturbing moments include a child witnessing a brutal mob execution and being forced to help cover it up, and a man being casually executed just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Torso. Based on the real-life Torso murderer case, this comic follows Elliot Ness after he takes over as public safety director in Cleveland in the 1930s, where he faces a serial killer who dismembers victims, leaving only their torsos behind, with no head or limbs to identify them. Enough said. Unleash. Well, this is in alphabetical order, but it just so happens that the last entry on Tier 2 is also one of the most disturbing. Unleash follows Emmy, a young woman who was brutally attacked and violated. Now she's become a sort of twisted vigilante on the hunt for the man who did it to her, and taking down other rapists along the way. She carries a katana, but her real weapon is what she calls the rip machine. No joke. A giant man wearing a strange outfit covering his entire body that...
Wait. No! Wait.
Looks kind of like a pistol. Disturbing. Unleash follows Emmy, a young woman who was brutally attacked and violated. Now she's become a sort of twisted vigilante on the hunt for the man who did it to her, and taking down other rapists along the way. She carries a katana, but her real weapon is what she calls the rip machine. No joke. A giant man wearing a strange outfit covering his entire body that looks kind of like a cross between a mummy and a gimp suit. Emmy leads the machine around by a chained leash.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. When was this made? Because I'm sitting here thinking, wait. Wasn't there a character like that in Kill la Kill? Wasn't the dude who was a disciplinary, I can't speak today. The dude was he wearing like a gimp suit and he whips himself? That was like part of his powers or some shit. Oh god.
Predator, she unleashes him to do his dirty work. Very, very dirty work. Not only does he beat his victims, he then violates them as well. I guess that's why he's called the rape machine. It's a really disturbing concept, and it keeps you reading because you want to know who her attacker was, and also who the hell is the machine, and why does he follow her every command. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this first section. Next we'll be moving on to Tier 3, and let me tell you, each tier not only gets more obscure, but more twisted, so stay tuned. I have to give you guys a huge thank you. My Beneath the Trees explanation video really caught fire, and I just blew past 50,000 subs. In fact, now I'm past 60,000. I can't even really process it. I thought it would be months before I hit 50k even, so thank you all for watching, and to all the new subscribers. I might make a 50k special or something, but I'm not sure what I would do. If you have any ideas, let me know in the comments. Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now, and of course my patrons for supporting the channel. If you want your name displayed in every video like these fine people, consider joining my Patreon. But I appreciate you guys watching at all. This is Grief speaking.
Oh
Goodbye,
my god.
friends.
Oh my god. Okay, there's a second one that's here. Guys, I don't even remember when I fell asleep. I don't know how long I was out.
Hello friends, this is
like
Grief speaking, and today
like
we're digging
2 minutes.
into part 2 of the disturbing comic book iceberg. It's been a while since I first posted part 1. In fact, in that video, I was thankful for hitting 50,000 subscribers. Little did I know I'd be sitting at well over 100,000 by the time I posted part 2, which is crazy. So thank you guys for all the support these last few months. There's a lot of really weird and disturbing comic books and graphic novels in tiers 3 and 4, so I'm really excited to get into this. Shout out to Bloody Locks Bathory for creating this iceberg. As I said before, creating an iceberg like this is just as hard as explaining it, if not harder, so big thank you to them. But let's not waste any more time. This is the Disturbing Comic Book Iceberg Explained, Part 2. So let's move into level 3, Trippy. Starting with Beautiful Darkness. Beautiful Darkness is a French comic that follows Princess Aurora, the leader of a group of tiny people that emerge from the corpse of a little girl in the woods. Its cute aesthetic clashes with this dark and unforgiving world as the small people are picked off one by the environment as well as each other. It's been described as Thumbelina meets Lord of the Flies, and the small people dying in brutal ways is only half of it. Let's not forget the slowly rotting corpse corpse of the dead girl lying
Yeah, I
nearby.
know.
I did a full start to
Sorry
finish
about
breakdown
that.
of this book in another video, so
I didn't
go
even
check
notice
that
I
out if you're
knocked
interested.
out.
Clean Room. Clean Room follows journalist Chloe Pierce as she investigates a cult, the Honest World Foundation, after her fiance's suicide, which was triggered by their teachings. It's led by Astrid Mueller, a ruthless woman with access to a clean room, a terrifying chamber where people's deepest fears and traumas are revealed, exposing horrifying otherworldly entities that secretly manipulate human minds. Basically, Astrid is fighting an invisible war against inhuman creatures that feed on suffering and drive people to madness and death. The series is pretty disturbing, mostly because of its body horror elements and gore, especially in the actual clean room where there is all kinds of crazy shit going down. It's really pretty messed up on every level. Crumple, the status of Knuckle. Unfortunately, I could not find this comic anywhere online, and it would take way too long and cost way too much to buy off
That's what
eBay.
happens when
From what
lack
I
of sleep
understand, the
can put you
comic
in your
follows
own
Knuckle, a
genjutsu.
socially awkward,
You won't even
self-hating
know.
artist who's constantly humiliated. Most people who have talked about this comic seem to mention the art, which is very exaggerated and grotesque, and that there is a lot of sexual imagery that's both subtle and explicit throughout. If anyone has read this and wants to break it down in the comment section, feel free, and I'd be happy to dig deeper into it at some point. Ed the Happy Clown. This is easily one of the most messed up and bizarre comics I've seen so far. It follows Ed the Clown and the series of horrible events that happen to him. He starts off just a normal happy clown, but suddenly his leg snaps while he's walking down the street. Then hordes of rats come out to start eating his disfigured leg, I guess. Meanwhile, the mayor is about to put his rat removal program into action, which entails bringing rat-eating pygmies from a third world country in to exterminate them. But the way they go about doing this is by dropping the pygmies from a plane over the city, so they all just fall to their deaths splattering on the street. On the upside,
Jesus.
Ed the Clown is saved because the rats leave him alone to feast on the small corpses instead. By the way, that's just the opening. This comic is batshit crazy. Besides Ed, there are a lot of little vignettes, like an ongoing segment called Adventures in Science that usually showcases some strange or unexplained event, like a group of scientists trying to study a squid beating off, or a man who's stuck on the toilet and can't seem to stop defecating to the point where the entire bathroom is filled up with his excrement. Usually these stories connect back to Ed somehow, who continues his string of bad luck by being framed for chopping off a dude's hand and sent to jail. It's revolting, it's vile, but you can't say it's not entertaining. This would be a fun one to do a full start to finish on. The Filth. The Filth follows Greg Feely, a seemingly ordinary bachelor living with his cat and, watching the news. His life is upended one day when he finds a strange woman in his shower with a comb over who tells him he's actually Ned Slade, an agent for an extra-dimensional organization called The Hand, dedicated to maintaining status quo by suppressing threats to social hygiene, or as his commander, Mother Dirt, says, they are the hand that wipes the ass of the world. As Slade...
What? Are you the Illuminati? Is that what that is? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, does that mean you're the Illuminati? Is that a weird way of saying I'm the Illuminati in the most grotesque way you can probably say that? That just sounds funny. That just sounds horrible.
He faces bizarre missions, like when he goes to an area called the Crack, where time moves so quickly that anyone without a protective suit will die of old age in minutes, or when he stops a megalomaniac pornographer, Tex Porno, from destroying womankind with giant mutant sperm. It's honestly insane,
my God.
And The Filth is a perfect title because this whole comic is chock full of sleazy material. But if you have a really dark sense of humor and morbid curiosity, might be worth checking out. Gideon Falls. Gideon Falls is a psychological horror comic that intertwines two seemingly unrelated narratives. A reclusive, mentally ill man named Norton Sinclair, who obsessively collects pieces of trash, believing they reveal an important dark secret, and Father Wilfred, a newly assigned priest in a small town who finds a woman's mutilated corpse. Both of these individuals, miles apart, have the same vision of a black barn. The Black Barn is an ominous, shifting entity appearing throughout history, bringing madness and death wherever it manifests. It's a great idea, and one of those entries that I just couldn't stop reading. I Breathed a Body. This is a Cronenberg-inspired tech thriller. It takes place in the near future where social media dominance has reached disturbing extremes and focuses on the world's biggest influencer, Milo, and his father, Bastian, who owns a massive social media empire that controls trends and engagement at an almost godlike level. You can easily see that the inspiration for Milo is based on many of the unhinged real-life influencers like the Paul brothers. The comic actually opens with Milo doing an apology video for a prank he did that went wrong, and it's not far off from stuff we've seen in recent years. Now, a dystopian social media controlled future is disturbing enough, but the real horror of this comic comes from the fact that Milo was actually created by his father to become an influencer since the day he was born. He's made of a fungus-like substance that can regenerate and be reshaped. In the big inciting incident of issue 1, Milo basically rips his flesh off while live streaming. Instead of sending his audience into an uproar, this only garners him more followers. So after this, the social media company begins growing new bodies out of him, creating grotesque structures of flesh and bone that are displayed as content for the world to consume. It's a fascinating way of taking the strange, unapologetic world of content-hungry influencers and social media sites and making them into a Hellraiser-like horror show. Jim Woodring's works. This is a weird one.
What? What? Bro rips off his skin and people just start taking pieces of skin for social media points? I don't understand.
Jim Woodring is a cartoonist and comic writer best known for his dream-based comics. From a young age, Woodring experienced hallucinatory apparitions which have been the inspiration for much of his work. He famously keeps a journal where he writes down his hallucinations and dreams in the form of cartoons, which often form the basis for his comics and art pieces. His two notable comics are Jim and Frank. Jim is a less structured comic, largely coming from Jim's auto journal, and features a mix of different kinds of surreal comics and written pieces. It was originally a self-published zine before being picked up by Fantagraphics in 1986. But probably Jim's most well-known work is a comic called Frank. Frank is a sort of ambiguous, anthropomorphic animal who explores the Unifactor, a world that operates on dream logic and features strange and fantastic art and symbols that are largely based on Woodring's belief in Hindu philosophy. On some level, these comics are typical cartoony hijinks, but the world is drenched in bizarre symbolism and disturbing themes and characters like the Man-Hog, a creepy, fleshy creature that takes on different roles depending on the story. This is one of those entries that I could make a whole video on, honestly. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. You might instantly recognize the art style of this comic if you're a fan of Invader Zim. Well, before that more kid-friendly cartoon, the creator, Jonan Vasquez, made a...
Bro, he said kid-friendly cartoon. Remember, Invader Zim is considered kid-friendly. This is just out of this world. This one's insane. Like, you think, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, like, growing up as a kid, thinking of it now, I don't know how this show ever became kid-friendly in the first place. Like, looking at Vader Zim is extremely tame now, but, like, back then, yeah, this one's insane. It's like, it goes beyond, like, insane.
Highly disturbing 7-issue comic called Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, and it's absolutely bonkers. It follows the titular maniac, Johnny, as he kills and tortures random people as well as ranting about society. There's also tons of little vignettes in between, like the stories of a little creature named Wobbly-Headed Bob, who's a complete cynic and nihilist. If you haven't seen it already, I did a massive breakdown of Johnny the Homicidal Maniac that you can find on my channel.
I'm working on the animatic.
Okay, I couldn't find this comic anywhere, but then I realized that Lift Your Leg, My Fish is Dead is actually a collection of works from Julie Doucet, and that most of it's from her comic Dirty Plot, which I was able to find, so I'll mostly be pulling from that. Most of the stories in this comic are semi-autobiographical about the struggles of being a woman and an alternative cartoonist. The reason that this comic is on the list is its gritty show-all style. It gets into the gritty details of everything, both in story and art. It's full of sex and nudity, body horror, and just a ton of unsettling images. It really shows the griminess of everyday life and has a surreal, gross out feel. Just to give you an idea of what to expect, there is a sequence where a woman visits her friend and his dog is a giant, filling the entire apartment. The guy shows off his monster dog's magnum dong and starts yelling into it until he hears an echo coming back. It's a real what the fuck am I reading kind of comic.
What?
Like a velvet glove cast in iron. This comic starts off with a man named Clay.
What? That's not like even a metaphor. That's just weird. That's not a metaphor for nothing. What is that? Someone had to think this up. That's insane. I don't know.
in an adult film theater. A fetish film plays called Like a Velvet Glove Cast in Iron, and one of the actresses in it looks exactly like Clay's ex-wife. This sends him on a journey to find her, but along the way he encounters several unhinged and disturbing individuals. Clay slowly loses his mind as well, and often hallucinates things, making the
I
reader
don't know what to
unsure
say to
of what's
that one.
real. He's picked up and abused by two a-hole cops who leave him to die in the woods. Then he's rescued by a bizarre
not
cult,
the movie
and it
that
just gets
came
more and
out.
more chaotic from there. It's full of disturbing
yes, I
images,
watched it.
body horror, nightmare
Not the latest
sequences,
movie.
and the list goes on. Michael DeForge's work. Michael DeForge has an instantly recognizable style. His art is pretty unique and eye-catching, but at the same time, kind of unsettling. He's done many different kinds of stories, but they're often humorous with disturbing elements. Ripple, a predilection for Tina. Well, I can't really show too much of this one because it's one of the more nude-heavy entries. Essentially, a children's book artist wants to do something more avant-garde, so he decides to put together an art exhibit showcasing exotica of traditionally unattractive women. Of course, every girl he approaches to participate in this is pretty insulted until he finally meets Tina, who takes him up on the offer. From here, she becomes his muse. He draws her in all kinds of exotic poses, and then he becomes obsessed with her. Part of why this is considered unsettling is the strange sexual relationship they get into, displayed in almost body horror level grotesque detail by the author's disturbing art style. Rory Hayes' work. Rory Hayes was a big contributor to the underground comic scene of the 60s and 70s. He completely self-produced his own comics from a young age. After writing for several prominent underground comics, he had success with his own comic called Bogeyman, a collection of horror stories featuring heavy violence and gore. He also had a shock exploitation comic that was literally called Comics. Of course, I can't really show any of it because there's basically disturbing sex acts on every page, often with violence thrown in. This wasn't the only comic like this at the time either, but the point is, Rory Hayes was a weird guy who made even weirder comics. Saga of the Swamp Thing. This particular run of Swamp Thing was done by Alan Moore, so of course it pushed some boundaries, but mostly Moore really got into the nitty-gritty existential horror of the character. Instead of a man
Challenging beauty standards. No, but I have not cried, no.
to a monster, this version of Swamp Thing is actually just a plant elemental that has the memories of a man, Alec Holland, and has to contend with this disturbing identity crisis. Of course, there's a ton of body horror throughout, but one of the most disturbing and controversial moments is regarding Abigail Arcane, the Swamp Thing's reoccurring love interest. Abigail's alcoholic husband begins to force himself on her sexually, which is disturbing enough, but it's later revealed that it was actually her own uncle doing this. The dude's a sorcerer and was actually possessing her dead husband's body to do this. You know, that old award-winning combo of incest and necrophilia. Stray Toasters. Stray Toasters follows a criminal psychologist recently released from a mental institution who's drawn into investigating a series of gruesome murders involving women and children. But the really disturbing aspect of this comic is the style and narrative structure. It incorporates oil paintings, collage, and mixed media to create a pretty insane look. On top of that, the story is non-linear and told in such a twisted way that the whole thing feels like a schizophrenic nightmare. Terminal Hero. Terminal Hero follows Rory Fletcher, a young doctor diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. Out of desperation, he volunteers for an experimental procedure known as the Template, a highly secretive treatment developed by the military. The treatment works, but has some side effects, mainly superhuman powers. Not just any powers, the dude can straight up alter reality. At first, he uses this power on accident, like when he hears a little girl crying and wants her to shut up. Then suddenly stitches appear on her face and stitch her mouth shut. Pretty disturbing. Along with his powers, Fletcher has crazy impulses and urges. He starts doing hardcore drugs and spends all of his savings on prostitutes that he cheats on his girlfriend with. So as his life goes downhill, he begins to become more sinister, and the darker side of his powers emerge. It's full of all kinds of debauchery and body horror. Transit. Transit follows a drifter as he travels through a grimy dystopian city full of urban decay and social collapse. We get a snapshot of this depressing city as Jake encounters all manners of people, crime, and corruption, sometimes being a part of it himself. It's got a really unique art style that kind of reminds me of the Metal Slug games. A Walk Through Hell. This comic follows two agents as they enter an abandoned warehouse that essentially transports them to a kind of hell. Time passes differently inside, and they slowly...
Metal Slug? No way. Hold on, no. Yep, it's for the animatic we're doing. I'm doing about 3 Gotcha Kuda animatics. I'm gonna do 3 of them. I did the first one. That's one actually is done and edited. The one that you guys was watching me make for the last few days. So I'm doing a second one. But this one will be a lot more shorter compared to that one. Trying to draw as much as I can. I got my power nap, unfortunately, on stream, so I'm very much awake. I got my power nap. I sound old, but it's just me staying up too much. That's just my problem. I stay up too much because I don't like nightmares. I have horrific nightmares all the time. Bad nightmares. So I don't like going to bed like that. So yeah. That's why. Let's see here. Horrible Dread. Yep, I had my little power nap on stream for 7 straight minutes. I did not even know I fell asleep till... I don't know what woke me, but I won't even say it was even bright. I don't know what woke. Something woke me, but I finally snapped out of it. I just kind of fell asleep on stream. I didn't even notice. It's not the first time that's happened, sadly. I think this is about like the 8th time. Yeah, I'm alive. I'm good. Just need my power nap. That's what happens when you stay up too much.
He cheats on his girlfriend with. So as his life goes downhill, he begins to become more sinister, and the darker side of his powers emerge. It's full of all kinds of debauchery and body horror. Transit. Transit follows a drifter as he travels through a grimy dystopian city full of urban decay and social collapse. We get a snapshot of this depressing city as Jake encounters all manners of people, crime, and corruption, sometimes being a part of it himself. It's got a really
like how you
unique art style that kind of reminds me of the Metal Slug games. A walk through hell. This comic follows 2 agents as they enter an abandoned warehouse that essentially transports them to a kind of hell. Time passes differently inside, and they slowly descend into madness. They encounter highly disturbing situations and are forced to confront their past traumas. W the Whore. This one was only recently published in English, and I didn't get a chance to really read it. But from what I understand, the series follows W the Whore, a nameless woman as she navigates different facets of womanhood told through fairy tale-like vignettes. The harsh reality of the woman's life is pretty unsettling by itself, but the art here is pretty creepy. Zap Comics. So Robert Crumb was a real pioneer in the underground comics movement and is known for his cartoony style and X-rated subject matter. Zap Comics is basically a series of shorts that are all over-the-top smut, including violence, hardcore nudity, and adult themes. There's not much to say about these. I know they were groundbreaking at the time, but now they're just sort of edgy for the sake of it. Alright, that wraps up Tier 3, and we're moving into Tier 4.
Oh, that reminds me.
Starting with...
I have an announcement to tell you guys. So, oh yes, Delicious in Dungeons. Yes, I have. It's pretty good, to be honest. Just to let you guys know, there may be a great chance that we might end up working with ASUS. We might get to work with ASUS, the computer company that some of you may know, ASUS. They make like gaming PCs and stuff. We might end up working with them very soon. I can't say it's 100% just yet. We might have an actual legitimate real partnership. It might be coming down our way. I don't know yet. I'm not going to say it is a thing yet. I got an email and I responded to them, so I'm hoping I get a response back. Yeah, so we might get a real legitimate... Let's go. I hope they ask me to do like a PC build. Because if they... Oh my god. Or we do like a PC giveaway. That would be awesome. I would love to do a PC giveaway. Or we do like a live stream. 24-hour live stream. They found me on YouTube. I would like to do a PC stream. Yee. So let's hope for the best. That's what happens when I stay up late. All this is coming from me staying up late and doing extra work as much as I could, alongside not wanting to sleep because of horrible nightmares. But like, not only that, but like, yee. Well, that hard work is paying off, boys and girls. So like, hopefully when they respond back, I'm hoping they'll say yes. If they say yes, we can actually get a real brand deal, and I can get a contracted brand deal on YouTube, not TikTok. I would. I actually would do that. I want to see if they say yes, because if they say yes, I'm willing to work with them. Hopefully the pay will be insane, because like, I know the pay can be insane when it comes like to YouTube and stuff, but I'm on TikTok, but like it's much more because YouTube pays way more and you get more people over there, so it might actually be, I want to say the word life-changing money, but it would go down that path. If it goes down that path, then this will benefit not only myself but my mods as well. Change their lives as well. So I'm really crossing my fingers to get this. So I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a thing yet, but I'm just letting you know it's a possibility, high possibility. And if it happens, then things will go well, and we'll actually be able to do more cool stuff for the stream and more opportunities.
Fifth, Battlefields, Dear Billy. Battlefields is a series of stories set in World War II. They all showcase the brutality of war, but the Dear Billy story is particularly disturbing. The story follows a woman named Carrie writing a letter to her lover, which serves as a sort of narration. It starts off right in the shit as Carrie explains how her and a group of other women were raped by Japanese soldiers and then killed. Carrie miraculously survives this and is rescued, although suffers a terrible leg wound. After she's healed up, she works as a nurse for wounded soldiers. One day, a Japanese soldier is admitted after surrendering, and Carrie suffocates him in his sleep. After this, she begins to kill any Japanese that come in, all the while maintaining a new relationship she has with Billy. That's the gist of it, but there is a ton of brutal war violence peppered in as well. Black River. This is a really dark post-apocalypse comic. It follows a group of women who are just trying to survive in the horrible aftermath of some unknown apocalyptic event. They're doing okay at the start, but it's a really bleak world, and most of them have mental illnesses. Soon things go really bad when a group of men take them hostage and take turns using them. One girl is on the brink of starvation, so they throw her in a pit and stone her. It's really gruesome.
Oh,
the girls
God.
eventually escape and get their brutal revenge, but that doesn't remove the trauma. And the girls continue to wander on, going insane. Some seeing hallucinations and others straight up themselves. Black River is not for the faint of heart. The Closet. The Closet is more sad than disturbing. It's about a 4-year-old boy named Jamie who keeps seeing a monster in his closet at night. His father Tom is a real piece of work and becomes more unlikable as the story goes on, but he's pretty dismissive about the monster, which just keeps coming after the kid. I don't want to spoil the ending, but it's clear from the start that the monster the kid is seeing is a side effect of his a-hole dad's behavior. A Contract with God.
Oh,
this one is notable, if anything, because it actually is known for popularizing the term graphic novel after it released in 1978. It's a series of short stories that all take place in an apartment building in New York City. The stories are pretty bleak at times. In one story, the superintendent, Mr. Scruggs, is shown to be an anti-Semitic a-hole and also kind of a pervert. His apartment's covered in nude photos. One day, a niece of one of the tenants stops by and offers to show him her panties for a nickel, which he does, but she has some other motives in mind. She gives his dog poison and steals his money. He chases her down, and everyone calls him a creep and sex maniac. He returns to his apartment to hold his dead dog before he pulls out a gun and...
Oh no. I don't know where that's... It's called The Disturbing Comic Book Iceberg, explained by Griff. Part 2. Yeah, Jesus.
offs himself. Pretty dark stuff. Dad
Wait.
chases her down, and everyone calls him a creep and sex maniac. He returns to his apartment to hold his dead dog before he pulls out a gun and offs his dog with nude photos. One day, a niece of one of the tenants stops by and offers to show him her panties for a nickel, which he does, but she has some other motives in mind. She gives his dog poison and steals his money. He chases her down, and everyone calls him a creep and sex maniac. He returns to his apartment to hold his dead dog before he pulls out a gun and offs himself. Pretty dark stuff. Daddy's Girl. This comic follows Lily, a young girl who's abused by her father. It doesn't shy away from the details and is a blunt look at the reality of such a crime. It also deals with the aftermath of this trauma, which the girl deals with by eating and has trouble forming normal relationships. Pretty sad, and I don't have much more to say on it. The Dregs.
Yeah, I think when they say a lot of women who have been has been through that type of situation tend to be not only just victims, but they become individuals who end up being overweight and stuff because they do it on purpose sometimes, so they won't. So men will not find them attractive, so they won't be taken advantage of. It's kind of a thing. It's kind of insane, but like it's kind of like, yeah, if most likely you will be overweight, 9 times out of 10 once you become a victim of that situation.
It's a pretty cool one. It's about a section of a city, 5 square
Not all the
blocks,
time.
called the Dregs. It's a dangerous area filled with the homeless, drugs, and death. However, the area is in the middle of being gentrified, with trendy restaurants opening up on every corner. Strangely, some of the street people of the area begin to go missing. A homeless man named Arnold, who's obsessed with detective fiction, starts to piece together where they're going. Turns out that they're being kidnapped and turned into the very food that the rich are eating at the fancy restaurants. The poverty and despair in the streets is bad enough, but this comic spares no detail in its graphic depictions of the people being dismembered and served up. Echoes. Echoes follows Brian, a man with schizophrenia who manages to keep it under control with medication and support from his pregnant wife. On his deathbed, Brian's father admits to a horrible crime and instructs Brian to find a box hidden in the crawl space of his house. So Brian checks it out, and in the crawl space finds a pile of small bones and the box. In the box is a collection of small dolls made from the bones and flesh of little girls that were murdered. Yeah, pretty dark stuff. So Brian now has to deal with the revelation that his father was a child serial killer, which of course sends him spiraling out of control. Fell. Richard Fell is a detective who's recently been transferred to Snowtown, an urban rat hole full of crime and decay. The setting itself is already depressing. The gloomy streets are filled with people living miserable lives, while violence and abuse runs rampant. In each issue, Fell tackles a different situation, but they're almost always pretty disturbing. Like a man whose wife kills him by giving him alcohol poisoning through his butt, several bodies floating in the river every week, and in one of the gnarliest, a man who believes in Vietnamese magic cuts the fetuses out of pregnant women and hangs them in his apartment to ward off evil spirits. It really depends on what it's pretty gritty, point. But if you want a good...
I usually do it off my head, because it's gonna help me in the long run, but there are times when I get very lazy and I don't want to use my brain, because of, because I have this problem where, not problem, but when I do my drawings, oh no, you're fine. Did you, I don't think you said anything that was off. I don't think you was ignoring, if I said anything. But, yeah, so, I usually do draw from the top of my head, because I've drawn so many, use so much references, I can kind of just pull something out. But, there are times where I really just don't want to use my head, so I'll just use a reference so I can make up for the mentals. Because, I'm on autopilot most cases when I'm using a reference, or even when I'm doing things non-reference use. But sometimes it's best to use a reference just to keep things in check. But yeah, I do use reference when I can, when I feel like it, but it really depends on my feeling, and I don't want to use my headache, because I'll keep constantly changing, and you can probably ask my mods, I do this all the time when I'm doing a character design, and a serious one, I'll be changing poses every time. One pose will be like, nah, then second pose, third pose, and then I'm on 15 different poses till I feel happy with one. But when I'm using a reference, I'll pick 3 references, and those will be my main poses. I might make some changes slightly a bit, but not that much, to the point that I'm constantly changing my mind. So yeah.
Detective comic, this one actually hooked me. Flughunde, published in English as Voices in the Dark. From what I understand, this is an adaptation of a novel that follows the fictional life of Helga Goebbels, the daughter of German World War II Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels. It also follows Hermann Knau, a sound engineer obsessed with human voices and his disturbing fascination with recording and analyzing them, leading him to conduct unethical experiments under the Nazi regime. Hard Looks. Hard Looks is an anthology series featuring adaptations of short stories by Andrew Vax, typically centering on gritty crimes. They feature all manner of violence and horrific situations. Like the very first story, for instance, follows a couple of crooked cops who violate women and then throw their corpses in a dump afterwards. You know, that kind of stuff. It was the War of the Trenches. This comic is all about the trench warfare during World War II, focusing on the day-to-day lives of men holed up in trenches. It's known for being extremely factual and brutally realistic, taking from actual accounts and stories of some of the horrific things that happened in these situations. Jimmy Corrigan. Jimmy Corrigan, the smartest kid on earth, is considered one of the most important graphic novels ever made. It follows a 36-year-old office worker with crippling social anxiety and an overbearing mother. One day he gets a letter from his estranged father and decides to meet up with him. At the same time, the narrative shifts to older generations of Corrigans from different time periods, showing how trauma can be passed down. It's really a sad and depressing look into the lackluster life of Jimmy, whose lonely existence is almost unbearable to witness in such detail. Lost Dogs. This is one of the most tragic comics on the list. It also has one of the most interesting art styles as well. It follows a sailor that is a real giant of a man. He's just trying to live his life with his wife and daughter and takes a trip into the city for a day out. His daughter asks to see the boats by the docks, but when they get there, they're attacked by a gang who beat the giant within an inch of his life, rape his wife, and kill his daughter. Yeah, I know, what a left turn. He's found and patched up by an old man named Jack who believes the giant is an answer to his prayers. He wants to use the giant to challenge Walleye Thompson, the undefeated champion of the underground fighting circuit, and if he does, Jack will tell him where his wife is, who supposedly survived the attack. So that's the gist of it. It's a dark, gritty tale, and it's a sad one. Mouse. Mouse is a biography of sorts created by Art Spiegelman. In the comic, Spiegelman asks his father about living through the Holocaust, and we see his harrowing experiences in flashbacks. What's interesting about this comic isn't just the tragic storytelling, but the cartoonish art style that depicts the Jews as mice and the Nazis as cats. Meg, Mog, and Owl. This is a series of bizarre comics starring Meg the witch, Mog the cat, and Owl the roommate. It's the type of comic you start reading and have a hard time putting down because it's so messed up and weird. You just want to see what happens next. Meg and Mog are huge stoners that are constantly high, and we basically watch their messed up lives full of strange and degrading events. A lot of the time, they're messing with their roommate Owl and do all kinds of messed up stuff to him. Like when he passed out and they took his pants off and wheeled him through the drive-thru in a shopping cart. Or when he had to use the bathroom really bad and they locked him outside so he was forced to shit in the yard. It's very chaotic.
This is regular show, but like not regular show. This feels like this would have been on Adult Swim. Like a late night Adult Swim type show. Oh my god. Like in the early 2000s type nonsense. Not even like today. Well, it might kind of fly, but like I don't know. Happy Tree Friends kind of like makes that feel like that's a possibility, but not really. Kind of, sort of. But like if this was early 2000s, late 90s, oh, that definitely would be on the show. That would be on. Like no question. That premise alone, just them being high. And then just doing ridiculous things. Because remember, we had Beavis and Butthead, right? And now it's considered controversial. Now that's considered extremely tame, and old of its. It's a relic of its time, like Beavis and Butthead. Remember, Beavis and Butthead was the GTA for kids, back in the day. That was GTA back then. Now it's just like that Mike Judge show that just like kind of comes on whenever you can catch it. That's it. Nothing more. That's crazy. Oh, and Happy Tree Friends too. Yeah, Happy Tree Friends, South Park, Happy Tree Friends, Beavis and Butthead. What else? I guess you can say Aqua Teen and all the Adult Swim shows from the early 2000s got away with a lot of nonsense that would not fly today. Like off rip.
And there are 100 little moments like this. All their friends are degenerates too.
Now when I think of it now, I don't even think Boondocks would have been made today. If Boondocks was made today, I think you get canceled almost instantly. I think.
And at one point they throw
Fever
a party
dream.
where they all see who has the grossest feet. Then their wolf friend decides to do a bizarre stunt where he uses a cheese grater on his balls. No joke. It's one of the cringiest things I've seen while working on this iceberg. So yeah, I hope that gives you an idea of what you're in for with this one. Monsters. Monsters by Barry Windsor Smith is a large and complex story that is hard to put into a paragraph, but I'll give you the gist. A young disfigured man with a troubled past, Bobby Bailey, is recruited into a secret super soldier program in the 1960s. This program is run by a sadistic man who takes inspiration from the horrific experiments done in World War II by the Nazis. This experiment, however, is somewhat a success, as Bobby is turned into a grotesque monstrosity like a messed up version of the Hulk. Meanwhile,
the sad thing about the World War II, a lot of people don't realize or don't know, or some may know. Oh no, a good portion I think people know now. The sad thing about the World War II is that a lot of people died, but like because of the horrible things the Nazis did, we actually got better medicine because of the Nazis. A lot of people don't know this, but that's the thing. Because of the experiments that they did on the Jews, they was able to do a bunch of experiments and actually provide enough medicine and scientific studies to, you know, have some of the medicines that we have today, which is a horrific thing to say, but it is true.
Elias McFarland, the recruiter who recommended Bailey for the experiment, is riddled with guilt and terrified about what horrors await this kid. What's more fascinating is that Elias actually has some psychic abilities that are described similarly to The Shining from the Stephen King novel. Anyway, I didn't know what to expect from this one, but damn, it is a deep dive into human tragedy. I highly recommend it if you have the time to read this behemoth of a graphic novel. Mr. Punch. The tragical comedy or comical tragedy of Mr. Punch is a really weird one. It's a vague story told by an unknown narrator who recaps some moments of his strange and blurry childhood. Most notably are the emergence of several Mr. Punch and Judy puppet shows that are completely unhinged. At one point, Mr. Punch kills his wife Judy and their baby. This puppet show, of course, is a metaphor for the chaos of the boy's real life. Really, I think this comic is most notable for the art, which was done by Dave McKean. This is the same artist known for his work on Arkham Asylum and Sandman. There's a really creepy mix of real photos and paintings. Specifically, the images of Mr. Punch and the baby are very disturbing. Pinocchio, 2011. I actually did a full breakdown of this comic if you want to check it out, but this twisted version of Pinocchio is a complete retelling of the story. What if Pinocchio was not a wooden puppet, but a robotic war machine, and Geppetto wasn't a kind man in search of a son, but a greedy inventor looking to sell his weapon of war to the military for a fortune? The fox is a drug addict, Jiminy is a depressed cockroach, and Pleasure Island is a dilapidated theme park. Instead of turning young boys into donkeys, it turns them into wolves who are used by a sadistic clown to gain control of the region. It's a world full of death, tragedy, and despicable people. As Pinocchio embarks on his adventure, we see the grim and harsh reality of this strange world. While we're doing Pinocchio, let's touch on another disturbing version of the story, Pinocchio, Story of a Child. Unfortunately, this one hasn't been translated to English and is hard to get a hold of, but I did find a French wiki article on it to give us some insight into the story. This is essentially an inverse of the original adventures of Pinocchio. Everyone in this world are puppets, and Geppetto makes Pinocchio out of flesh in a butcher shop. In a world full of lies, Pinocchio's nose only grows when he tells the truth. Pretty interesting take, and despite not knowing the language, the images are absolutely terrifying. This fleshy, sewn-up version of Pinocchio will be creeping into my nightmares, I'm sure.
Holy
Skin.
moly.
This is a really weird one. It follows Martin, a deformed young man with a big attitude. He has phocomelia, a condition where a person has only hands without fully developed arms. He's a reckless, foul-mouthed, horny little bastard, and this comic is a tragic unraveling of his life. It's pretty sad and really graphic. At one point, Martin attacks a man, rips his arms off, and ties them to his shoulders to replicate having fully developed arms.
Damn,
it's
bro.
really messed up, man. Upgrade Soul. This is a really fascinating comic that I would love to do a full explanation video on. Upgrade Soul follows an elderly couple who volunteer to undergo an experimental procedure that promises to rejuvenate them, essentially regenerating their bodies and minds to a more optimal form. However, the experiment goes wrong. Instead of enhanced versions of themselves, the procedure instead produces deformed clones of them. The thing is, the grotesque clones have all the same memories and emotions of the couple. So from here, it's a disturbing and emotional look at both sets of couples and how they deal with this horrific event, calling into question their identity and worth as humans. Well, there you have it. Let me know if you found any of these entries particularly interesting, and I'd be happy to do a standalone deep dive on it. As far as I can tell, there will probably be 2 more parts, maybe 3 of this series, and then of course I'll put the entire thing out as one big marathon video. Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And if you want to see your art at the end of my videos, email it to me with a social media handle or name at the address below. Finally, big thank you to my patrons for...
That was more a bunch of recommendations, if you ask me. Okay, let's see what we can find. One more creepy one. Oh my god, what the hell? Okay. Let me see. Creepy, huh? Tender. Not that one. Oh, when a friendly ghost gets obsessed, Anya's ghost explained.
Anya is a high school girl and Russian immigrant who is chock full of insecurities and struggling to fit in. Everything changes one day when she falls into a deep well and finds herself trapped along with some skeletal remains and their ghost. Anya befriends this ghost, a girl her age who died 100 years ago. After escaping the well, Anya's life improves drastically with the help of her new pal. That is, until the ghost girl starts getting a little too controlling and obsessive about Anya's love life. This is a charming and spooky coming of age story until things take a dark turn. This is Anya's Ghost.
Interesting.
Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and this week we're going to be going through Anya's Ghost. This comic is not really a horror comic, and it's not even that scary, but it is one of those comics that just seems unavoidable. Not only is it loved by critics and comic book lovers alike, but I've gotten dozens of comments and even some emails requesting that I cover it. So while it's not as disturbing as some of the usual twisted stuff I cover, it does have a ghost, and that's close enough to horror for me. Honestly, this is just a great story. Sometimes it's hilarious, sometimes it's heart-wrenching, and it does have its fair share of spooky moments as well. So without further ado, let's get into it. This is Anya's Ghost Explained. Anya walks into the kitchen in the morning to find her mother making serniki, a traditional Russian pancake-like dish. Sounds pretty good to me, but Anya thinks they're too greasy and would prefer something low-fat. There's a funny exchange where her mother says there's nothing wrong with being a little fat. Back in Russia, being fat meant you were a rich man. And Anya says, yeah, I don't think American boys really go for girls that look like rich men. She heads off to school, and when she arrives at the bus stop, she sees a cute guy waving her direction. She waves back until she realizes that he wasn't waving at her, he was waving at his girlfriend, a tall blonde. Anya's obviously embarrassed, and her friend Chauvin makes it worse, asking her why she's not walking with her boyfriend today. She's referring to a nerdy kid named Dima, who's also from Russia. Anya's clearly annoyed, and Chauvin asks if she can bum a cigarette from her. They get into a little tiff when Anya refuses, and Chauvin storms off.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I said to you guys. So I think, was it Lyra who asked this question? If someone asked this question, I think it was Lyra, but I don't remember. I don't think it was Lyra at the same time. Someone asked the question, why does the femcells and the incels don't date each other? That's exactly why. Because they're both unattractive individuals, and they don't want unattractive individuals. They're both unattractive. They both shared the same problems, but they won't date each other because they don't fall in each other's physical, prowess or preference. Sorry. So yeah, sorry about the number one. Hey, someone asked that question. I think it was, no, well, she didn't say it was her. So it was someone asked me that question. It was insane. It's an insane thing that think about it. You both have the same type problems. It's just best if you guys date each other. You both will actually have the same relatability situations to a degree. So it's not like you guys will be too foreign to each other not to date. But then again, you guys do not prefer one another for a reason. Correct. They usually are meant for each other, even in that merit, though.
Time on his crush.
But no, you're perfectly fine. Sorry but I'm number one. I wonder what you mean by that.
And his girlfriend start making out, and the whole situation just pisses her off. Instead of taking the bus to school, she storms off into a nearby park, stewing on all the irritations of the day. Her mother's cooking, Chauvin's pestering, and the kissing couple. She's clearly distracted and accidentally walks into a large hole in the ground. It's surprisingly deep, and next thing she knows, she hits the bottom.
Usually they're not.
She's all right for the most part.
They're just kind of average. They're either extremely average or a little below average looking, but they're not always ugly. Usually this can be fixed with good health, hygiene, good posture. If they work on their posture, hygiene, just learn how to dress better, you'd be surprised how much that can make much of a difference other than just physical, focus. You can, that will enhance everything. But if you want to start off small, I would always say, work on your hygiene, make sure you're using good products, make sure you're taking a shower nearly every day as much as you can. Know how to groom yourself, know how to dress yourself, take care of yourself, go to bed at reasonable times. I'm one to speak, but then again, that's one of them, right? So and then you can start working out. You know what I'm saying? Work on your physical, and also, what also trumps usually appearance would be competence. If you're a competent individual, that makes you attractive by default. But then again, that goes that can go hand in hand with physical prowess as well. So like if you at least focus on your physical and your mental and your like I don't say spiritual, but like if you focus on yourself and focus on these two things, you can actually get a lot of people to like you. Like you learn how to dress, you learn how to like talk to people, you learn how to like, you know, self-help books type stuff. You'd be surprised how much that can make much of a difference. Like sometimes you may not feel like it's much of a change, but the fact that you made the effort shows the change in itself. That means you have self-reflection. You can self-reflect on yourself and see where you're going wrong and how you can like, you know, tame one's like issues in the long run. It won't be like a overnight type thing, but it would definitely help a lot. So yeah.
Other than a sprained wrist, but it seems that she's fallen into a deep well. She lights a match to get a look around and finds a skeleton just a few feet from her. After a moment of shock, she starts screaming at the top of her lungs, but no one's around to hear her. Stressed out, she stops for a minute to have a smoke. As she puffs away, she suddenly sees something through the haze. A translucent girl sitting on the nearby bones. Anya asks if she's been down here the whole time, and the ghost says, in a manner of speaking, she has been down here the whole time, and quite a bit of other time as well. Well, that's a funny way to put it. Anya realizes she's speaking to a ghost and goes into a full panic, assuming there's some kind of gas down here causing her to hallucinate. The ghost says she doesn't think so. She was down here a long time before she died and didn't hallucinate anything. Anya just starts screaming again for help, to no avail. Finally, she asks the girl how long she's been down here. We learn that she fell down the well 90 years ago, but no one ever found her. She could hear them calling for her above, but couldn't reply because, as she puts it, she landed wrong. Looking at her skeleton, it's apparent that she broke her neck on the fall, and although she was conscious, she couldn't move or speak. Well, that's a disturbing way to go. Anya remembers she had food packed in her bag and hopes it'll be enough to last till she can escape. The girl asks her to...
Yeah, they think it... Yeah, you're right. You're right, Brian. Like, people think it needs to happen like that, but that's where I think that's where internet culture tends to ravage that type of thinking most cases, because we're so used to everything kind of happening within a dime, especially like with internet and like, you know, it's, I think that's one of the most annoying parts of being on the internet for too long. And I'm not talking about being on like not terminally always on, but I'm talking about like just having to be on it for a while, that it becomes part of our lives, that things like, it's like buying something from Amazon, it'll be here in 2 days type shit. And then this is a perfect symptom of this, is like when you buy the thing from Amazon, even though you know it's not gonna be here in a couple of days, you're still looking outside as if it's gonna be here. Or you have that feeling it's going to be here tomorrow, or in a few minutes, or it's going to be here tomorrow, when it said it'll be here in a few days. I think that's a high selling point of that type of thinking. So yeah, you have to learn how to work on yourself and learn to be patient. You know, that's how you're going to improve in life.
To stay a while. There hasn't been anyone but her for so long, and she would finally have someone to talk to. But Anya plans on getting the hell out of here as soon as someone walks through the area. She tries screaming out again, but nothing. After a while, she can see the night sky above, and it's gotten a little chilly. The ghost asks her about her clothes and whether everyone dresses that way now. Anya then gets an idea. Maybe the ghost could fly up out of the well and get someone's attention, but I guess her spirit can't go very far from her bones. Anya has another cigarette and seems to be losing hope. The next day, a punk comes waltzing through the area and throws a soda can down the well. The ghost notices this and wakes Anya up, telling her to yell. She cries out just in time to get the guy's attention before he gets too far away. He looks into the hole and Anya tells him to please go get some help and that she's hurt. The guy can't see her clearly and asks if she's a hot chick because she sounds kind of hot. Anya looks beyond annoyed and replies that
VR chat in a nutshell. That's VR chat
To
in a
head back to
nutshell.
class. Anya has another. She broke her neck. Anya has another. She cried. Hot chick. Anya starts gathering. She sounds kind of hot. Anya looks beyond annoyed and replies that she's incredibly hot. He can't even imagine.
It's
This
very
puts some
rare for a girl to sound not hot if you don't see her. For most dudes, I'm saying. Because, like, once they sound at least feminine, they already think they're hot by default. That's, like, that's VR chat in a nutshell. You know how many dudes actually get simps and, like, they simp and also just get totally burned by chicks who they think is hot by the way they sound half the time on VR chat? It's wild. It is wild.
can't see her clearly and asks if she's a hot chick because she sounds kind of hot. Anya looks beyond annoyed and replies that she's incredibly hot. He can't even imagine. This puts some pep in his step and he runs off to get some help. Anya starts gathering her stuff, excited to finally get out of here. She looks over to see that the ghost looks pretty sad. Anya's like, look, I'm not going to solve your murder or whatever so you can rest in peace. That's not my scene. But I'll make sure someone buries your bones or something. Just then, the punk returns with a couple of friends and a rope. Anya ties it around her waist and the guys start pulling her out. As she ascends,
actually,
she
no.
looks
When you
down.
start, no. Marge Simpson's one thing, but I think the bar is actually, the bar was already set once that chick from the Venture Time, Adventure Brothers, the B girlfriend dude. I've got her name. I keep forgetting her name. I just remember a deep voice lady.
At the set,
Still think it's a man, but she said it's horrible cigarettes or some shit. But like, I think it's a man.
ghost girl looking up at her. We skip ahead a couple of days, and Anya is pleading with her mother to let her stay home from school one more day on account of her sprained wrist. But remember, this is a tough chick from the old country. She tells Anya she's going, and reminds her that she's left-handed, so she'll be fine. Anya stomps up to her room, rudely ignoring her little brother along the way. She thumps her head into her pillow, and before she knows it, it's morning. She arrives at school in a bad mood already, and it's made worse when she realizes her first class is economics, which she finds boring as all hell. As she falls asleep in class, Shobin peeks up through the window and convinces her to come have a smoke with her. She sneaks out the window and they go to the women's room. Shobin asks her how awesome it was being trapped in the well, and Anya explains why it wasn't awesome at all, mainly because of the skeleton sitting next to her. Of course, Shobin thinks that's even cooler and suggests that maybe the well was haunted. Anya looks uncomfortable and dismisses the idea, remembering the very real ghost she encountered. Shobin has to head back to class, and Anya finishes her cigarette. She looks at herself in the mirror and hopes she doesn't end up looking like her mom when she's older. In the reflection, she notices something peeking up from behind the stall. It's none other than the ghost. After a bit of a scare, Anya asks her what we're all wondering. How did she leave the well? Well, if you remember, she has to be near her bones, and I guess Anya accidentally put one in her bag. She looks around and finds that, yep, she was carrying around the ghost's pinky finger in her bag this whole time. The ghost girl's pretty hyped on finally getting out of the well, but Anya's not so pleased. She doesn't want a ghost following her around high school. Just then, the bell rings, and Anya remembers that she has a big biology test today, and she didn't bother studying for it because she was hoping she'd still be home. In a rush, she tells the ghost to hide in her bag and heads to class. After the test starts, the ghost floats out of Anya's bag, though she's really small, and at the side of her, Anya stands up and slaps her hand over her, which draws the attention of the entire class. She just plays it off like she was killing a bug. After she sits back down, the ghost starts talking to her, but Anya is pissed and demands she get back in the bag. This commotion is noticed once again by the teacher, who tells her to try and remember her notes in her head rather than out loud. On top of that, the teacher can't quite pronounce her last name, Borzakovskaya, which embarrasses her even more. After this, she finally gets to the test, and she's screwed. While she struggles to answer, the tiny ghost girl floats around, covertly looking at some of the other students' papers. She then relays what she saw to Anya. For the first time, Anya's actually glad to have a ghost in her bag, and with the Phantom's help, she finishes the test easily. The nerdy kid, Dima, announces to the teacher that he finished early and would help collect papers if she needed it. All the other kids look annoyed at him, and Anya says he's gonna get pounded later. It cuts ahead, and sure enough, Dima is getting bullied at lunch. The ghost girl points out that Dima and Anya are both Russian, so why isn't Anya backing him up? In her time, your people stuck together and defended each other. Anya tells her times have changed. If you act like a fobby creep, you get creamed. She explains to the ghost that fobby is short for fresh off the boat. All of a sudden, Shobin runs into the lunchroom and informs Anya that it's bleep test day in gym. They usually try and skip the bleep test, but they were caught. The gym teacher reminds everyone how it works. They run back and forth across the gym in time to a sound or bleep. The bleeps get faster, and so you must run faster until you reach your physical limit. Anya thinks the gym teacher just likes watching them run around in skirts. She looks over at the apparently perfect Elizabeth, the blonde we saw earlier, jealous
Why
of how
would they
well
wear
she does in
skirts?
gym. Anya and another girl come up with a plan to pretend to fall halfway through the test, and as they plan, Elizabeth's boyfriend Sean, Anya's crush, comes into the gym to watch, making the whole situation much worse. The buzzer sounds and they all take off. Anya's friend sticks to the plan and falls to the ground, but probably because
I always found it weird to have a crush on someone while they already have somebody. I always found that weird. It just feels like you're just like, I don't know. I think that's happened to people, and not think on purpose per se, but like that is just one of the worst, because then every time they're around the person they're with, who they're like in item with, you're gonna be annoyed all the time with them being around. It's just gonna be a pain in the ass all the time. Especially if they're like part of your friend group too. That shit's gonna be annoying. That's just gonna be horrible. Oh my god. Just straight pain.
of Sean watching, Anya keeps on running. She actually does pretty well, outrunning some of the other girls, but she gets distracted looking at Sean and trips on her own 2 feet, falling face first into the floor. Even worse, her butt is sticking up in the air and everyone can see her underwear. Elizabeth stops to help her up, and Anya is mortified. Afterwards, she changes in the locker room, and the ghost girl asks her if there was something she could have done to help. Unfortunately, you can't cheat at gym. While they talk, Sean comes out from behind her and surprisingly starts up a friendly conversation. Assuming it was fake, he tells her that fall she took was bitchin'. They introduce themselves properly, although Anya is still embarrassed of her long-ass Russian surname and calls herself Anya Brown instead. Then Elizabeth shows up, and her and Sean walk off together. On the bus home, a girl says, "Hey Anya, I heard about your nice moves in gym today." But Chauvin backs up her friend and says, "Hey Katie, I heard about your nice moves in the boys' bathroom today." Nice. Ooh. Lost in thought about her interaction with Sean, Anya passes the park on the way home, forgetting to bring the ghost bone back to the well. Back at home, Anya's mom is about to take the U.S. citizenship test and needs help being quizzed. It's a pretty fun scene that I can't do justice explaining, but her mother thinks Ben Franklin was a president. Later, upstairs, Anya's chilling out listening to music when the ghost girl comes out and asks her if it's okay if she stays a little longer, even offering to keep helping her at school. After a moment of thought, Anya agrees. She has finals coming up after all. The ghost gets super excited to see more of this future world. The next day of school, Anya describes with one sentence: ghosts are awesome. The ghost helps her cheat on another test, keeps watch while Anya has a smoke, and even gets into the school files to figure out Sean's schedule for stalking purposes. Having a ghost pal isn't too shabby, it seems.
I'm starting to think now, should I really start writing a manga now? Because, like, start drawing manga. I should take what Mikey said and start doing more, should I start learning how to use panels? Just for practice. Just practice doing paneling and stuff. That should be fun. I might do that. Be interesting. I don't think I'm at that point where I can draw pretty decently now. With pretty high confidence now. Like, a lot of people can actually kind of figure out what I'm drawing here, I think. Yee.
Anya says how great it is having the ghost around when she's interrupted by Dima in the hall. He wonders if she'll be in church on Sunday since he hasn't seen her in 3 months. And she says maybe. After this interaction, she chats with the ghost again, only to be interrupted this time by Chauvin, who wonders who she's talking to. She pretends she was just on the phone, and they walk home together after school. Anya's on the lookout for Sean,
well, technically
and
it's
Chauvin
nothing that
catches
is
her acting weird, so Anya
well, yeah, little short stories. We'll be kind of do that now, kind of, sort of, with the animatics. But remember, what you're seeing with the jacket is nothing original to me. I'm just doing an animatic for Gacha Akuda. I'm doing the main character right here. I'm trying to make it look as chibi as possible, but not too much. It's kind of a Kingdom Hearts kind of look. The way I'm drawing it, doesn't feel really Gacha Akuda. Feels like a Disney-esque looking. Looks like, yeah, it looks like Kingdom Hearts, I'm not gonna lie, based on the design, how I'm drawing this. It feels very reminiscent of that, like something Sora will wear. Yeah. Make sure the eyes are I gotta do his eyes now. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to get this right with the sides here. It's not the same angle, but like, just make sure everything's in the right places. You gotta got this. Thank you. Oh, did you get a thing? I'm sorry about that. Sorry about Zan. Sorry.
Tells her about the crush. Shobin ribs her for a bit, saying he's the type of guy you're supposed to have a crush on in a bad teen movie. Back at home, Anya finds that her necklace was buried in the yard by her brother. She storms in the house, cussing about it, and her mother says don't swear in front of Jesus. Behind her on the wall, we can see one of the classic Orthodox icons, although cartoonified. Up in her room, Anya's pissed off, ranting about her annoying brother, and the ghost says back in her day, children who misbehaved got beaten by canes. Anya thanks her for all the help today, and the ghost asks her more about Sean, wondering if she loves him. She says not really, but he is cute. The ghost then says that she was in love once. She explains that she was going to get married, but he had to go to war and was killed in a German raid. Anya feels bad for being kind of a jerk to the ghost and realizes she doesn't even know her name. So we finally learn that her name is Emily Riley, which is nice because I don't have to keep calling her Ghost Girl. Anya asks her how she ended up in the well in the first place, and Emily tells her she was murdered. Her parents and her lived in a farmhouse not too far from the woods. They were generous, religious people who would offer a bed in the barn to anyone passing through the area. A man came in the spring who seemed like a good Christian, but one night Emily woke up and came downstairs to find that he had murdered her parents. She screamed and ran through the woods as the killer pursued her, but right before he caught her, she fell down the well, and she doesn't think he was ever caught. Anya says that that might be the saddest thing she's ever heard, and offers to help solve her murder by finding out what happened to the guy. That way she might be able to rest in peace. The next morning, Anya's brother wakes her up for church, but she ignores him. Next, her mother comes in and says everyone's worried about her. Obviously making up an excuse, she tells her mom that she just got her period, and whether she believes it or not, her mother leaves without her. Once they head out, Anya gets up excited and takes Emily on a walk. She asks Anya why she didn't want to go to church, and she says that she wouldn't mind it so much if it was a normal church, but Orthodox church is weird. Long, boring, and full of Russians, including Dima. She says that her mother wants her and Dima to be best friends. His mom convinced Anya's to send her to the same prep school so he'd have a friend. Kinda sad, actually. Well, Anya says it's not fair. She got bullied for years for talking funny, but she worked hard to lose her accent. School's hard enough without Dima hanging around her like a handicap. Emily tells her that as far as she's concerned, Anya seems to fit in pretty well overall. It is way more interesting than Elizabeth. Later, Emily looks through some modern teen magazines and is shocked at what the girls are wearing. Of course, Anya has to turn the pages for her since she can't physically touch things, and asks Emily what she's learned about the world so far. She says that there's a serious and ongoing crisis in the Middle East, and that her body type is a ruler. Yeah, she's definitely got a variety of source material. Then Anya shows her something she's been working on. She's made Emily's pinky bone into a necklace so she doesn't have to shove her into a bag. The next day at school, Shobin can't figure out how Anya knew exactly the right way to sneak off and have a smoke, avoiding the headmaster. This is because Emily can keep a lookout. They spot Elizabeth looking perfect as always, and Anya talks about how much she hates her, mostly because she happens to be dating Anya's dream boy. Shobin doesn't understand what she sees in Sean and says that her brother told her he was kind of a dirtbag. Anya gets defensive and snippy with her and says that she wants encouragement from friends instead of them making her feel like crap. Shobin points out she's just trying to make sure she doesn't get hurt, but they blow up at each other and Anya storms off. As she walks away in a huff, she bumps into Sean.
You have not, wait, hold up. You've never ran to someone who liked or at least watched Jobless Incarnation? I ran so many people into that. Most people could just complain about the main character, but other than that, like, I like the show because of the world building. I don't really care for Rudo all that much. He's a cool character and all, and he has a redemption and all that stuff, and he learns from his mistakes, but I find the world a lot more interesting than the actual main character. Like, he's more of like a point A, point B type character for me. Like, he's just there to answer the questions if possible, for a particular situation. But for me, it's overall the show, the world building. Who's your favorite character? Yeah, but if the main character being a bit of a pervert is gonna be your problem, you may not like it too much. Like, he's a pervert for like the first season, but I think after the second or third season he stops being a pervert and just learns from his mistakes. When I say pervert, it's like looking at panties type stuff, but nothing like he does something to someone. Oh, did I say Rudo? Sorry, I mean Rudius. Sorry, fuck. I said Rudo. I said Rudo. I meant Rudius. I forgot to have similar sounding names. God damn. What is your favorite book? I don't really have a favorite book. It's been a long time I actually opened a book. Long time, actually, when I think of it now. Kind of sad to say. But, I did enjoy, yeah, like, kind of a Sanji type, but a little bit, he'll go a little past that. Other than just, like, liking girls, I think there was one time he tried to look up the skirt of a chick that was asleep. Or some shit. I think it was his cousin. Yeah, he was on that Mineta nonsense. Then he got redemption, then he stopped being that way. I thought it was just a funny trope, to be honest. I didn't think that thing was too seriously, but people took that very seriously. Artemis Fowl. Let me see. But who's your favorite character? I never met someone who watched it before. For real, that the world is beautiful. Yes. My favorite character from the show is. Think of it now. Do I have a favorite character? I did like the teacher. I didn't like what happened between him and her in the latest season. That was not cool on how that went down. But I did like the teacher. I actually do like that one little god chick. I like her character design. The purple one. She kind of has like the thing in her eye too. She's like a... But I do like that one big dude with the 4 arms. He's kind of funny. And like pretty serious when he wants to be. I think he's pretty cool. I don't think I have technically a favorite character. I do have like the show is my, like the whole world's my favorite character, to be honest. Sweet Home Alabama. Roxy? Yes, Roxy.
Meanwhile, Emily sneaks into his backpack and finds a flyer for a party. She tells Anya to mention it and pretend she knows the guy throwing it. Next, Emily has Anya ask Sean for a ride. He agrees, saying him and Elizabeth will pick her up. After this, Anya tells Emily she's the best friend in the world. Later, after a daydream about Sean, Anya is freaking out about what to wear to the party. Emily picks an outfit for her, but it's a little skimpy for Anya's taste. Emily says, "You want Sean to notice you, don't you? So wear it." Man, she's getting really pushy. Sean and Elizabeth show up and she
Wait,
sneak
what?
her, but it's a little...
I like how the girl who was from 90 years ago is telling the girl in the future to wear something skimpy when she comes from a time where that would not fly in the slightest. Kind of thought the ghost would be against the idea of she wearing something skimpy, and then the other one will be more open to it because given enough times that they live in. That's kind of crazy. Kind of like weird, because a lot of girls back then, like, that's 90 years ago. Like, what's 90 years ago? Let me see what's, like... I'm going to say, like, okay, there's a calculator. So it's... Let's say it's 20... I'll say this came out in 2025. 25. Subtract. 90. Yeah, that's 1935. Well, that's not that far. That's 1935. That's like what? Was that the end or the beginning? No, that's like the end of World War II, I think. Is it? No. Is that within World War II time? Yeah, World War II. Yes, that was in World War II. Huh? Wait, what was the name of that? Under something where in the last season, one of the main cast got sick. Wait. I'm not sure what you were... Like, can you describe it to me? I'm not sure what you're referring to be honest. Okay, let me see, Roxy. I like Roxy for real. Where it goes. Yeah, that's a weird thing. She's from 90 years ago. I kind of think she'll be a lot more conservative in that response, but I guess not. I guess not everyone's the same, even if they come different eras.
Skimpy for Anya's taste. Emily says, "You want Sean to notice you, don't you? So wear it." Man, she's getting really pushy. Sean and Elizabeth show up and she sneaks out to their car. They roll up to the party and Anya is quickly feeling a little out of place. Some random guy starts talking to her and then, like a creep, he tells her boobs look good in her shirt. After a while of sitting around by herself, she tracks down Elizabeth, who seems like she's standing guard outside of a door. Anya asks her where Sean is, and she says that he's helping his friend Preston, who's had too much to drink. The only thing is, Preston was just downstairs. In fact, it's the same guy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Guy who made the lewd comment. Sean hears them talking and comes out from inside, telling Anya how much he likes her shirt. She asks him how Preston is, and he looks confused. After some audible giggles coming from the room, it's clear that there's a girl in there, and it's someone else's girlfriend. Sean finally cuts the act and admits that he does have a girl in the room, and then this sleazebag asks Anya to join them. This is on top of the fact that his girlfriend Elizabeth is listening to all of this. Anya rejects him, and he tells her, well, she knows where to find him, then goes back inside, asking Elizabeth for more of a heads up next time. After an awkward silence, Anya can't help but ask why she would go along with this, and Elizabeth says that they've been together for 3 years. She loves him. Sure, he gets bad at parties sometimes, but at the end of the day, she's his girlfriend. Jeez, not only...
Wow. So you cuck your... Wow. Is that a word for a woman who gets cucked? Is that a word? Is that a word for that? Or is just cucking for women? Is that the same word? Like, is that a word for that? Hi, Purple. Hey, Purple. Let's see, I'm here, new here. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Like, is that a word for that? I guess we just call it simping, but like, simping, cucking, like, she's getting cucked, but like, I don't know. Isn't there a word for females for that? I'm pretty sure there is. Wait, let me look that up. Hold up. Let that play.
Only was Chauvin right about Sean, but apparently the perfect Elizabeth is all kinds of fucked up. Anya leaves the party and starts walking home when Emily comes out and confronts her, asking her what the hell is wrong with her. She can't wrap her head around why Anya would leave when she was that close to Sean. Anya points out that Sean is a total creep, plus there was another girl in the room. Why would she stay?
The traditional historical female equivalent of a cuckold, a man with an unfaithful wife, is a cucqueen. Oh, there's a word for this.
Cucqueen.
Cucqueen. She's a cucqueen. Oh my god, this exists. So like, it says the traditional historical female equivalent to a cuckold, a man with an unfaithful wife, is a cucqueen. With his cuckold refers to husband. A cucqueen is defined as a woman whose husband's partner is unfaithful. Wait, a cucqueen is defined as a woman whose husband's or partner is unfaithful. Okay, key details regarding to this term definition. A cucqueen is a wife of an adulterous husband, derived of the 16th century usage. Context: it is direct gender specific counterpart to the cuckold. Modern usage: the cuck has evolved into a modern slang. Cucqueen is, holy moly, yeah, it's not catchy. Still, I guess you can still call them cuck, but I did not know that was a thing. I thought that was like, you know how they have certain words that will just be for the female, just to describe the same damn thing. But I didn't think there was actually one. But you learn more as you know. Listen, I wanna hear your part of your thoughts. Wait, what? This story is messed. Oh, shoot, this story is tame compared to the stuff we listen to in the creepypasta segments of this stream. This is the most tame. I'm telling you, it's bad. Like, that situation that you saw was bad, but this is actually quite... This is, if anything, this is PG-13. Shit. I'm not gonna lie to you, like, PG, like, 14 or some shit. My friend says also would beat Rock Lee in a hand-to-hand combat. No magic with nothing, just straight. Rock Lee? Nah. Just because... No, if Oz is going hand... If he's throwing hands with Rock Lee's winning. Rock Lee's been doing it from young. He was doing that from young. And remember, Rock Lee doesn't really have any real true powers. He's just highly skilled. Physically strong. Yeah, it's more like a teen comic, like a young adult thing. But yeah, I don't think Oz is winning. Yeah, you might think he might win because he's all buff, but don't put that past Rock Lee. Rock Lee wears those weights all day. Remember, the only reason Asa got big is within a 6-month period. Rock Lee's been doing all that exercising and all that taijutsu since, like, what, 4? Or some crap? So, I won't put it past Rock Lee. And he has those weights on his legs all day. Yeah, Asa's not a bra like that. Nah. Asa's kind of like a berserker, but like, it's kind of sort of the same, but not really. But like, Rock Lee, he's throwing hands. I'm not fine with Rock Lee. It was Freerin. Wait, everyone got sick. When did everyone get sick? Well, there was an episode where Freerin got sick, and I think some of them got sick. No, Fern got sick, I think. But I don't remember them all being sick at once. It was if you're talking about Freerin with the elf chick, yeah, that's if that's what you're looking for.
Day. Emily looks pissed off, saying that Anya could have gotten rid of the girl. All of her hard work is now ruined. Anya wonders what exactly she wants from all this, and Emily says she just wants her to be happy. She's in love with Sean. She should be with him. She continues saying she knows what it's like to love someone and then lose them. Anya reminds her that Sean isn't dead in World War I. He's upstairs making out with a girl, and there's a big difference. It's getting late, and they just head home after this. Anya wakes up the next morning and finds that Emily's hair is different. It's less disheveled and looks neatly brushed. Emily starts immediately picking out an outfit for Anya to go see Sean in. Anya asks her why would she want to do that, and Emily gets frustrated, saying so he doesn't forget about you.
Yeah, I think that's rage bait. Nah, your friend's rage bait mentality. Mentality don't mean nothing. Actually, if anyone, Rock Lee has a better mentality than most people in the Naruto. He had to work with no ninjutsu. And he always had that confidence to keep going and keep working. Oh, that's the type of place she would play when she's cooking? That's crazy.
She says again that
that's
Anya and Sean are in love and that they're going to be together forever. Right. It seems like Emily may be living vicariously through Anya, and it's gotten a little out of hand. She says that without her, Anya would still be that weird girl who fell on her ass at gym. Anya is...
I'm not gonna lie, there's a video I have that I can show you on this, like... Not a video, but it's like something on... It's a video, but it's like it's a short. It's right here. Well, let this play.
Understandably weirded out by Emily's behavior, but just changes the subject, suggesting that today they get to work on solving Emily's murder. However, Emily says she doesn't want to yet. She's finally making progress getting what they want, and imagine how great college will be. The next day, Anya gets ready for school and covertly leaves the bone necklace behind.
Okay, I don't mean to stop it again. I won't keep pausing it, but like, this is what, when I hear your friend say this is what I'm hearing. This is exactly what I'm hearing. Hold on.
Million.
Okay. Like that. Real quick, this is only 44 seconds. Hear this.
If I gave you $1 million to fight any anime character, but you have to win to get the money, who are you fighting?
See, everyone's gonna pick like an easy person. I'm going for Jiren. I might go Rock Lee. Goku. He anime.
These people are stupid. You pick Goku, Jiren, and Rock Lee. You must not want that money.
I don't know 3 niggas who hate money more than these niggas.
Bro said Austin would literally beat Monkey. No, he's no. Monkey D. Luffy. Like, bro, it's Luffy. His definition is stronger than... Yeah, I would not... No. Austin's not that strong. Not than Luffy. You should have the fight with Kaido? I don't know.
You can strip these niggas of all their powers and you still wouldn't win. And niggas is not picking somebody easy. Niggas is picking niggas we know we can fight. There had to be some of the baddest anime cosplay girls behind the camera because niggas was talking crazy. And it's the fact that you chose 3 people who known for hands. Goku, Jiren, Rock Lee, like y'all confidence is through the roof. This might be the craziest shit I've seen all week.
If I gave you $1 million to fight any anime character, but you...
I don't know about that. I would not put Rock Lee in that he weak nonsense if we're throwing just hands alone. If it was like powers, then maybe you got ourselves an argument. But if we're just talking about taijutsu physical prowess without no like Super Saiyan levels type of then nah. I don't think Asta's winning that fight, my guy. Like, I like Asta, don't get me wrong. I love Black Clover, but I can admit when the MC is not the type of his. Yeah, they picked Goku and Jiren. Right? Like, see, even Larry says she wouldn't even pick the Mice and Demon Slayer. And they're little buff ninjas, like little ninja mice things. They're buff. I won't even fight them. That's messed up part is he's only watched 60 episodes out of 100. No, bro. No. Then he should be talking. No. Bro, what are you doing? Bro, he's like, you, like, for you to, you gotta have, like, some type of, nah, bro. You need a degree of, like, speaking this stuff. You need a degree when it comes to anime fights and power scaling. You need a degree in that. And some people make it the whole thing. Mashley versus Rock Lee. Okay, that's debatable. That's debatable, I think. I think that's a bit debatable. I think. Hold on, let me get back to the show. I know no one likes it when I just leave and. Let's see here. Back to the. There it is. Sorry about that. I got it back up here. Sorry about that, guys. For those who was watching this, I'm sorry. I'll try not to pause it too much. I'll make it bigger so you guys can see it better. Let me see. Classics in One Piece. What about Mashi? I gotta think that one out. I don't think. Mashi might have a chance, but I don't know. I think I sent you a video on Instagram. Okay, I'll check later.
As she walks out of her bedroom door, Emily confronts her about leaving it. And she's smoking a ghost cigarette? Weird. Anya says she just thought she'd go alone today. She needs to get some studying done anyway. She heads out and Emily doesn't look too happy. Instead of going to school, Anya takes a bus downtown to the public library to try and find out what happened to Emily and her killer. She tells the librarian she's doing a report and is looking for info on the town around the First World War. The lady points out the periodicals and she finds dozens of shelves full of newspapers, making her wish she could just use Google for this. Turns out that Dima is nearby and offers to help her. I guess he's allowed to come here instead of gym class because the other kids kept breaking his glasses and he can't afford to keep fixing them. Well, that's sad. He asks Anya if she's tried microfilm and she has no idea what he's talking about. So Dima shows her how it works and the two get to searching. She tells Dima to look for anything about an Emily Riley and murders in the spring of 1918. While they look, Dima opens up to Anya, asking her how it's so easy.
I don't think Sung was winning that. I think my boy Goku, I'm not glazing, but like Goku's like, he's like, what I don't think the word is planetary levels. I think he's like what? Not multi-level. I think he's what, God tier level? I think that's right over planetary level. Like I would say like Jinwoo is like more of a state level problem. Or a city level problem.
Jay, they loud?
No, I'm talking about Jinwoo. What?
Are they loud? Them.
What are they doing?
They're speaking, are they loud?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see. Me personally, I think Goku wins because, like, I'm not gonna lie, Jinwoo is more of a city type level threat. City like New York, like think like a city, right? They gotta measure these, like power skating. So I'll think like Jinwoo is like more of a city level threat, right? And that's saying a lot. Maybe a mountain level. I'll say mountain level. I didn't say city. Like a mountain level threat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, I don't know. No, I don't really fuck with like FNAF. I know about FNAF and stuff. I play the games, but I don't really like have a favorite character or anything like that. To be honest with you. Me personally, I think Goku wins that. I like Goku's like a planetary level threat. There's no way that Jinwoo's winning. Yeah, I got you.
Her to fit in, considering that he's constantly harassed. At first, Anya basically says, "Tough luck, you're a nerdy foreign kid," but she feels bad immediately and tries to relate to him, telling him about how she was bullied too when she first got here.
Bitches are horrible. You hear what she said? Like, let's go back real quick.
He asks Anya if she's tried microfilm and she has no idea what he's talking about. So Dima shows her how it works and the two get to searching. She tells Dima to look for anything about an Emily Riley and murders in the spring of 1918. While they look, Dima opens up to Anya, asking her how it's so easy for her to fit in, considering that he's constantly harassed. At first, Anya basically says, "Tough luck, you're a nerdy foreign kid," but she feels bad immediately and tries to relate to him, telling him about how she was bullied too when she first got here. Dima can't believe it it because he thinks she's so cool.
Not
She
gonna
tells him not to worry
lie,
about the
you should go
bullies
'cause I
anyway.
keep these
Impressing a bunch of
awesome
snooty
with
teenagers
ASUS
is the lame goal.
anti-magic.
Look at that smile on
ASUS,
Demon's
nothing
face.
without
It's a
his
sweet
promo.
moment, you have to admit.
Yeah, I
After
say
a
you should
while,
go with
Dima
that
does
one.
find something regarding Emily Riley, but it's not about her being murdered. It's about her being a murderer. Anya takes a look, and sure enough, she sees Emily's disturbed picture with the headline, "Local Girl Missing After Double Murder." Next to it are two more photos of a young man and woman. As Anya reads more, we get a flashback showing what really happened to Emily. We can see her peering through a window at the man and woman who are clearly in love. With tears in her eyes, she blocks the door and throws a match into the nearby grass, lighting the house on fire and burning the couple alive inside. A mob forms and searches everywhere for her. After reading about all of this, Anya is in shock. Emily had lied about everything. She decides she's gonna have to go and heads back home in a huff. She enters her room and finds that the bone is missing. Emily appears smoking again and looking demented, and Anya asks her if she's seen the necklace. Emily says maybe you should have worn it, then you wouldn't have lost it. After a heated exchange, Anya almost confronts Emily about what she learned, but Emily cuts her off to show her a new trick. She reaches down and manages to pick up an earring on Anya's desk. It appears that with some effort, Emily can now move things. Anya realizes that Emily must have hidden the necklace, and Emily even implies that she put the bone in Anya's bag.
Well, I'm
to
not
begin
streaming
with.
the Twitch
Anya
right now.
finally tells her what she learned,
Streaming the YouTube and
that she killed her
Instagram.
unrequited love and his girlfriend. Emily defends herself, saying that he had called her ugly and broke her heart, and that Anya of all people should understand that. Well, Anya happens to think that murder is not an appropriate response to disappointment. Emily says yeah, she made some mistakes, but she wants to make it right by giving her the life that she always wanted. Anya's not interested in the life that Emily wanted, or her taste in men. She demands that Emily give her the bone back, but she refuses, saying she'll not go back into the dark. She says that she'll give Anya more time to think it over, and to realize that things are much better when she's on her side. Anya reminds herself that Emily can't go too far from the bone, so it must be somewhere in the house. After a while of searching, Anya goes downstairs and talks to her mother, who mentions that the school told her about Anya's big grade improvements, obviously a result of the cheating. As her mother cuts up some ingredients for dinner, Emily suddenly appears in the kitchen and cranks up the gas on the stove. Anya warns her mother, who's glad she noticed, saying she could have burned the whole house down. So now it seems Emily is straight up threatening to kill Anya's family.
Oh, Jesus.
After this, Anya begins frantically searching for the bone around the kitchen. Dinner's almost ready, and Emily appears under the sink with her finger to her mouth. Anya then finds that a box of rat poison is laying empty. Realizing that Emily is attempting to poison her family, she rushes over and grabs the food, then pretends to slip and drop it all over the floor. That was the last of the meat, so Anya encourages her mother to order pizza instead. While she does, Emily appears again and points at her mother as if threatening to take her out first. Damn, this got really dark. Anya continues to search through the house, but still can't find the bone down to the last closet. She suddenly hears a loud crash and her mother cry out in pain. She runs out to find her mother had slipped on the stairs and has possibly broken her foot. Her little brother's marbles are all over the stairs. Anya quickly realizes this wasn't his doing, but Emily's. She offers to come home to the hospital, but remember, this is a tough lady from the old country. She says that she'll take a cab so Anya can stay here and watch her brother. It's nighttime at this point, and Anya is nervously smoking a cigarette, looking at a checklist of every possible room, and it looks like they've all been searched. She stops for a second and looks disgusted at the cigarette, putting it down. Maybe seeing Emily smoke made it a lot less cool. Just then, she hears her brother cry out from his room, and Anya runs in to find Emily floating over his bed and whispering terrible things in his ear. The poor kid has tears streaming down his face, so who knows what she's telling him. Not that an evil ghost floating above your head isn't enough reason for a little kid to cry. Anya yells at Emily to get off him, and she flies away. The poor kid's a mess, and Anya does her best to comfort him. While she does, she rants about how this is all her fault. She says she just needs to find that bone somewhere, and her little brother perks up, saying he actually found a bone in the hallway earlier, and he put it in his specimen box downstairs. They rush down to get it and find Emily trying her best to pick it up first. Anya just reaches through her hands and grabs it. She tells her brother to get back to his room and runs outside, going straight for the woods and the well. Emily chases behind her, saying she's going to kill her, but Anya stays a step ahead. As she approaches the tunnel by the woods, Emily rages out and increases increases her size until she's massive and her giant hands are inches from Anya. Finally, she finds the hole, and as she does, she turns on the spot and screams out at Emily, telling her to stop. She holds the bone in her hand right above the hole, threatening to drop it. Emily says she wasn't really going to kill her family, she just wanted Anya's attention. But Anya says she doesn't need Emily to make her life better, and in fact, she needs Anya. She wants her to dress up and chase boys because Emily never got to, but she refuses to live her life for her. At this point, Emily is a little less
Wait, whose
aggressive.
fault is that? That's your fault. That's your fault. That's a skill issue. That's your fault. You did that to yourself. You out here killing people. What the hell? That's your fault.
And even asks Anya to maybe give the bone to one of her friends, like Shobin. Anya says she wouldn't give Emily to her worst enemies. Emily then accuses Anya of being selfish, and says that if she really cared about Shobin, how come she hasn't talked to her in weeks? And if she loved her family so much, why does she lie about her last name? She even suggests that Anya is no different than her, and would do the same things if she had the chance. This sets Anya off, and she starts to move toward the hole again. Emily threatens her, saying she'll get another bone and make her way back up to Anya's house to get revenge. Anya doesn't buy it and says it doesn't matter because she's going to tell someone and get the well filled in. This enrages Emily again, and she straight up charges at Anya, phasing through her stomach. It looks like an uncomfortable feeling, but it doesn't stop Anya, and she drops the bone into the well. Emily screams out, trying to fight it, but is ultimately dragged back into the well. There's a moment of quiet as Anya looks down into the dark well. She begins to walk away when something grabs her ankle. Looking down, she sees Emily has possessed her own skeleton, and it's climbing out of the well. Anya kicks her foot loose and moves back, but Emily stands up, looking pretty freaky as the bones glow. Anya starts to run away, but stops. She confronts Emily, confessing that she may not be exactly like her, but she's enough like her to understand how she feels, envious of others and wondering how they have it so easy. But Emily needs to learn that you never really know what's going on in someone else's head. How does she know the girl she killed wasn't even more messed up than her, or the boy for that matter? No one has the right to decide who lives or dies. It's pretty clear that Emily can barely even stand in this form. It seems like Anya's words hit home, and she looks up with tears in her eyes. Then she lets out a long sigh and falls backward, sending her skeleton into the well. We then get a time jump to the well being filled in by the school's public safety group. The guy in charge approaches Anya and has a hard time pronouncing her last name. This time she proudly says it, and he thanks her for telling them about the hole. She says she didn't want anyone else to go through what she did, and the man likes her attitude, even suggesting to see her in the student election coming up. Afterwards, she has a seat on a log in the woods, and Shobin finds her. Anya apologizes for not talking to her, and she says it's no big deal. She offers Anya a smoke, but she refuses, saying she doesn't know if she ever really liked them, and it doesn't look as cool as she thought it did. Shobin tells Anya that she may look normal on the outside, but she's not on the inside. Anya takes it as a compliment, and we get a beautiful zoom out as the comic comes to an end.
What?
So there you have it, Anya's Ghost. There's a lot of interesting things you can take from this comic, but the thing that stood out to me the most is a lesson in judgment. You really don't know what's going on in someone else's life. Anya thought that Elizabeth was perfect and found out she was miserable and in a really jacked up relationship. On the other hand, Anya thought her life sucked and saw herself as horribly flawed, but from Dima's perspective, she was the cool one who had it easy. You just never know what's going on in someone's head. I highly recommend you all go buy a copy of Anya's Ghost at your local bookstore. One of the things that's completely lost in an overview video like this is the humor. This comic is genuinely funny, but what did you guys think? Let me know in the comments below, as well as anything else.
I can see this being on Netflix. Like, straight up. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, that was awesome. Let me see. What's next on the agenda? Let me see. Let's see. Okay. Alright, what's the next video we should do? Let me see. Yeah, he's cool. You say you saw a video? You sent a Google share thing. Bear heads. Bear heads. Okay, damn, that was crazy. Netflix for needed. Let me see. Let me see here. How small stream eliminated 3 popular bullies overnight. Don't care about that. He's mad. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Should we just do one more? I got you. Okay, let me see what he sent me. You said... Where did you send it? I don't see it on the Discord. I don't see it in the DMs. Yeah, changed and people hate it.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen.
So Kai Cenat's in I don't know what's going on with this dude, but there's a lot going on with this
And
dude.
so it's been a week since this happened, and it seems like the entire internet has just turned
Oh,
on
that's
Kai
kind
Cenat.
of
And I
low,
wanted
to be
talk about
honest,
this
lately.
last week, but I was pretty much sick the entire...
reason why things has been super slow and low is because I've not been drawing a bunch of anime chicks. I have not been drawing a lot of anime chicks. I've been doing a bunch of work, animation, like animatic work and commissions. So that's why a lot of people are not like in the stream like that, because I'm not drawing a bunch of anime chicks right now. That's usually what brings in a lot of people, but then again, it brings in all types of people, not just the ones who actually enjoy the art and stuff. It brings all types of weirdos and just people who wants to look for a fight to just argue for the sake of arguing, like they know who I am. Yeah, so it's annoying.
Your week last week, coughing up loogies and everything, congested to hell to boot because, hey, I don't know. Like, I don't know where I got, like, this cold or potentially the flu. I did have a fever, but we're all good now. My voice is much better now. Still a little congested, as you can hear, but we're getting closer to being healthy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to talk about this because guys, you can't be mad. Yo, people are mad that Kai Cenat is not really streaming anymore, jumping down like a court jester.
I only see a Google share thing. I don't know what that's about.
Trying to entertain people like a clown every day, loud and just like doing the most. And they're mad that he's now pivoting to being more like, I guess, slowing down and trying to actually be articulate. He's actually reading now. He started this whole arc where he's now reading books every day and like kind of timing himself. And people are now calling it performative. And I can understand that perspective, but who cares if it's performative? He's trying to improve his articulation. He's trying to improve his vocabulary. He's now getting into fashion. He created this fashion line called Vivette. He's getting into the more artistic, creative world because he doesn't want to be boxed in forever. He wants to expand and not just be known as the loud, funny kid online who dances around and does goofy shit. He actually wants to try and mature and grow up and, kind of refine his image, and people are like clowning him for that. I personally think let the man do what he wants to do. And here we have this one post from someone named Yosix on Twitter. He says, Kai Cenat kept having to look up what certain words meant during his reading journey to become a better speaker. Crying, laughing emoji. Like, I guess trying to clown him. Like, why are we clowning him? I used to do that. I still do it when I read and come across words that I don't understand because that's what you're supposed to do.
Spontaneity. How do I pronounce that?
He's probably trying to say spontaneity, right? Or spontaneous, something like that, right? So he's gonna look it up.
I only see the
being spontaneous.
I only see the only thing I see from the art channel. Wait, the art channel. You said in the art channel, right? I don't see anything in the art channel. Fine, I'm gonna make a channel for video games. I'm gonna make a channel for video games. Video game news. I gotta make a channel for video game news. I don't know what that's about. I gotta figure that out. Art memes. When was that posted? When was that said? Oh, that was technically today. Is that really today? Yo, bro, what the hell is happening, bro? What time was this set? No, it was that was in April. No, what the hell? No, wait. Yeah, that was in April. Discord? Okay.
Spontaneity.
So what's the problem? Guys, no joke, no bullshit. I've literally seen comments of people, I guess people who watch Kai Cenat, clowning him for reading, right? And trying to look up words that he does not know how to pronounce and that he does not know the definition of. They're calling it performative. And you see why I get pissed off at people, bro. Like, what is he not, wait, whoa. What is the alternative? For him to just, like, fumble the word for the rest of his life, not look it up, not understand what it means, and just, like, look like a dumbass for people to still mock him at the end of the day? And, you know, now, like, it seems like as though, you know, Kai Cenat has been getting into anime. There's been, you know, people have been clowning him because he...
Oh, there it is. Found it. You gotta start posting those pictures more, things that have been a document, because I don't think people like clicking on those things. It'll make them think it's some type of virus. But, like, this looks nice. I like this. Let's zoom in. Boom. Zoom in over there. Let me see. Okay, anyways, nighttime here, so good night. Okay, later, bye. Thank you for bro. I didn't see your thing till now. Let me see. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Let's go, Lyra. Oh, Lyra said she was having trouble with proportions. Proportions. And color theory. Alright, so... Okay, so Lyra, I'm going to need you to make an Instagram. Because it's going to make it hard for me to send you videos on... to explain and show you how to do X, Y, and Z. If you can, that'll be really helpful. If you can't, then I may have to find an alternative, because Discord does not allow you to send videos that's more than a minute, I believe, or 30 seconds, because of, I think, memory or some crap, and it's annoying. So if you can get Instagram or make an Instagram account, I can answer all your questions and just send you videos. It makes it much easier. I gotta find an alternative other than Instagram. I may have to do that later. Yeah, I may have to actually do that. Or, wait, maybe I can do... Can I do it on YouTube? I gotta figure that out. But good job, Lyra. You did a great job, hon. Awesome. Be proud of yourself. I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job trying to improve. And I will send you a video on it in a bit. I got you. Let's see here.
He used to think, and he said himself, I used to think anime was weird and think it was just a cartoon, but it has helped me build way more courage than I ever had before, right? So he used to kind of clown anime, right? I couldn't find it. I can't find it now, but I saw a clip where he probably did clown anime in the past, and now he's changed his mind. And I'm just like, okay, cool.
They all do that.
Change his mind? And we're all human beings, and we evolve over time through normal plasticity. Why can't we change our minds? He couldn't relate before, and now he can. And additionally, now that he's getting into music, he was listening to Frank Ocean's album Blonde for the first time properly, right? And now people are saying this is a call for help, right? And this is all happening after he allegedly broke up with his girlfriend, or she broke up with him via cheating with YoungBoy. That's just allegations and speculation, but people are now...
Oh, that's who you got cheated on? Oh, snap, that's who she cheated on you with? Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks, bro. I'm so sorry, bro. Okay, I found the video. Okay. After this, we'll play your video.
No.
Like, if boy wants to get in the Frank Ocean bag, let him get into that bag. I don't understand. Like, this is art. This is music. Who are you to tell someone how they should enjoy someone else's art? Art is subjective to interpretation by the person who's consuming that art. Like, just because it's Kai Cenat and he's been performing this character for years that you no longer feel as though that he's aligning with, and he wants to go beyond that, why are you mad? And now people are laughing at him. They're saying this is a very hard watch after just one fucking breakup at his age. God, this is embarrassing. You will never be a Debo, I think he's a streamer. Dude can't stop being performative, even in his private videos. LMAO, lame ass dude. They're calling him trying to finally be more, I guess, vulnerable with his hobbies and his interests and trying to expand into different lanes. Performative. This is the problem with normies, NPC bots who use this word performative and just drag and apply it to everything. People take a trendy word and literally just water the word down.
Yeah, and they just totally just violate it completely. They just scrape the hell out of a word. They learn, like, remember when everyone was saying demure? Oh my god, every stupid woman and probably someone on the LGBT side was saying that on a constant, every single chance they got. Oh my god, I have never heard a bunch of people use a word. I don't even think they're even saying it right. I think they're usually saying it wrong and then just be saying it for the sake of saying it, just because it was trendy. Holy moly. Holy moly. Every chick I knew was saying this. Almost every chick I knew personally was saying this stupid word. Demure. I'm like, shut up. You probably can't even spell it, much less know what that means. Like, stop saying it. It sounds stupid. Damn.
Everything. And my issue is, okay, let me just steel man this argument. Even if it is performative and he's just doing this to promote whatever creative fashion brand he's trying to now promote, who cares? It's actually positive. He's actually, you know, influencing kids and the people who watch his content to now, you know, be a little more artistic and expand their...
That's crazy. You're just studying. That's performative. I remember we had a student that was in my stream. It was Momo. And someone was asking questions about my teaching habits or my teaching skills. And as I was answering, I think Momo was answering for me because I was dealing with different, like, people talking at once. It was on TikTok. And the dude told him to stop being a glazer. He's like, he's not glazing. He's a customer. Wouldn't you want to hear from a fellow customer about the thing that you want to purchase? Ain't that smart to do? Like, if you bought the thing and you're asking about the thing, right? Why would you, like, I don't understand this. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you get mad and call them you're glazing me when they're a customer who has previous experience with the product you're trying to, like, convince yourself on buying and become a student? How is he glazing? That's not glazing. He's helping, if anything.
Their horizon in terms of hobbies.
But anything of, like, being productive or giving someone help is it's a form of, like, your glazing is pretty much just saying you're dick riding. Like, well, for most people, you're glazing them, like you're dick riding or some crap. Welcome back.
This is a positive thing for me. So even if it is performative, at least it's positive performativity. Am I wrong? Like, there are so many more important things to get mad at, I guess, Kai Cenat over. And in my opinion, this is just not one of them. And watch somebody in the comment section call me performative for defending Kai and trying to explain his...
Yes, that's what people do. As soon as you defend anyone that's not yourself, you're being some form of performative glazing individual. It's wild. So, like, for instance, if right now Bri did something that was pretty amazing, I can't big up my friend and my mod for achieving his goal, because if I do that, you're glazing him, or you're being performative or something like that, or like you just give him, like for instance, let's say he did a drawing and he just wanted to show off his drawing to the group chat. I'm not supposed to give him any great praise or like hype him up, because if I hype him up, I'm being performative, or I'm glazing him hard. I did the same thing with, like, Mikey. Like, I remember we was playing game and I randomly, like, just want to give Mikey props because he was playing game with us. And I said he looked awesome in his, like, costume on Peak. I think someone said I was glazing, bro. I was like, how am I glazing, bro? I'm giving him, like, literal props. Like, you don't give props to your friends? Like, what the hell? This is the one-seater in a bus at all times. Transportation, you choose to be my... peak art.
is
Thank
his
you.
character arc. Like
you, thank
literally anything quote unquote positive or understanding is now considered performative.
Yep.
If it's not toxic, it's performative.
Performative,
Yo,
yeah.
this is where we are in society. And of course, you know, about like a week ago or 6 days ago, Kai Cenat uploaded this video to both his channels titled I
I'm
Quit.
just using a
And,
crayon.
he did an interview with his mom. They were out there in the desert somewhere. Here's his mom right here. And they were just having a conversation in the desert somewhere about life and him wanting to expand beyond where he is now, you know? Guys, he doesn't want to be boxed in anymore. He doesn't want to be typecasted by, you know, people online as the perpetual loud is funny guy. He wants to grow up. He wants to expand. He wants to be artistic.
Okay,
he
no
wants
problem.
to get into his bag. He wants to develop fashion. He probably wants to do music. He wants to be a film director. He wants to fund philanthropic projects. Let him do it.
I feel like sometimes people need to self-reflect and take a step back from
Oh,
the
damn
broad
it.
perspective of
Sorry.
what life has been.
I'm so sorry.
Bro, people online will literally take what he said and call it performative, bro.
I believe
I understand, but it's
that
good
there
if
is
someone
more
sees it.
to this
It gives
world
context to those who are walking
that is
in.
much greater than myself.
Is he wrong? Like, I'm pretty sure we've all realized that by now. The world is beautiful, it's big, and there's much to be discovered.
The energy and passion to want to do more and create is within me.
Exactly. Instead of catering to a specific demographic of people who, at the end of the day, may not even really care about you like that. They don't care about your mental health, physical well-being, your
They usually
spiritual
don't.
journey, and everything else in between.
They
just
usually
want to see you
don't.
perform and be a clown for them,
Yes.
for their own entertainment.
That is why I quit.
Well, hopefully he doesn't quit like in the way we think he's gonna retire. I think he just wants to quit what he's doing and transform into a different lane. And I support that. I support that wholeheartedly.
Quit thinking in my head of the goals I want to achieve and not pursuing them because I'm primarily known for one thing and scared to step out that box and try new things.
Guys, this is the first time I'm seeing this video, literally. This is the first time I'm seeing this. And I, bar for bar, exactly what I said. Because it's just too predictable as a content creator who's been, you know, anybody clowning Kai Cenat right now for what he's doing right now.
I don't think anything that Kai is, even if it's considered quote-unquote performative, it's a great message. I think that's something that everyone should follow to improve themselves no matter what. Even if he's doing it for clout, I'd rather him pretend to try to be an intellectual and try to better himself. Like, forget the intellectual part. It's just him trying to better his life in general. That is a good message to send to young boys and just kids in general who watches him, because he's very much aware that kids watches him, right? So like that's a good thing to do. Instead of being a loudmouth idiot and just doing stupid stuff and hoping for and doing insane stunts or putting themselves in positions of being a total nothing in society. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no problem with anything that Kai is doing. If he chooses to stream or not, or anything like that, I have no problem with it. It's a good message. It's positive. It's nothing bad. And if he can, and the thing is, he could still do the whole benefiting, improving himself and still stream. He already got the money. Yeah, because when people don't watch you, those are people who truly don't watch you. People who watches you and talk crazy about you, when they talk crazy about you, they probably do watch you. I'm not even gonna lie. Most likely. Yeah, they don't even watch his stuff. What they'll say, what they consider watching is seeing a clip that they saw on Instagram. Because honestly, I'm not gonna believe kids of today who can't watch a single TikTok without being stimulated can watch hours of Kai Cenat, or more than 30 minutes of Kai Cenat straight. I don't think so. It's alright. Nothing really. Didn't really miss anything. Same topic talking about Kai. But yeah, ultimately I don't think majority of people who watch Kai is watching Kai. I think they watch clips of Kai and call that I watch his stuff. That's what they consider. You remember, we're living in a time where definitions lose their meaning a lot more than they should. So 9 times out of 10, when they say I watched Kai, they watch the clip. So that's what that is. So it is what it is.
Just relax. Let the guy go on the journey that he wants to go on, and let him discover the hobbies and interests that he wants to discover.
No, I never either. No, it's not. It's not Deku. I feel honored. I feel so honored. Not even gonna play on that. I don't know why anyone will watch me, to be honest. Yee. Like it's fun. It's very. It's nice to know that you guys watch my stuff, watch me on stream. More reason why I gotta start making some content, because like, I'm trying to get everything up to snuff, because like, I have to. Oh, just let everyone know, I'm gonna let you guys give a heads up real quick. If you start seeing a bunch of like old videos I posted in the past on TikTok, that was on purpose. I'm going to literally dump my drafts of old stuff that TikTok resent to me to repost. You know that repost feature that you can do where you can like it's like on this day type stuff. You're gonna see a bunch of that. I'm gonna probably like drop like 30 or 20 videos in one day. It's gonna be more of a big brain experiment to see how many people actually engages with that many stuff with the height I'm at now, just to see if there's any mass difference, which I don't think it will, because it's TikTok algorithm, so I'm not totally sure how that's gonna plan out. But I'm gonna post about 20 or 30 videos in one day, or I'm gonna just dump the whole thing out. I'm gonna dump the whole thing out, and once I dump it, I'm gonna see how people respond. They might get mad at me because they're like, "Oh, you gooner" type stuff, because they're gonna see like anime girls, and then I'm gonna ask them to like pick which pose and stuff. It's old stuff I did in the past. This is not nothing new. I'm just dumping out the entire cache so I can start fresh with TikTok. I'm not posting anything new. Well, I have to post the stuff I recently did, but I'm gonna post all the drafts that I have. So yeah, look out for that. Once those drafts are out, then I'll put out the new stuff, and then when the new stuff is, I'll be totally up to date with TikTok. I'm gonna do the same thing with YouTube. No, it's there. I'm gonna post it up. Let me see. What's going on with this mouse? It's acting weird. Alright, let me see. Is it the mouse? Yee. Wait, hold on. There we go. Two feet, 2 feet, 2 feet, 2 feet.
Don't see how you do it. I would have gone manic.
It's nothing new as long as you hear it every day. I'm fine with it.
Still, with all these questions, at some point we've got to give that kid a phone.
No!
Alright.
Giving dingy internet access is like mixing Mentos
No.
and Coke, and I do not
I will
trust
be
them
coming
with
back
that.
to Twitch. I've been working on some things. That's going to be new to the stream. I'm working on a bunch of new stuff. Like I said, this year's going to be different. I'm going to be focusing on my students, or the people who support me this year. Most of that focus is going to go to them. I'm just trying to get everything out. I was trying to get everything out last year before the 25th, but that didn't happen. So I'm going to be... I think tomorrow I'm just going to post and drop all the stuff so I can just have TikTok ready. I might do it tomorrow or the following day. But, yeah, I'm going to be doing that soon. Yeah, no, it says, RG33, that's the person who posted this. It says, Denji and Power learns to ride bikes.
You're really sounding like an older brother now.
Him and Power would start using words I don't know, and then I'd have to ask the questions about their weird lingo.
PMO, CBAP.
What the fuck are you saying?
Oh, he says shut the F up.
PMO, CBAP.
I'll kill you!
How do you seem so certain of this happening?
The future is not awesome.
Oh, hi guys. I had a question.
Get out! Get out of here!
I didn't even fucking ask yet.
If you're gonna promise me it's not dumb.
I don't think it's dumb.
Him not thinking dumb doesn't mean it's not
Okay,
dumb.
shoot.
What's a bisexual?
Do I support? Yes, yes, Louis, yes, you.
Been
You're definitely you're a student, so
tracking this on purpose!
I'm trying to focus on you guys on that. So I'm trying to get everything out so I can focus on you guys only, so I don't have
Top
any,
Knot, can I go to the moon?
anything left back.
Power, maybe it's best we start looking for a job to keep you busy. The Walmart's hiring.
Can you drive me to the moon?
Hello.
I can't.
If you can't drive me there, I'm gonna break something.
Always do anyway!
Come on, just answer my question, man.
Bisexual is someone who likes men and women. Happy?
What the fuck do you take me for?
What, man?
Dragging it out, you said? I already know what that is! Why would I ask that?
You've just had a long streak of similar questions. I almost...
Past tense!
So much has
You think I'm
happened.
fucking stupid, don't you? I go to the library in my free time.
Did they just turn it off? They turn off the sound. Yep, they turn off the sound. Lots happening. A lot's happening this. Oh god, I could have. I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't be able to watch this. There's so much
I'm reading
happening.
Cat in the Hat.
Yeah?
I really, really like Thing 1 and Thing 2. They remind me of me and Power.
It's Power and me. Not me and
Yeah.
Power.
What?
Nothing, man. That's really cool.
I bet my book is better than yours.
Whatever.
You can't be serious.
Dingy, you didn't know the birds and bees until a month ago.
My pursuit of
Dang.
knowledge is forever met with spite and malice. It's disheartening.
Did you go from Cat in the Hat to Merriam-Webster in the same week? What is this?
Just ask the question!
What's a bisect?
Bro, don't know what a bicycle is.
Huh?
You really don't know what a bicycle is? Come on, dude.
You're asking us what a
Bicycle is.
bicycle is.
To answer your last question, Dingy, I do think you're stupid.
How do I ride this thing? Ow!
You did grow up in the slums. Guess it makes sense you never got to ride one like us.
When did you learn how to ride a
Not
bike,
get. No,
Aki?
there's a difference. Not able to ride one and not knowing one are two different things. Those are. I know what a trolley is, but I never been into a trolley. Like, what the hell? You don't know what a bike is? That's insane. You learn what a bike is in in kindergarten. Like, it's like one of those words you learn in kindergarten. Well, then again, I remember he said he was homeless, so I don't know how homeless that was.
When I was 12, I learned it alongside my little brother. We used to cycle a dozen laps around the neighborhood. I'd drive him to school every day.
Ow!
Get it?
I'd drive him to school every day
I
on
don't
this
think you did.
three-seat bicycle we had, just to get a few extra minutes with him every day.
I'm never being
What's a
vulnerable
bus?
around you again!
This shit hurts.
You've skateboarded with Tony Hawk! Why is the learning curve so hard for a bike?
So much has happened lately.
Yeah, no, Aki's voice changed like twice over this month.
What's this about voice changes?
Voice changes.
What? You want to ride a bike, Power?
Dude, yes.
You know,
Oh my god. Ashley,
I sometimes look at Power like I look at Bean when she's not listening.
doing it. After an hour of crashing.
Oh God.
If I speed up just a little bit, I can kill two devils with one stone.
Stop.
Justice will be served for my fucking window!
Damn.
Look, karma will do its thing one of these days. Someone will run them over eventually. It doesn't have to be you.
Are you seeing this, Aki?
Someone will run them over eventually.
You're spared from wrath just for today.
Why have you partaken in the art of cycling, Denji?
The funny thing, I just didn't realize how much he did not like these two. Now remembering it now, I now remember, like, he really don't like them at all. He's like a Squidward towards them, but just more quiet about it. Like, I keep forgetting he really does not like them.
Oh, nothing much. I'm just trying to broaden my worldview, especially after realizing how ill-fitted I've become with society due to the environment I grew up in, stunting my development.
Maybe.
Reading books, hiking, bathing, riding bikes remain
You
a
mean
luxury
Gary's
to me that
mod?
otherwise would be commonplace for anyone else.
Facts.
Is this the same idiot asking about lesbians?
Oh no, that idiot never left. That's very introspective of you, Dingy. But there's gotta be another reason.
I'm gonna impress the ladies with my bike skills.
When would you ever need a bisexual to pick up girls?
It's called a bicycle.
I don't know. Maybe one day I'll have to save a girl from some devil by riding a bike.
Foolish.
Broadening my worldview could just be seen as I want to meet more ladies.
Sorry, my brain's not a translator app for these creatures.
I'm researching this two-wheeler so I can cycle to the moon for colonization.
Wow!
Translate that one next.
There's nothing to interpret. She's just like that.
According to my research, the moon is 240,000 miles away. And if we want to get there in an hour, we need to travel.
Thinking.
A lot of miles!
A lot of miles. Our training starts now, Denji.
Should we stop them? Or
I would
They just
actually
failed to
hate these
divide
two
by
myself.
one. They don't deserve saving.
Not gonna lie, I would actually start hating these two if they were still together. Especially if I have to watch them.
A dozen laps around this neighborhood, Denji.
Okay, I changed my mind.
Weakling.
Dude, our tires just got fired. It's looking a bit dire. Bars. Maybe we should think twice about doing this.
I don't even think once.
We're gonna die!
Ow.
Ew.
Never write Hawakawa on your documents again. I'm disowning both of you.
Come on, man.
You don't have to be the bad guy.
Both grounded!
I don't mean to interrupt the family bonding, but we gotta find out who
And
owns
this must be a
strange
nightmare.
car to pay them for the damages.
Oh, that's no biggie. We can just use Top Knot's debit card like we always do.
Always do? Always do!
Oh, dude, your funds are gone.
Sorry for wrecking your checking, Aki.
What the fuck have you been buying?
Pop-Tarts? They help me calm down.
She means Pop-Tarts.
$1 million yen's worth of Pop-Tarts?
You said it
Pop-Tarts.
wrong.
Yeah, this is Bean. Yeah, this is me and Bean in a nutshell. Yeah, this is Bean saying something insane, and I'm just like, I'm at my wit's end, and yeah. Yep.
Hey, stop, hey,
Yep,
stop,
yep,
hey,
yep.
hey.
Any other bright ideas, Denji?
Well, if I ask really nicely, maybe Makima can pay for
What am I paying for?
Fuck.
Hey, Miss Makima. Nice plushie. I love SpongeBob.
This isn't SpongeBob. But I agree, I also love SpongeBob.
Since when were you big on minions?
Since last night, I'm collecting plushies of every minion. What are you two up to?
Nothing much.
The Greek power believes we crashed into your yellow car, leaving behind 2 large checks on the side of the tail, likely total of 3 million yen in damages.
What music?
I'll
This
find
whole
a way to
music being...
lobotomize
Oh
you
wait,
in
I
due
know.
time,
but-
Power.
Okay.
What are you trying to say?
Well, it's okay, you two. There's a very easy way for you to pay off that 3 million. I hear a certain mart is...
God.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble, you two. And hands off my debit card.
Yeah. Thanks for the ride, but I'd rather cycle here on my own.
What? So you can crash another car? Get used to the 3-seater.
The great power reduced to cartilage. I used to control these wheels, and now they control me.
It's okay, Power. Paid off about 500,000 yen already, so only 2.5 million to go.
Bello? This marks your 150th hour working for Walmart. Congrats!
Help me out of my misery.
Here, I bought you both Pop-Tarts.
Hooray!
Not sure.
And I got one more gift. Just for you, Denji.
Whoa! Just for me? Is it a kiss?
No.
A hug?
No.
A bite?
No.
Dude, what the fuck am I getting?
A rare, coveted Makima fist bump.
Oh my god.
I'll take anything at this point.
Yes! Fist bump!
Wow! Pop-Tarts and a fist bump?
Bro, editing this must be a horrific thing. You must have 100,000 followers to do something like this, because I would be so angry to edit every... This is every frame. Almost every word they say, there's a new frame on the screen. This would... You know how nightmarish this would be? Over the years, I've been editing since 2013. Bro, I would hate this. And this is how I edit. I actually edit like this, but like, jeez. Like, seeing other people edit makes me tired. It makes me so tired. Oh my gosh. My worst thing I ever did is edit like Pyrocynical. Oh my god. That was the worst person to learn from. I didn't technically learn from him, but like that was my inspiration of how to edit. But like, jeez, bro. Like, oh my god, bro, never again. No, that's why I always weasel. I try to weasel my way out of not editing. That's why I stream a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's why I'm gonna just be honest with you guys. That's the legitimate reason why I stream every single day. Is because I just want to avoid editing videos. That's literally the reason, which is annoying. Yeah, dank memes, the MLG way of like MLG gaming / type editing. That was my reason why I streamed every single day, because I just didn't want to edit. But now, since I got back in editing, it's more relaxing because I'm taking more of a more safety approach of that instead of how I used to stream. Used to edit all before. It's still a bad habit, but like I've been breaking away from it more and more. So I've been editing much more subtly. That's why you guys see my tutorials, my recent tutorials. They're a lot more tame compared to my old work. Oh my god. And I'm not even talking about Artextric. I'm talking about like my other channel for my other channels that I used to do. Oh my goodness. That's so crazy.
This is the best day ever!
By the way...
What?
Kinda new to this whole driving thing. I've only ever had other people drive for me.
Okay.
So on my way here, I may have...
I'm guessing this is what they consider brain rot to a degree, because there's always have to be something going on the screen every frame. I think that's what people consider brain rot to a degree, because like if it's more than like, I guess 5 to 10 seconds, it's too long.
I hope you don't mind paying for those damages too.
I do mind, actually.
It's added to your debt. Thanks.
We weren't even responsible for those!
Bye-bye. Whoopsie.
Why?
Don't.
Just stop already! Do something, Power! We're gonna have to be working for the rest of our lives at this rate!
Calmness is the cradle of power. Peace with yourself is peace with the world.
How does a sugar rush calm you down?
Negative times negative makes positive.
Hello?
No, that's not how that works. That is insane. Editing that will drive me up the wall. I'm not even kidding. Why do they shake so much? Wait, what is this? What game is this? Hold on. Is this a new game? What is this? Is this Arc Knights? I can't tell.
Explosion? There's no bombs here. Only flour and a torchlight.
But it tastes like candy.
Explosion? There's no bombs here. Only flour and a torchlight.
Wait, isn't that game? No. Oh wait, it's that game. That 18th century gotcha game.
I can't believe that we find.
Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't see that. Hold on. When the guy you hate gets humbled.
I mean it.
What? Let me see. What? What? So this is from Pyrocynical. I got you. Like, this is from Pyrocynical. And it says, when the guy you hate gets humbled.
If it wasn't for Kai, I mean, that could have been him, low-key.
He was getting fined for wearing shoes that weren't regulation, red or whatever.
Not every red.
Everybody loves when someone they genuinely don't like for very valid reasons gets humbled. And this is one of the best scenarios I've ever seen that happen. So you've got this streamer called Rakai. No one likes this guy. He's basically hated by most facets of the online space. Now, he's a streamer who gets up to a lot of hilarious laugh-out-loud antics. Like, for example, recently, he got a ton of backlash for streaming himself with his mates inside a fast food place, which sounds fine. And you can see in frame, there's a homeless guy eating on his own, minding his own business, and then they just start mocking him. And the reason why it's bad is because if you're a normal functioning human, you probably have empathy.
At the age of 32, I've acquired empathy.
Which seems to be a thing that's dwindling at a very alarming rate, but a lot of people in the comments were basically saying the same thing of like, this reminds me of my nan, how she'd go out and kind of eat on her own, that kind of thing. A lot of people have basically seen someone that's, you know, not in the best situation, and then there's a streamer just laughing at them. Now, over the months, people have...
I'm not, like, every time Rakai, like, I don't, like, I don't really like him very much myself. He comes off extremely obnoxious. He kind of reminds me of someone I know personally, but, like, he reminds me of that one family member that just really doesn't know how to stop. Silver Palace. Oh, there's in Silver Palace.
I found Rakai to be very annoying. Originally, he was like quirky and endearing, but then actions like this, I think the mask just started to slip a bit, and people just really wanted to see him get humbled. And from this specific clip, he's basically gave the internet full-on permission to viciously make fun of him, making, you know, memes just out of pure hatred.
But it can all spark to make a strong artwork.
Oh my god, I shouldn't laugh.
If you don't understand the context of that meme, don't worry, you're not on acid. It is quite a bit of a whiplash. But basically, he's making fun of Kai Cenat because, as we know, Kai is kind of taking a break from streaming. You know, he's only made like 20 million this month. He's been quite humble now, and he started various channels, like, for example, one where he learns to basically read. And Rakai is, like, mocking him, and in turn, the internet thinks, okay, Kai Cenat, he can be a little bit performative. Like, for example, that one instance where he misspelled the word edgy in his book, and instead of erasing it or scribbling over it, he tore out the entire page. But despite that, he gets a pass over Rakai. So most recently, Rakai made an announcement that he was actually going to stream at the Diamond Gym, which is this really popular gym known for being, you know, ridiculously hardcore. Imagine Full Metal Jacket from Stanley Kubrick, but as a gym for influencers.
Sir, do you think I'm cute, Private Pal? Do you think I'm funny? Sir, no, sir.
Which is about as bad as it sounds. So recently, it's became a place where popular streamers go to see if they can survive a workout there.
Yo, what am I supposed to do? What do you mean? That doesn't make sense.
People were really excited to see Rakai go, mostly because they didn't actually want him to get any gains, and they just wanted him to get humbled.
I
So
kinda
who
wanna
is
go.
Rakai? Why does the internet hate him? He
I wanna
first made
go.
his appearance into
Do
the
some
kind of
workouts.
mainstream during Kai Cenat's Mafia-thon, and that's where they first met. So this is a clip here where they first interacted on Kai's stream.
I see you, bro. I see you. I see you live. I know he's right. Yes, I am. Oh, you see?
And then after this, Rakai basically was a semi-regular guest on the streams. And the joke is, he was basically a younger version of Kai because, you know, he had a lot of the same mannerisms as him, which I'm not really sure what those mannerisms are. I'm guessing jumping up and down when a Drake song plays, saying, "Oh my god, this is fire," while he gets $50,000 put into his account.
No, it's just ghetto behavior. It's just buffoonery. Usually what that is. That's what he's really trying to say. He can't say it, but he can't say it. He really can't say it, but like we all know what he's talking about.
Rainbet.
Silver Palace.
A lot of people in Kai's fan base actually thought that they were related, and at some point thought that he was even Kai's son for the longest time. So Rakai is part of a content group called the Clover Boys, which is kind of an offshoot of Kai Cenat's AMP group, and it was developed during Kai's Mafia-thon 3. And there are other members of this group, like for example Reggie, Ray, Kylil, all of whom as well got a big break by appearing on Kai Cenat's stream. It usually is the case how this tends to happen. You have one big content creator and then all the splinter groups and offshoots. But basically, Kai Cenat is the very top of the food pyramid, not the FDA one, which they turned upside down for some reason. I still can't get my head around that. It's upside down. I also want to say I've got a new gaming channel, link in the description, where I just upload stuff that I play with hilarious moments like this. Come on. Okay, come on.
They ain't even gonna get to that for real. Straight corny gonna be lost. Yeah.
It was a missed input. I'm going to try and upload on there more as well, so yeah, check it out. Now, a lot of these Rakai memes are based off this clip of him reading, which, again, like I said earlier, for context, he's making fun of Kai Cenat.
Now, I want to read a book. What? I want to read a book real quick. He was getting fined for wearing shoes that weren't regulation, red or whatever.
So, again, a bit of lore here with Kai. So, he quit streaming after making an insane amount of money to start a clothing brand called Vivid. Vivet. I'm not really sure what the name is.
Vivet is Latin for he, she, or it will live forever. But the deeper meaning behind Vivet is to not be boxed in.
And in this clip, Kai basically explains the meaning of the name and shows his journal, which he's been carrying around with him everywhere. Again, if you've gone onto Instagram Reels, TikTok, Twitter, everyone is screaming the word performative, that he's basically doing the Steve Buscemi.
Well, how do you do, fellow kids?
You know the type of performative person, like, for example, the male that sits there with a scarf around his neck, even though it's 35 degrees Celsius, reading a book.
Yes.
And it would have been the first book that he's read in about 8 years.
Yes.
Solely to think that...
Yes, now that's performative. Yeah, he changes hair several times. This dude, whenever I don't see him out there a couple of months, he be always looking different. That's good. That's good. Get that exercise, bro.
Women think he's got high IQ, so they'll go over and talk to him. Now, he's been documenting the process of starting the brand on his secret channel, which is called Kai's Mind. And it was a secret, not because he kept it well hidden, but because it was getting no views. So he basically brought it into the public eye. Now, the performative allegations against Kai Cenat, which are like probably some of the weaker allegations you can levy against a streamer or an e-celeb, was when he went to Paris Fashion Week carrying around his journal.
What we got in there?
He's also been documenting like a kind of general self-improvement journey. Like, for example, he's trying to better himself by reading 20 minutes a day to improve his speaking. There are an ungodly amount of memes here. It is genuinely like he's learning the English language for the first time.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do, I don't think he's being performative. I think he's trying to actually... I think he's really trying, but it's coming off as performative or too try-hardy. But I don't think he knows how. And I don't think he wants to ask for people for help on how not to. Yeah. Yeah. But like this, I don't think he's being performative. I don't really think. I don't feel that. I don't feel that. I feel like he's trying, but it's coming off as what it is. But I think he's genuinely trying. But I can probably, let me see, like basically mushroom people and platform. Yeah, so it's like kind of experimenting because I don't think he's asking for help because I feel like I think the reason why he's not asking for like any real intellectual people to talk to him and stuff is because it's going to come off being more performative and everyone's just going to say that they're using him for his platform. I think that's what's happening. No, I don't think so. I think because... Okay, let's use an example. like if he were to act like someone like a Jordan Peterson, the white guy, not the old black guy. That's Jesse Lee Peterson. If he acts Jordan Lee Peterson for like some insight, what's gonna happen? People are going to accuse Jordan for trying to use this boy, or Kai specifically, for clout, just to get close to like young people, to talk to them and tell them to do the right thing, like X, Y, and Z, and people just go like, just say, yeah, he's just doing it for the clout. He will never talk to Kai if possible, type shit, on his own. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know if he has actually asked any real, true intellectuals on his channel before, because the only thing I've been seeing him is like doing the thing with the book, and that's it. But that's it. It's not even it's not about being educated. I don't think it has to do with education. I think it has to do with just trying to better oneself. Because what happens is when you try to better oneself, whether it's in the game, education, or a case may be, it makes them feel stupid, right? Or feel inadequate. So like what's happening is like, he's been the dude who's been known for like loud is funny type humor and doing a bunch of antics. So when bro wants to stop doing said antics and, I don't know, grow up, right? His peers, which is his I don't know if his friends, well, I guess for Kai can count. And you know, the irony about this is, yes, the irony in this whole thing, pretty good, pretty okay, I think. Fell asleep on chat, but yeah, though, like, okay, so like, let's use an example. So like, the irony in this whole thing is that Kai brought Rakai under his wing to make him like him, and now because Kai wants to do something different, Rakai is making fun of him. Remember, Rakai would not be Rakai if Kai didn't put the effort to, like, you know, put him on a show. After that whole allegation calling him, you used to be my dad or some nonsense, that nonsense he pulled. He's lucky that went normal for him, like that went well for him, that it made him a sensation. But like, that would have went left virtually with anyone who had fame and fortune, who didn't want that type of behavior being presented on them. But Rakai got lucky that Kai was dumb enough to actually bring him into the fruition and into his streams. And the irony in that is that... Oh, did you? Okay, Alright, I'll check it out in a second. Let me see, I'll check it out in a second. But yeah, I think ultimately, it's the irony is that Rakai's making fun of Kai. But without Kai, Rakai would have never existed. That's the irony in this. You gotta pay for that. I don't do free requests. Sorry. I don't do free requests.
Friends, we try to write a book in a chaotic household. We try to concentrate while using a smartphone.
Now again, it's performative. Do I care? Not really. He's doing his own thing. I think what a lot of people don't realize is Kai Cenat has an insane amount of money. He has got like generational wealth 5 times over. His great-great-great-grandkids will probably be able to live off the money that he's made and still live incredibly comfortably. And I think the thing is, when you're a content creator and you hit a bit of a ceiling, you become stagnant, you get bored. And I think with Kai, it's kind of like, you know, I've been doing the same thing over and over. I can't get Kevin Hart to come on here, the only man in the world that's shorter than me. So he's probably introspected a little bit and then tried to, you know, get some inspiration and move on to other things. Again, is it performative? It is a little bit. It's very obvious. He's just been like studying the hell out of like Drake and Kanye and like, you know, other big successful rappers. Like for example, there was this one clip where he's just reading until the timer goes off and then he holds the phone up to the screen to show the alarm.
Imitation intention is a strategy you can use. You can pair a new habit with a specific time of location.
And then there was another point as well where he had like a bit of a stutter and he tries to blame it on a ghost.
Mine begins to fail, and we call the
Anyway, this was going really viral. A completely dead channel that's getting like over 500,000 views a video and uploads daily. Rakai saw it and he thinks, how can I make this about me? So he started to stream and make fun of Kai, basically to clip farm, which gave birth to this viral meme that will not get out of my For You page.
Oh my god, I keep running into this too, bro. I am so sick of this stupid video. And then people made a bunch of AI videos of him looking like a Ninja Turtle. Oh my gosh, I'm so sick of this. It's Clip Studio Paint. I'm so sick of this. I keep running into this stupid thing. Okay.
That's how I would define the sneaker equation. These sneakers have gone through.
And unfortunately, the chemistry here wasn't good for Rakai because it did look like a bit of a backstab, making fun of the guy that made you famous.
Yes,
and then
it looks
well,
wild.
At the same time,
right? You made fun of the dude who made you famous. Without Kai, you wouldn't be who you are. This is why I said when Kai brought him onto the show and started bringing him on, I'm like, bro, you just told a lot of stupid kids that the only way to get famous is to be an idiot. Don't have respect for your elders or have respect in general, especially when you're putting yourself out there and trying to be like build an audience. No, just be an obnoxious buffoon idiot and then just say whatever that comes to mind and hope for the best. And then if I get any form of backlash, I'll just either say sorry or just say, "Oh, you just hating." It was Kai. The way that Kai got famous was through the idea because Kai put him on a show. Yes, I would never have made fun of Kai. The dude who made you famous, you should be the last person making fun of him. Without him, you would never be in the wealth you're in. That's the irony about all of this. And he's young, he doesn't get it. Yeah.
Clip surfaced of him laughing at the homeless guy, and that started to blow up, getting him a ton of backlash.
I mean, he's laughing, but I mean, if it wasn't for Kai, I mean, that could have been him, low-key.
And since a lot of people already didn't like him, now the internet as a whole basically had a valid reason to...
All I see is this. That's all I see in my feed. Instagram, Twitter, sometimes TikTok, but I can't outrun this. This is so annoying. Yeah, it's funny. Don't get me wrong. It's funny because he deserves it. But like, geez, like you know, when something's being overused too much, then it becomes annoying. That's what that is.
Write him off entirely. Now, people didn't like Rakai reading it, but they like people mocking him. Like, for example, Pure Hatred converted to a masterpiece. This guy genuinely took the time out of his day to make multiple 3D models. And then the guy who made it replied saying, "You must hate and slander to your full potential." And then there was this one as well, Rakai reading with 90% accuracy.
Artwork! That's how I would describe the sneaker equation!
And obviously, like how any meme dies, AI starts to get involved and makes it incredibly unfunny. Like, for example...
Yep. That's the new way of saying corporate is part of it. Once you see, in the most subliminal way ever, if you see any AI thing about it, it kind of loses its touch now. The meme dies instantly once you see it all AI generated. It's just not funny anymore. It's like a weird reverse meme attack on you. Like it's like, don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of AI memes that are actually funny, but when AI actually takes part in it, you're like, whatever.
All these Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle edits that are trying to portray Rakai, and like the AI here is very off-putting. It's almost like it's stop motion.
This is what I see the most.
I think whenever we start to get the AI shills come in, you know the meme's dead. Okay, like back in like 2016 and stuff, when a meme died, it's because the person that was being made fun of became self-aware. A great example, Jake Paul. It's everyday, bro. Everyone made fun of it, and then he released merch saying like a god church after that terrible. The meme died.
Yes.
As soon as we realized that we were lining Jake Paul's profits even more, the meme died. So where does that bring us to the Diamond Gym? How does that cross over in the Rakai cinematic universe? So he announced that he was going to the gym, which again is a gym that streamers are going to, and it's supposed to be be insanely hardcore and punishing, again, if you're a clip farmer, this is great content for you. So the gym is known exclusively for extremely hardcore rules, and they're made up by a guy who everyone refers to as Unk. I wish that was a bit. I feel like I'm reading my own chat right now because I'm 28 years old. God, I'm 28 years old. I hate that.
No water, no jewelry, you're gonna have to take your earrings out.
Now, what is everything?
You got 35 push-ups.
You know why I don't really get upset at the idea of like age? You're gonna age anyway. Why get upset at it? I don't understand. Like I get it, but I don't get it. Like why like I don't get it. Oh, there's some. They usually are no with no nose, but there's some with noses. I can still take away the nose, but I think it still gives it this distinct look. Because Rudo has a, let me see that nose like that. Let me see, where's the, where the fuck? Where is it? Oh, there it is. It gives it more distinctness. Like there's chibis with noses. It's not like a thing you see too much though.
If you get on a knee, you get penalized. If you close your eyes, you get penalized. Close my eyes. Yeah, if you can't close your eyes, disadvantage.
So the rules are very strange though. Like for example, no jewelry. I mean, fair enough. Maybe you might get. I actually don't know the reasoning behind no jewelry. I really don't kind of understand that. I guess just no flexing. No water as well. That's a big one. So yeah, you're just going to dehydrate basically. Apparently as well, during an exercise, if you close your eyes at any point, that is a penalty. I'm not sure about blinking. I'm not sure if we're using like SCP rules here. Like there was a content creator called Jason the Ween, and he basically got penalized just for taking his hoodie off when he was working out because I guess they interpreted that as a flex.
Someone else do it.
I wonder if I can do it like this.
And you can really see that, like, just by looking at the videos documenting it, Diamond Gym is single-handedly the most corny gym imaginable. There are, like, porn-tier levels of acting here. I think Lakari, when he brought that file up in the notepad on stream, he probably had better acting capabilities than the people in this gym. And also, not to include the fact that every lift you do is probably a super level 9,000 ego lift, solely because you know that you've got 50 cameras pointed at you. Now, you may recognize Diamond Gym from the El Wiro memes that came out like quite a while ago.
Right,
These memes basically all started from this clip where Unk, I just love how that's his name, Unk apparently sees someone in the gym wearing a wire and then freaks out.
What the f is that wire?
Alright, we got that there.
Use the f***ing phone. That's scary. Pop.
I think he looks good. I tell you, Kei Yuta has a very distinct art style. Hers is super distinct. Like, I'm good at copying theirs, but, like, hers is super distinct. I think hers is more distinct than probably, like, Horikoshi's. Because it's really distinct in, like, thickening of lines. And there's a certain pattern in how she does it, but, like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's detail after detail. Like, compared to My Hero Academia, like, don't get me wrong, like, Horikoshi can detail like crazy. When he does his sketches, he details like no one's business. But this is more focusing on line thickness. Yep, she's talented. Yeah, she draws hairs like bird wings, and I kind of like that. It makes it more easy to draw hair because now it actually forces you to draw in chunks, which is irony because a lot of artists, especially people like me, will teach you to tell you don't draw in strands, but draw in trunks. Yeah, because like that's the best thing about her style when it comes to hair, because hair, in her particular style, like a lot of you who are beginning tries to draw hair like this, and try to make it work. She forces you by default, based on how it looks, is that she tries to draw it into thickness, like. She forces you to draw in thick clumps, so you have no choice. Which is, the irony is that a lot of artists will tell you to draw in thick clumps when dealing with hair, specifically. And then she not only likes to draw them in clumps, but she draws them in clumps with variations. So like, it'll be like this, and then she'll break it off like this, and then put another piece like this, and then like that. And then you erase it, and then you connect them like that. And then she does that thing with the ends where the hair kind of have, like, the only thing that shows any form of line of hair is the edges like this. Right, that, like this. And then she'll do that thing where she will kind of put a gradient like this. She'll gradient like this. So she'll thicken here. And then thin, make it more, like, I'm doing it wrong. So she'll take like this. Oops, gotta make this smaller. Maybe like this, and then she'll thin it out like this, and then thin out. Like that. So it'll be like a gradient to a degree. So that's a good trick for that particular look. But I think most of the real detail goes into the eyes. That's the biggest part, because if you don't get the eyes in, it's not gonna have that look. It has to have that super expressive, super big, but yet detailed enough for it not to be too much. It's a balance when trying to do something like this.
It's just called Unk. Dude, when I hit 30, I'm gonna just change my channel name to Unk Cynical. Like, there's no way. They just call him Unk. This is how brain rotted we are as a species, right? We throw all these buzzwords around, and now people are just being named the buzzword like it's a bit. Like you christen your child, call him Unk. Oh, what are you gonna call your firstborn child? Nugen. I think that's a very fitting name. So
that right there is gonna tell you that we're deteriorating, because there's terms that still stick from this day that was made like 70 years ago that we still use. But there's terms that's being made today, and they don't last more than a month or a year. That's the craziest part. That's the saddest part. That's literally the saddest part, that anything made in like the 2020s literally just dies within the time it's made. Once it's made and everyone's using it within that week, it dies the following week, and it's just being used to the point that it just fizzles out. Yeah. Yeah.
So people thought that this was hilarious and ridiculous, mostly because it was all caught on camera, and there's still like 100 mics and cameras in the room anyway, filming and recording everything. I mean, there's no need to subtly, secretly record in the gym with a wire when everyone is already being recorded and posted publicly. And obviously, as you can imagine, there were many, many memes that started from this bit as well.
What the flip is that wire? You use the phone. That's scaring me. Hey, Pop. That wire rope. That shit don't get us caught. We good now, but stick with the phone, you feel me? Yeah.
By the way, if you're ever in the wild and you see it pop, El wire rope, don't worry about it. If you see an shack, commandeer El Camarero.
Now, there was a brief time where people speculated that he wasn't referring to a secret wiretap. He was actually referring to a wire that someone had that might actually be getting caught in the machines. But Hooperville actually interviewed him, and Unk basically said that, yeah, no, he actually was talking about a wiretap, which again, it makes no sense. You've got everything being recorded, and then you're worried about someone secretly wearing a wire. Like why? I don't understand why that makes a difference.
Why are you scared of wires? I saw that clip going around.
The real answer is, I don't want to say PTSD, but I'll say trust. You never know what's going on with social media as far as wires, conversations that are being recorded, as far as like the meta glasses. There's no privacy left. You understand?
Anyway, streamers have just been like gravitating towards this gym solely for the sake of content, you know, since if they can survive a workout, they'll get loads of respect. And recently, Rakai and his Clover Boys basically said that they were going to go, and people were really excited to see him basically fall on his ass. But Rakai, being the brave champion that he is, said that he has no fear for Diamond Gym. He's so full of pride and nobility that he exclusively plays Dark Souls as a Blue Phantom summon.
Diamond Gym, what's that? Diamond Gym. Diamond Gym. I'm on what?
Anyway, how'd it go? Terrible. He got humbled in the first 30 seconds, and he actually tried to leave multiple times.
I can't do it. Fuck out, bro. I ain't gonna, I want to pick you up, bro. Oh, bro, get the fuck out the car, bro.
Up the hill for 5 now.
Now, he did actually try to spend a lot of the stream trolling them, which, to be fair, was kind of funny, since it makes the Diamond Gym guys look ridiculous. But I think in this situation, basically everyone's a loser, except the guys holding the cameras. The guys holding the cameras and filming, they're getting a bag and barely being involved. So if anything, they're the real winners of this entire situation.
Why you doing all this shit for, bro? Grab the fucking bar, bro. Please. Not every rep.
I think honestly, his whole shtick is to be irritating. That's literally what he's good at doing, is being an irritant.
Just love how
That's Rakai's thing. He wants to be an irritant. My little brother is like
everything being recorded, and then you're worried about someone's.
But I'll say trust.
My brother-in-law's like this. He makes it his mission to be an irritant for the sake of being irritant because it bothers whoever he's bothering. So in his head, that's a win. Like it's like a rage bait thing. Like if I can rage bait you, I'm the smart one in the situation. I'm the one in the win. I am the better one out of you because I got you to get upset, or I'm upsetting you, or I'm making you feel uncomfortable. No, you're just a total asshat.
You never know what's going on with social media, as far as wires, conversations that are being recorded, as far as like the meta glasses. There's no privacy left. You understand?
Anyway, streamers have just been like gravitating towards this gym solely for the sake of content, you know, since if they can survive a workout, they'll get loads of respect. And recently, Rakai and his Clover boys basically said that they were going to go, and people were really excited to see him basically fall on his ass. But Rakai, being the brave champion that he is, said that he had times.
Take him to the hill for 5.
I said that to his sister. I said that same crap to his sister, Bri. He's like, I told him, he's at that age where he's young enough to probably get away with it, but he's not young. He's young enough to probably get away, but he's old enough to know that if he runs into the wrong one, someone will fold him. Remember, he's not like how we grew up, like millennials to a degree. He's in this new age internet thing where being a rage baiter is the thug. That's the new thing. Rage baiting is the new currency. That is the goal. Just being an irritant, right? Like I remember he asked me. I asked him. We got into a conversation, and he said he got into a fight. And I looked at him. I'm like, "You got in a fight?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay. How did it went? Tell me, did you win?" He's like, "Yeah." But you don't sound confident. Why you don't sound confident? He's like, "I don't know." It's like, oh my god. So I said to him, like, "Okay, how did it go? How did it happen?" So he told me that it was not technically a fight. It was more of a this dude and this, I guess they were friends, I don't know, had a bit of a disagreement over something, and he poked him with a with a ruler or something, and then he got upset and kind of pushed him, and then after pushing, they went to school. They went to detention, and then after detention, he said he felt bad for him, so he gave him a hug. You know how disappointed I was? I felt like a T-ball dad. Like, I felt so angry. I'm like, you just told me a lie. I thought you said you got in a fight. Like a fight. Like, I'm not saying that that's a good thing. I'm not saying I'm bigging you up getting in a fight, but you said you got in a fight. That's not a fight. If anything, that's a puppy roughhouse. That is not a fight. And he was like, yeah, but like it felt like a fight to me. I'm like, oh my god, you kids. Yeah, you know how irritated I was? I was like, bro, you know when growing up when you got in a fight, you got into a fight. Yes, like, bro, he's 14 or 13. And he told me this. I was like, bro, are you kidding me? Bro, like, there's no blood that was shed. No one's on top of the other one trying to punch him in the face. No one, like have bloody knuckles. Nothing. Just, I poked you with my ruler because we didn't have a agreement, and you pushed me a little bit. Yeah, Weenie Hut Juniors, thank you. Like, you know when we're growing up like a millennial, you know what a fight was. When you got in a fight, people, well, late millennials, they pull out their phone. But early millennials, before the phone thing became a thing, people, you get gathered around, people getting like, fight, and then we'd be fighting and stuff till the principal or teacher jumps in, like you'll be fighting, like you'll be fighting, like you have the fight. There'll be blood being splattered or something being shed at some point. I don't know what he was talking about. Any like fight. You didn't get your knuckles bleeding, nothing. I'm like, man, I was so pissed. I was like, you know what? This is why. What is the term? What's this term? Like tough men make soft men makes tough men, or some crap like that. I forgot what it's called. Soft boy. I think hard men make soft boys make hard men, or some crap like that. It was just an argument. Like, bro, you went to a detention for getting pushed, and that's it. And then you became friends again within the same span of the time that you got. I'm like, man, get out of my face. I was so angry. You lied to me. I thought you finally got into like something rough. I was like, I thought you got into something rough a little bit. Like you finally met your match to a degree where you needed to put your hands on you. Like many times I would like to put my hands on you because you are horrible, but like I'm waiting on someone to put their hands on you and they never did. I'm like, damn, this is why you suck. Like, this is why you suck. I'm like, damn. Oh.
Up the hill for 5 now.
Now he did actually try to
praying for someone to do him something so he'll stop being a little asshat.
It makes the Dimension guys look ridiculous, but I think in this situation, basically everyone's a loser except the guys holding the cameras. The guys holding the cameras and filming, they're getting a bag and barely being involved. So if anything, they're the real winners of this entire situation.
So mad. Yeah, and he's always doing something. Bro, stop playing around. Do the thing. Pull the thing.
I do want to talk more about this Diamond Gym because it does seem to be a great place where degenerates go to work out and to clip farm. So who knows? But first of all, I need to get myself in shape.
That's cool. See, the thing is... yeah, you did. But, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's this situation where dudes actually got in fights and, like, literally got into, like, really bloody fights and became friends. That's like, probably the best and worst things about, like, being in a male relationship and, like, friends-wise. Because it don't take much for dudes to be friends. It really doesn't. It very rarely takes a lot. I understand. I know what you're talking about. I know that feeling. But like, it doesn't really take much for us to not be friends. Just like it doesn't take much for us not to be not friends either. But for women, it's a whole different story. It has to be like some type of job requirement, that like a resume.
Injecting 50 milligrams of trenbolone acetate into my thigh every morning.
I'm telling you, her hair design is insane. Rudo's hair design is one of the most annoying things to draw, but one of the most coolest. It's like a weird Midoriya thing. Like his hair is like Midoriya, but it's not. It's like Midoriya's hair, but chicken wings, like little bird, like bird hair Midoriya type stuff. I don't know how to explain it. Like they have different hair sets, but like it's kind of like that. I don't know how to explain it. No. It's like Ash Ketchum. Yeah, Ash Ketchum has a similar hair, like structure wise, not the hair thing, but like structure, like it has that point, like, you know what I'm saying? That, you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. Like every time I draw Rudo's hair, I feel like I'm doing it wrong, but it ends up coming out right. It's weird. It's the weirdest thing. Like I feel like I'm doing it wrong, but yet I know I'm doing it right at the same time. It's strange. Let me see. Yeah. See, Brian, this is why you're my mod. This is why you're my mod. Let me see here. Okay, we'll do one more video. We'll do one last video. Because it's already 8 something. I didn't realize what time is it. Mori. No. What does Atozi have? Does Atozi have anything? What's Atozi have? Atozi. No, we did it with the mom. The mom was annoying. The mom was a horrible individual. Yeah. Oh wait, I haven't checked on Senpai. What is it? Okay. I mean, Sensei is a senpai, my bad. Today's not my day today. I've been just saying the most stupid. Why do they defend localizers? This needs to stop. The identity obsessed fan. 3 weeks ago. Did we watch this already? I feel like we watched this.
The strongest advocate for AI to replace localizers are the localizers themselves, who refuse to do their job, simply translating. I'm sure many of you seen the clip from Uma Musume of them celebrating Christmas, even saying it in the Japanese version itself. But due to
I'm not gonna lie, if I were to write a manga, I think it would look something like this. I think it'll end up looking like this. I'm not even kidding. I think it'll end up looking like this, per se. But I think the problem with that is people are gonna just compare too much to K's artwork.
Activists hijacking these positions, they translated it into Happy Holidays, with only the English version having this. And by now, I may sound like a broken record, having dedicated many videos that highlights my hatred for these people, but I'll say it again, I hate localizers.
Hey, and they stink, and I hate them.
But what's still frustrating is the people that continuously run defense for them, like here. Why would I hate localizers for something so effing minor? This is your best example? Yes, the gaslighting is real with these folks, which is a common example amongst the activist-minded type. First, they play ignorant, denying this corruption is even taking place.
Yeah.
Then when they can't deny it anymore,
It's not
they
a big deal.
minimize, dismiss, deflect, and point out you're in the wrong for even getting mad in the first place.
I don't say stink
matter?
meter.
Get a life, but this response says it all. For those who try to say it's such
That
a
was
small
before
matter,
stink
stop
meter.
complaining. If it's such a small matter, why change it? There is no Japanese cultural nuance requiring localizer creativity to write Merry Christmas as Merry Christmas. And the reason why they changed this really deserves its own video, but basically it's subversion and deconstruction, because all activists know how to do is to destroy and never build. They don't create, they only infiltrate, approaching other people's art through a lens of everything is offensive and how can I change it? Like the infamous corrupt localizer, Katrina, whatever her last name is, as mentioned before. When the creator's intent is not to be offensive, sexual, or giving out N-word passes, what? It's our responsibility to reword or redesign the affected word, phrase, or segment to stay true to the creator's original intent, so stuff like this doesn't happen. When we say these people are parasites, this is what we mean. Or they tell you to learn Japanese if it makes you so mad, like, learn Japanese then. Okay, so can you tell me why is it okay to want something translated to include you, but not to include others?
yeah.
Which savvy
Make that make
responds,
sense.
well, are you fucking stupid? Yup! People want what the author wrote. It isn't about inclusion, you worthless parasite. What the fuck is this thinking? And it's funny when trying to include everyone, they actually exclude fans, which gives credence more and more to this statement. The true joy of localization really is seeing what you can get away with. Which is exactly how wicked people operate. Snakes in the grass. And still, people will defend them, not understanding people's frustrations, waiting for the day that AI replaces them. Saying things like, AI can't replace a human touch. But this meme right here just captures this whole scenario, and it's a scene from iRobot with Will Smith's character interrogating a robot of artificial intelligence, and it says, can a machine understand nuance and context and culture well enough to not butcher it? And the robot says, can localizers? And Will's expression almost has a Saudi expression like, you got me there, which is a good play on the actual scene itself.
Can a robot write a symphony? Can a robot turn a canvas into a beautiful masterpiece? Can you?
You know?
Oh, bro.
What what's funny? It's crazy how the localizer slash activist adopts a more robotic NPC-like behavior and mentality.
And we're past the school. Oh yeah, they have that on TikTok. You can go buy that.
Grand script they've been socially conditioned into, while AI at least adapts to the human touch. And more are being able to provide fans, humans, preferable entertainment.
I can change
I love girls so much, especially the bombshell blondes.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's hear that again. He defaulted to the factory settings. Yeah, let's do it again.
And more are being able to
Bros
provide fans,
default to the
humans,
factory
preferable
reset.
entertainment.
No way.
I love girls so much, especially the bombshell blondes, real centerfold types.
Sorry, I just had to include that scene from. Shout out to the live stream viewers. I just had to put it in there.
Bro.
But it seems AI is able to produce what fans want over what these
factory reset it.
activist-minded zombies who are stuck in a bubble think people prefer. And I've said this before. The only people who should be allowed to translate Japanese media are those that have even given permission by the creator to do so, will still choose not to. To me, it says a lot about your character and sense of respect and duty to the true creator's work. It's not about you. And this is why I personally apply a bit of intuition, reading between the lines. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot of soft guilt-tripping tactics being used in these situations, like, oh, this could be seen as offensive. You wouldn't want to exclude people, would you? People might assume the wrong intentions
I would say
if you don't have
yes.
a certain character speak in a particular way, as this corrupt localizer Katrina actually admits to. I can tell you that 100% of the time, when we explain these issues to a creator, they go, oh my God, I don't want to offend anyone. It's just a silly joke. Yes, that change is perfect. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. So, miss me with this, oh, the creators seem to be cool with it. What's the problem? If you don't think this type of shit isn't happening behind the scenes, these soft guilt-tripping tactics, abusing Japan's goodwill, accommodating, I don't want to offend, cause conflict, stir up the pot culture, then, you know, dumbass. It may be already too late for you. I just want to show you the type of person you're running defense for.
Not only that, but when you're subtitling, everybody can hear what they're saying. And you have a lot of people, especially young people like millennials and Gen Z, who got really into Japanese through anime. So they started learning a little bit of Japanese. So they are very loud on social media when they hear something and they're like, wait, that's not what the subtitle said. These people don't know what they're doing. And it's like, no, you guys, like, you know, this is a skilled profession. We know what we're doing. We didn't change it to spite you in your Japanese 101 class. Like, this is actually what they said. You just don't understand the challenges of it.
Shut the fuck up! That too. Someone who talks down to the fans and could give a damn what fans think. But sadly, they have already convinced certain Japanese creators, I don't know how, but that they are somehow incapable without her involvement now being hired by
I don't think they convinced. I think they threatened. Those are two different things. I think they threatened. I don't think they convinced. They threatened. If they'll say to someone like Horikoshi, you know, it'll be a real shame that the global market can't really take your books in, and it'll be a real shame that you get some bad press, or it'll be a real shame that that algorithm may turn a little not in your favor. That's what they'll say to you. They're not doing it because the Japanese are just so open to the idea of like being nice to the Westerners. If any of them, I'm pretty sure majority of them says F them. I don't care about the Westerners. If they don't like it, they don't like it. I'm pretty sure the ones who will like it, and I'll make money. I'm pretty sure most of them said that. But because the publisher wants to get that global market, they can't just say, well, we're going to just let whoever do what he wants. He needs to follow our policies and guidelines if he wants to sell his book. Now, he was independent, he can do what he wants, but since he's under our rule, and since the book is under our publishing, it's technically ours, even if he made it. That's how they look at it. So they probably threaten them, saying somewhere down the line, you know, My Hero Academia is doing very well, but it really would suck if we were to do another one and you're not being as inclusive as the first one. That's what they're going to say to him. And he's going to be like, why do I need to include? Then after that, they're going to start threatening you just straight up. You better just do it, because if you don't, we're not going to publish your book. Just straight up. We're not going to work with you, or we're not going to publish any future stuff from you ever again. That's what's gonna happen. I don't think they're convincing them on anything.
Company in Japan and moving directly to Tokyo, giving them all access pass to corrupting their culture even further, with this comment summing it up well. Shit. Well, if companies want to shoot themselves in the foot, I'm not going to stop them.
Dumbass. Congratulations. You played yourself.
But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. As I said, it's sad that there are people who ride hard for these localizers, supporting the corruption in media, and then they get surprised when Japanese studios are investing more into AI to cover these jobs, while honorably including the Japanese voice actors into these integrations to preserve or protect their likeness. But me, I simply have no mercy or sympathy for these localizers, and I'm not alone in this. Good riddance. Also, if you haven't checked out my music, links in the description. If you love those Samurai Champloo lo-fi mellow boom bap vibes, then my music is definitely for you. And if you want to support me and the content I create, consider joining my channel, becoming a member. It's much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next.
They're the ones who what localizes. They translate your anime. They translate it to English. So the problem with localizers is instead of staying 100% true to what the Japanese wrote, they'll put something else to change the context of what that is, because either it's too offensive for Westerners, meaning them, or it's too Japanese per se, which is racist in itself. Because remember, these people they want to offend. They don't want to offend their people, but they'll definitely offend the people that they're translating from. I don't know, but I'm not gonna say who. I don't know, because they're all different. Not all of them are under the same umbrella. But the ones that we're talking about is what they did to, what was it? Yep. And then they'll do this thing where they'll change the context of something, and it can actually change the whole context of the whole story. This is why localizing is very important, because you can make and break the whole situation of something. Like, let's use an example. When we was watching that one, I don't know if he was there, but we was watching that one creepypasta with the Stag Town, with the girl trying to figure out what was going on in the town. We just thought she was just being kind of horrible towards, what's his name? Jake? I thought his name was Jake. Was it Jake? Or Jeremy? It was Jeremy. And we found out that her mind was wiped. So it's kind of like that. Thank you for that. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh. Oh, thank you. Pineapple bear. Pineapple. Thank you. But yeah, that's pretty much what that is. And they'll try to change the context of a story and not keep it 100% because it either offends them or it doesn't fit in the narrative that they want. So that's usually what it is. Thank you, PT. I appreciate it, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't think this angle's right. I feel like I should push gear up a little bit more here. These character designs goes crazy, I swear. They go crazy. I think the worst thing when you make a cool looking character is when they have too much, well, not too much. When you make a cool looking character, the issue is that you have to animate that every second, every frame. I'm pretty sure that gets crazy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see here. You know, Deer was not the first thing of a name I would actually think of this character being called, which is kind of crazy. Oh my god. Yes, characters with tattoos. Oh my gosh, that's also just irritants to deal with too. I didn't even think about that. Rarely ever think about that. Statue Vans in a Southern California gym. Owner seeing red. Oh wait, this is important. Let me hit. Okay,
Let's talk about TikTok, man.
Yeah, something's going on with TikTok. I noticed TikTok's been acting very strange.
I woke up at about 5 o'clock today. Now I have like
5 or 6 different accounts on TikTok, right? But the most important ones that you need to know for this story are, 1, I have an account for me personally, not a content creator, just me. That's the first account that I ever made on TikTok. That's the account that I use to scroll. That's my For You page account. 2, I have the Nora Tomo account. That account has 584,000 followers on it. 3, I have a Tomo Clips account. That account has very, very few followers. Barely anybody knows about it. So I woke up and started editing some clips that I had from yesterday's stream. Make sure you follow me on Twitch, by the way. After I finished editing, I sent them to my phone.
Sadly, I have to use it because it's my biggest platform, sadly. I have to use it for now, but yeah. This is what I'm trying to get everyone on the YouTube. Getting people on YouTube is just like trying to rip you guys off and throw you over there is crazy.
I had to post one of them. And then I realized that I was logged into my personal account. So as soon as it posted to that personal account, right, I deleted it. And then I went over and I tried to switch over to Noritomo and I could not switch. I tried over and over and over again. I could not switch accounts. I could not get into that account. But I was able to switch over to the Tomo Clips account. So I switch over and I post a video saying, hey, I'm locked out of Noritomo and I don't know if I'll be able to get back in. Then I delete TikTok. I re-download it. I open it and I cannot log into a single account that I own. I do some digging and it's pretty obvious that TikTok is experiencing a pretty big outage right now. Also saw a lot of people on Twitter talking about it. If this is a widespread outage, then it's pretty likely that at some point it'll get fixed. But TikTok will not ever be the same for us. We have to address the timing of this outage. A couple of days ago, the sale of TikTok, right, the American version of it, to Oracle was finalized. And yesterday, someone was murdered by federal agents in Minneapolis. Coincidentally, the last post that I've made on the Noritomo account was me saying...
What does that have to do with TikTok? That is a useless thing to say.
Jokingly that people are going to start getting thrown into unmarked vans on TikTok. Apparently, I was one of those people. So let's give ourselves a little bit of context with what's going on. Oddly enough, I can log into my account on the desktop app, but I tried posting a video on here through the desktop, and
I'm starting to think everyone's trying to just mention that just to put it in the algorithm for some weird reason, because that was so like, I'm not saying like, no, I'm saying it. That had nothing to do with what you was talking about.
Held for review.
It had no correlation in the slightest.
It's official. TikTok just announced they've handed control of U.S. TikTok over to Zionist billionaire and MAGA oligarch Larry Ellison. This completes a 2.5-year campaign by the state of Israel to censor Americans' TikTok because the platform permitted pro-Palestinian speech. Today,
oh my God, here we go.
Is the last day of TikTok as we know it. Tomorrow, the algorithm is set to be retrained by Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, a decision orchestrated by President Trump. TikTok was great because it was one of the only platforms that wasn't suppressing our freedom of speech. Larry Ellison is considered one of the greatest threats to democracy.
That is a lie, but okay.
And that's because he's about to own the majority of media companies in the US. This gives him the ability to filter, censor, and manipulate our entire worldview. Keep in mind, the TikTok sale has been orchestrated by President Trump, who has been quietly using Ellison to reshape the media in his favor. Trump's ideal world is one in which we never hear anything negative about him or his policies or his actions, and unfortunately the proof is right in front of us. Ellison owns CBS. Back in October, it was revealed that Trump was able to pay a ton of money to have his 60 Minutes interview heavily edited in his favor. This means we can expect the same amount of censorship to find its way onto TikTok in about 1 month.
So let's get 2 things out of the way right now, okay? I don't do conspiracy theories. I think conspiracy theories are boring. They don't entertain me. They don't interest me. It's a waste of my fucking time. So that's not what I'm here for. Also, I don't do the whole you're fear-mongering shit. Fear-mongering is a dog whistle at this point. When people accuse other people of fear-mongering, it's just you exposing the fact that you don't like to take shit seriously. You don't like to take serious shit seriously. That's your problem. I'm not here to argue with people. I'm not here to debate people about how bad this shit is. I'm using my 2 eyes and my 2 ears, bro. It's really, really, really bad. When the Prime Minister of Israel says the most important sale that's going on right now is the sale of TikTok, it's like the most important thing going on. He means that. He's being dead ass. Not only does TikTok threaten Israel, not only does TikTok threaten Benjamin Netanyahu, TikTok is a threat to Trump, it's a threat to the MAGA movement. TikTok is the app that helped get Zoran Mamdani elected. TikTok showed us how people in Venezuela actually reacted to their country being bombed and their president being kidnapped. TikTok is how I know what actually happened to Renee Good, what actually happened to Alex Preddy. That's how I was able to see every single angle. TikTok is the app where people are currently teaching each other how to actively resist ICE and Trump. That app is a threat to this administration, and that shit is going to go out the window. And with everything that's been happening over the past couple of weeks, I keep asking the same question. What are people prepared to do about that? This morning I spoke with a very, very well...
You guys not gonna do a damn thing. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Most of you are not gonna do a damn thing.
...known and respected journalist, and he said he's surprised that people are so calm. With exception to the protests that are happening in Minneapolis, nationally, people are surprisingly docile about what's going on, especially when you compare the reaction.
Because they're not being paid. like the thing is here, the reason why it's getting to a point to care, yeah, really, because like when you think of it, people are gonna get used to this. Like, everyone's saying, oh, TikTok's dead. Guess what everyone's going to do? Still use the dead TikTok. People are not going to stop using TikTok. They're going to keep using it. Remember when everyone said, oh, Elon Musk got the Bird app? Right? Like, when everyone said Elon Musk got the Bird app, guess what everyone did? They said, I'm leaving the country, X, Y, and Z. Majority of them did not leave. Actually, they ran the Blue Sky and then came back a week later. Mark Hamill did this. He said, since he can't say what he wants, or whatever the case may be, 2 weeks later he came back. Well, yeah. No one will ever change.
...to the reaction that occurred 6 years ago.
That's just human
and
nature.
I this up to
this is exactly what I think Fallout was talking about.
Still not accepting the reality of the situation. People are still stuck in this cycle of, oh, they did this horrible thing, I'm shocked, I'm surprised, I'm upset. Oh, they did this horrible thing, I'm shocked, they shouldn't do that, they're not allowed to, we're so mad. Oh, they did it again, I'm mad again. Personally, I find that shit absolutely mind-numbing. There is a historic anti-democratic movement happening in this country right now. Anybody that paid attention in history class, anybody that paid attention in U.S. studies class in middle school, you should be fucking mind blown at what's happening around.
Bro, you're asking people who was in middle school to pay attention. I bet you he doesn't remember what he did last week, much less anything in middle school. Are you really expecting people to remember stuff to do anything in middle school when most of us are either trying to cheat our school, not cheat our tests, not trying to pay attention to school, or want to do our damn thing, go smoke, everything under then do homework? I hate when these activists do this. They say things like this and be like, you didn't do that. You didn't do any of that. Yes. Like, why you mean if you was paying attention in middle school? No, you was paying attention in middle school. I know I wasn't. I know I definitely wasn't. I didn't want to listen to that crap.
Around you. And the fact that people will not accept it and act accordingly is why they are so emboldened to continue doing what they're doing. The Democratic Party are being the feckless, spineless that they have always been. For some reason, they have also not accepted the reality.
No, there's nothing to be worried about. If you was born here, you have no problem. If you have your papers, then you're fine. They can't just take you. A lot of people say that nonsense, but this makes no sense. My parents don't. My parents don't have no scare of this. I'm not scared of that. Nah. There's nothing. If you know you have nothing to hide, there's no problem. For the Dogman research, gotcha.
Of the situation. They do not give a fuck about you. ICE doesn't care about you. Trump does not care about you. They don't care about your...
Well, Democrats don't care about you either. Republicans and Democrats don't like each other and don't even care about one another. People in those parties don't care about each other either. That's just basic human nature. You are right on that one, but then again... how can I explain this? You're not wrong on that. Like, yeah, neither of them I don't trust either. They may have some fair talking points on both sides, but like, you gotta be I think majority of people should be more modernist than on a particular side. To be honest, you gotta think more in the middle. I think if more people stay in the middle, I think we will make more down the road type educated thinking, or at least decision making in the long run. But I think too many people are too far on one side and too leaning on one side at the same time. I think we should all be in the middle. Yeah, I don't think giving an 18-year-old a gun is a good idea. Yeah, yeah. Don't let that scare you. Yeah. It is ridiculous. You're not wrong. Nothing's wrong. If you choose not to vote for a reason, I don't think you're a bad person for that. I don't think you're stupid for that. You have your reasons. Whether the reasons may align in a way I don't think that's a wrong thing. I don't think everyone should vote, and I don't think everyone shouldn't vote. I think you have your reasons for voting and whatnot. Whether your reasons is legitimate or not. To force people to vote is dumb. That's just dogma at that point. I think that's dumb.
You're outraged, right? They don't care about your demands. They don't care about what you're asking them to do. They do not give a fuck. They don't care about your legislation. And by the way, neither do I. There are tens of thousands of people in Minneapolis right
then
now
why
that
you,
are outside.
Then if you don't, then why are you mentioning that they do? Who, like, that's like saying that you like going to your job and saying, you know, your boss doesn't care about you. Obviously, he's your boss. You're supposed to work. You're not supposed to be friends. Yeah, when you lack info and information, I don't think you should just go vote. If you're lacking information like that, I don't think you should go vote. I think you should do your research. Yeah, right? It makes no sense. He's saying, like, they don't care about you and all that stuff. He's like, well, I don't care. It's like, if you're saying that, like, I hate when people tell you, like, a particular organization, party, or job tells you they don't care about you. Obviously, they don't. They didn't birth you. They didn't raise you, obviously. Whether it's your friends or your in-laws, they didn't raise you, or any case may be. Obviously, don't care about you. Saying that nonsense is stupid. Batman has prep time for a reason. Let's go. Wait, where did the video go? How did I do that? Hold on. Sorry. My bad.
Zero temperatures, protesting these federal agents. Not just ICE, by the way. Like a lot of different groups of armed agents. Those agents.
You know what's weird about this? It's like when rich people... I don't know if this dude's actually rich, but he's known enough. I don't understand this. Why are you worried about this? Like, it's like Mark Ruffalo, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's like Mark Ruffalo. Why is he worried about so many social issues when you're rich? You're rich. You don't really need to do or worry about most of this stuff. People in the middle class or less has to worry about these things. Why are you so gung-ho? Yeah, it's stupid as hell. You don't see, the one person you don't see making these claims or saying things like this is Oprah. You notice when you see this woman, it's only in a millennium now. It's every millennium you see Oprah, and she hardly makes a word. You know why? She rich. Don't apply to them. So when they do that, I know they're performing. What, like, they're being extreme. That's performative. Why are you worried about social issues, right? Like, perfect example. What's her name? Ellen. Remember when Ellen said she was going to leave the country because Trump got elected? And she left. But she can do that because she has money. Now she's saying she wants to come back. Or I think she did come back. One of those two things. So that tells you everything that you need to know. Like, you can leave whenever you please. You got money like that. Most people can't do that. So when you say you leave, don't mean anything. That means you're not affected. Because you can just fix the problem at any moment. Well, there is situations where things like that can happen. But if you can prove your innocence, and you can sue them for doing that. If you can prove your innocence and have your papers in check, you won't have no issue. Really. I'm not saying that's not possible to happen, but mistakes can be made. That's a possibility, but they can always reverse it. It's not like it's permanent forever if they made a mistake. They're not just picking people off the lot. They're literally just looking for anyone who's illegal. I think what's mostly gonna fix this problem, which is, I hate to say this, but I think what mainly is gonna fix this problem is going to be like the we call it the digital what you call it, the thing that was trying to push, the digital ID thing. That's gonna pretty much get everyone. Who, me or Nathaniel? see here.
Continue to brutalize those people. They continue to beat them. They continue to blind them. They continue to tear gas them. They continue to arrest them. They continue to kidnap and deport
I heard there was
them,
one
by the way.
particular
The Department of
situation
Homeland
where
Security
someone got
continues to-
deported wrongly, but I don't know how true that was. But I said it's not out the realm of possibility, but then again, the likelihood that happens, I don't think that's a thing. Like, even on like a high number. Because like, I don't think that's like a possibility for that to just happen outright. A 5-year-old is deported? For real? Like, on mistake, or like it was a actual like illegal court? Ah, that's crazy. Wait, is this illegal?
lie about what they're doing and why. None of them have been held responsible for what they're doing.
On purpose.
And if any of them were to become imprisoned, we know that the president himself would just pardon them. So they really don't give a shit about the mayor saying, "Get the fuck out of Minneapolis." They don't fucking...
I heard many stories of happening. I heard Native American. Wait, where's a Native American gonna go? Oh, wait, that can't be right. Wait, hold on. I think that one was probably from The Onion. You gotta deport a Native American. In the U.S., if you're a Native American, you was born in the U.S. There's no other place, unless you're Hispanic. But then again, that's a bit different. Yeah, I think what makes a Hispanic is a Native American, a white person. I think, but 9 times out of 10, if you're a Native American, blood-born Native American, you was born in the U.S. There's no way you can deport, unless they're just deporting him down the street or something.
care about you, bro. And now on top of that, the one thing that's going to help them even more is social media censorship. Not to mention all of the other shit that this administration is currently doing, threatening to invade and take over Greenland, which threatens NATO, right? People have been joking about World War III for years and years and years. You realize that if NATO goes away, that's how World War III
was it
starts.
because of forgery?
In case anyone's forgotten, the president is still planning on running for a 3rd term. On top of that, and on top of that, and on top of that, they still haven't released the files. So what are we doing? I could go on, I could go on, I could go on, and I could go on. Listen, let's lock in for just a second. I'm not sitting here to just be upset at Trump and DHS and Kristi Noem and all those fucking people. I'm not here to just echo like, yeah, we're all upset.
Wait, but why are you upset? The part I don't understand, why are you upset? It didn't directly affect you. It affects some people, and yeah, it's probably a little disappointing, but like, why is you upset? I don't understand. I would not be, like, if I heard something bad happen to some people who got deported, I'm not gonna be upset. It don't directly affect me. Like, directly. It doesn't change my life in the bit. Why are you upset? You should all be upset if it directly affects you. I get that. But when it has nothing to do with you, like that, like, why are you upset? It may be unpleasant, yes, but then again, it's like, why are you upset? That's the strangest part.
At what they're doing. I'm mad at the left. The response has not been appropriate. Like I said, we are seeing a historic anti-democratic movement in this country. They just killed somebody for legally possessing a firearm. Okay, violation of the Second Amendment. Widespread social media censorship, that's a violation of free speech. Also, he's threatening to revoke birthright citizenship. The response is not anywhere
Well, I understand birthright citizenship is a little bit of a hot topic, but you gotta understand, there was a bunch of Hispanics, or at least illegals, who was perfectly getting pregnant so they can stay here illegally. That's the point. Like, there was a dude on TikTok who was purposely, he was laughing in the face of people, of Americans specifically, saying, "Ha ha, I got a baby now. I get to stay here. So even if I'm illegal, I get to stay." And then they deported him and his new baby back to Mexico. That was funny. That was funny. Let me see. My aunt, who is a libertarian, told me that she has to fake her accent to an American one because that's one of the things they are looking for. You know, they don't have to ask you about your accent. They can just ask you based on just your ethnicity alone. You could just actually based on your ethnicity alone. Can't really fake that. They can probably even ask for medical records, which I doubt they can do that, but let me see. They felt weird. If that felt weird to hear, because I usually get an accent around the family, and I'm proud of that. Yeah. Yeah, so there's no issue. I don't know what they look. I don't know what's the issue. I think what's happening is just too much fear mongering. I think what's happening.
Fucking near what it needs to be. What are people waiting for? Like, are people waiting for permission? Are people waiting for something to happen to them personally or someone they know personally? What are people waiting for? That's what I don't understand. TikTok is one of the...
But bro, you're asking people to uproot their lives because you're upset. No, not really. Not really. Listen, there's a bunch of Somalis doing a bunch of like things that they shouldn't be doing. They're still here. Well, not all of them, but like they're still here. And they was doing it for a good while. And then excusing some of the so-called fraud that was happening. So this is how I look at it. As long as you know you're not doing anything wrong, you have you don't have to do anything. You don't have to worry about it too much. What exactly? What, the accent thing? Let me see here.
The most useful tools that any of us had to stay informed and stay educated about what was going on. Now they're taking that away too. Also, if I can be honest, losing access to my TikTok is really upsetting. Just like in a selfish way, that's really upsetting.
Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're upset about something that doesn't directly affect him. But when it came to TikTok, that's what actually affects you. No, you was born here. You can't get deported if you was born here. Yeah, send it to me. I don't think that's how that works. Especially if you was born here. And you're of age. I think what? You're past 18, I believe.
I have never spent $1 on TikTok promoting my posts, and I have grown that page to 584,000 followers. That is the majority of how everybody sees me. That took a lot of fucking work, bro. That took a lot of fucking work.
Then worry about that. Stop worrying about ICE. You see how that works? That directly affects you. Stop worrying about that. Yeah, you're fine. About the law. Yeah, I guess not. Well, like, this is the weird part. He's like, he's worried about ICE. I'm like, bro, what? He's saying he wants other people to do something. Why don't you do it? Why do you want other people to do it? Why don't you do it? You're upset somehow. If something upsets you, you should do something about it. Like, if a dude came out and slapped me across the face, should I look at silver to do something? No, you're supposed to do it your damn self. But remember, the slap was from the internet. It don't directly affect you. Send me the videos. Yeah, I guess.
Like one of the...
I understand, but this is where... I think that mentality has to go away, where people need to learn how to defend themselves or get things done themselves. Because when we have to rely on someone else to stand, and I understand not everyone can stand for themselves, I get that, but that has to be forced upon you. This is why I said the idea of bullies being gone is a bad thing. Because what happens is it makes people soft. And because it makes people soft, well, you know, it makes less of you of a character to know that the world's not always peaches and cream, or whatever the term goes.
The reasons why I was so happy and satisfied at the end of last year and so like looking forward to this year is because I built that shit. So I'm just frustrated because, like, one, I really hope I get access again, but legs. Two, I know that it's not ever gonna be the same. Look, all I'll say for now is make sure you follow me on Instagram. I have the same username everywhere. Make sure you follow me on Instagram and follow me on Twitch, because I'm not gonna stop talking about important shit. And stay safe. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, they're
what
not
to
gonna
say.
take someone like that down. You got money anyway. I doubt that. I don't think they will go after him. It'll be funny if they did. Actually, I will find that actually funny if they did, because it did now actually tells everyone you're not safe. You're not safe. Let's see here. Wow, I thought I was gonna have a hard time drawing deer's hair. Apparently not. Yeah, this design is crazy. God, drawing this every time would suck. Animating it too with a bunch of action scenes. Oh my god, dude. Just think about it bothers me. I don't know. I don't even follow that person. I forgot you. Once you mentioned that, I was like, oh, that's that singer dude who puts woman clothing on. I don't know if he's doing that for like because of the times we live in. He wants to impress his fans. All right. Since we are technically done, Silver, you can send me those videos. We'll probably watch it tomorrow. I gotta go. It's 8:48. We got a good set of this done. This is the reason why this is super detailed, for some of you who are wondering why it's so detailed, is because there's only 3 or 4 frames. So I'm trying to see how much I can really put a lot into this. Tear gas, really? Wait. Was they pulled into the thing? All right, later. So we'll talk about it later. I got you. I'll talk to you later, guys. I will. I won't fall asleep tomorrow, I promise. All right, I'm out. Take care, guys. Keep safe. Thank you, guys. Love y'all. All right, I'm out. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. I appreciate you guys. Laters.